Yes, and he was enough. Bandonya kabamulwe. Kane kwese mwe monda. Yes, and he was, yes, and he was enough. Bandonya kabamulwe. That's for my Ugandan brothers. Hide yourself in God, people, and life will be good and sweet. Thank you, Father. Let's do this together as we try to round up. You've done so much for me, I cannot tell it all. If I have 10,000 tongues, it still wouldn't be enough. When you do, he'll come a little late. Everybody say, what shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done so very much for me. What shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done so very much for me. What shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done so very much for me. What shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done so very much for me. Everybody lift your voice and say, Noro Narai Narekele Narekele Mo. Give it up, oh Jesus. Narekele Narekele Mo. Mama kaye nare otuto ikukwama no nyariwe kelemu o ezengeze Jehova me chiku nare kelemu o nare kele. Lift your voice and give him glory na 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 nare kele na rekele ikosito mi palamonzi da de shededo. Marimiri moru de nanache kushana da 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 pambe sitona na likibada bada bolo suride pampurite mashula hanade iye ala hosina nare kele mara nara 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 nana 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 nara nare kele mo nare kele. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Lift up your hands and your voice wherever you are and just say, thank you, God. At least for the life that you're living, say, thank you, God. For the breath that you have, say, thank you, God. I love you, Jesus. Thank you, Father. I have one last word for you. I believe someone in the Bible, that is why you keep hearing me talking about the Bible. The Bible says, he that keepeth Israel never sleep nor slumbers. And that is the God that keeps you. He that keepeth Uganda, America, Australia, Germany, Nigeria, all part of the world. never sleeps nor slumbers. He's watching over you. He knows your end from the beginning. He already knows where you're going to end. He says, my thought for you are thought of good, not of evil. I'm going to give you an expected end. That is an expected end. That very end which you want to be. That's what God has programmed and positioned you to be. Before you were born, conceived, He knew. He knows. Why were you not aborted? Because He had a perfect plan for you. Just with a trust in Him. I'd like us to do this one in Uganda together one more time. Na sinza ne me yange na sinza erinyalyo na vunama kunamurondo yo na sinza erinyalyo na sinza me yange na sinza erinyalyo na vunama kunamurondo yo na sinza erinyalyo. Covenant keeping God, dependable God, reliable God, trustable God, who was and is to come, Lion and the Lamb, I trust in you. Yahweh, only you can do what no man can do. I call you Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. Only you can change what no man can change. Thank you very much. God bless you. Stay connected always to God, for He has the answer and the key to your destiny. My name once again is Aiji Matthew. I'm a Nigerian, proud Nigerian. I always say that. And it's a pleasure to come your way through this great platform. Stay connected. You can follow me on my YouTube page at Matthew77 Music, or my Facebook page, Aiji Matthew 77. Remember, I first told you about the 77 so. Then on Instagram, Aiji Matthew, and just like that. It's a privilege to serve God. I love worshiping God, and I love Jesus. He means a lot to me. I don't know about you, but He means a lot to me. Thank you. God bless you. Just let's do this one together as we close. I'm deep in love with you, Abba Father. I'm deep in love with you, Lord. My heart it beats for you, precious Jesus. I'm deep in love with you, Lord. If you're in love with Him, help me listen. I'm deep in love with you, Abba Father. I'm deep in love with you, Lord. My heart it beats for you, precious Jesus. I'm deep in love with you, Lord.
Kampala Capital City Authority, the entity appointed by the Parliament of Uganda to be responsible for the day-to-day operations within Kampala, the capital city in Uganda, has over the years embarked on various initiatives and projects to better the living conditions within the city. One main area of focus for KCCA is water and sanitation, especially in vulnerable urban poor areas.
I'm Alan Koronziza, and I'm the program manager for the citywide inclusive sanitation program in Kampala. Kampala is a city of over 1.5 million residents who double during the day to over 3 million. Out of those 1.5 million residents, we found that 1% of those actually don't access any sanitation facility whatsoever. So they commonly use methods like the flying toilets that I'm sure many of us are aware of. We also found that the majority of the residents live in informal settlements. Actually, that's about 60% of the city's residents live in informal settlements. These are settlements that are not planned. These are settlements that are congested as a result of that. These are settlements that have limited access to basic services and utilities. We also found that when these toilet facilities fill, over 50% emptied the contents into the environment untreated. And a similar percentage number just abandoned the toilets altogether, and because of space constraints, actually joined the group that didn't have any access to toilets. And when we looked at what happens to these toilets when they are filled up, that was also another telling story. We found that only about 23% of these facilities get emptied safely when they are filled. So what that means is that we have a whopping 67% of our waste from these toilets that is either stuck in the communities where we live, or that is emptied or disposed into the environment untreated.
Yeah, my name is Senablia Francis. I'm the head teacher of St. Peter's Primary School in Zambia. We are actually very grateful to Kampala Capital City Authority for having identified us to have an improvement of sanitation in this school.
KCCA identified fecal sludge management as a key area to focus on as far as water and sanitation is concerned within Kampala.
Before we got the assistance from KCCA of sanitation, we had toilets, and these toilets were insufficient because we had 29 stanzas in all. So when KCCA came in to help us, we were able to get more facilities. In fact, the number came to 82 stanzas, 56 for girls and 26 for boys. These include also urinals. We also had a benefit of adding more facilities of washing hands. And our school was the pioneer to have a unique facility we call the washalots. And these facilities reduce on the use of water because very little water comes out when somebody is using the facility.
In a typical scenario or a traditional sense of the way the service is accessed, we had communities that didn't have any information at all about how to access sanitation facilities, where to get them, and who would provide them. And for the communities that did, they reached out to one key member within their communities who then linked them to the service providers in the communities.
We went detail about Weyonje. The facilitators were good. They taught us what is Weyonje. We went as leaders so that we bring the message to the community.
Last year, KCCA initiated the Weyonje app as a way of improving sanitation service delivery in the city. Members were given out smartphones, and we started using that app.
So with the GSMA funding, we've been able to invest in mobile-based applications that help to link communities with the service providers. The same applications help the service providers know how they are delivering the service so they can actually increase their efficiencies. And the same mobile applications help KCCA understand where is the service being provided, where is it not provided, so that KCCA can reallocate the resources to the areas where the service is not being accessed very well.
Okay, we've got a new job and he's having a septic tank with a flush toilet.
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup of a call center to provide information to population, and secondly, to link them to service providers. And now, with active involvement of the private sector-led interventions, things are looking up. And it's not just KCCA's commitment to a better Kampala and the strategic partnerships that is transforming fecal sludge management issues within the city.
So what we're seeing over a space of 1 year, when we've started this approach of using the technology to actually address this service chain, is we're seeing a 20% increase in the amount of fecal sludge that is actually being evacuated from the communities. So we're actually seeing more toilets being emptied. We're seeing more service providers actually being employed or called upon to provide these services. So this GSMA funding has been very, very critical. It has been very helpful in actually tightening or linking that part of the service chain and ensuring that a citywide service is actually being delivered.
The whole program, I can range it, it has been a success by 95%, because initially we were operating in a very informal way. Everyone was in his own. So we got trainings, we started companies. After starting companies, KCC and GIZ started also to legalize the sanitation business. Now members have licenses, have acquired KCC environmental service permit. They have recommendation for national water that actually every fecal sludge you collect, you have to dispose it at its facilities, and the NEMA license, which is the last license that is required in rendering this sanitation business. So the whole process, at first we saw that maybe KCC has come to kick us out of the business, but we were far short-sighted. But in the due course, in the process, we saw that KCCA want to shape our final destiny in this sanitation business, because we are given the priority such that we can comply with the city rules and regulations. If we fail, then they get other people to come and take over sanitation in the city.
It was like the Psalms. When you look at David, he's passing through hard things, but then he's willing to talk about them. So music allowed me to be real, authentic. To God, he uses song to minister to me. So it was more, it's personal, I can relate to it, and he's helping me overcome through that, to be able to be used as that vessel that delivers this message. which I know that I've just borrowed from heaven.
Cast down on my soul. Why don't you hold
My music statement is to write music that will be able to speak to the heart, soul, and spirit, restoring the goodness. You know, when in the Bible it says, and he looked at it and it was good. The message that I have, there are 10 songs. They will be specifically invoking that God has already said that we have to embrace as his image to restore goodness in this world. Music is not what defines you. For me, that was a great revelation that my identity is more in God, in who God calls me. If I can inspire you also to use your gifts and talents to make a difference, I would have played my part in this world.
I will rise and rise. Now is the time. Rise and praise you, Lord.
Uganda, and I want to take you to Uganda.
There goes my soul, there goes my mind, all the beauty you could ever find. My motherland, oh my motherland, my motherland. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like this song of my soul, how my story will unfold. I love, 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 Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, Angola. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, Madi. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, Lubara. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, my motherland. Oh, my motherland. I feel the magic, I feel the peace on the savannas, the mountain peaks, like the great days of old, when the Nile overflowed, abundance across the land, and the people down hand in hand.
Chenda, nene chilisa, chenda, nene chilisa, chenda, nene chilisa, chenda, nene chilisa, chenda, nene chilisa.
Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand, like the song of my soul, how my story will unfold. Tiena, tiene tilis, tiena, tiene tilis, tiene tilis.
I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Ankole, and I want to take you to Uganda.
walangawogo nekusanawo serabiranga biseera byetwalina nongolera ekyokulya nondeetera kuva lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya omuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba okuva lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya omuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba walirumu lwe wagenda tewasibula nange saamanya nalabiraawo kakaseera ayiseewo nga sikulabako
projected the image of Africa negatively. They projected Africa always in a negative light. Jungles, savages, cannibals, nothing civilized. And naturally, it was so negative until it was negative to you and me. And you and I began to hate it. We didn't want anybody to tell us anything about Africa, and much less call us an African. And in hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. You can't hate your origin and not end up hating yourself. You can't hate Africa and not hate yourself.
Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. You're so beautiful, Mama land. Fertile, glorious, sweet Africa. Flora and fauna is delicate, oil and gold is tempting. Flora and fauna is delicate, the oil and gold is tempting.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva Africa.
We love you.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva Africa.
We love you. Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. You're so beautiful, Mama land. Fertile, glorious, sweet Africa. Flora and fauna is delicate, oil and gold is tempting. Flora and fauna is delicate, the oil and gold is tempting.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you,
Viva Africa.
we love you.
Rise up, Africa.
Tanzania, Kigali na Goma. Welcome to Africa, shining bright like a diamond, standing up your pyramid, shining bright like a diamond, standing up your pyramid. The sun is always out, the Nile flows so deep. There is no place like Africa. I am born in Africa.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva Africa.
We love you.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva Africa.
We love you.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva Africa.
We love you.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva Africa.
We love you.
I'm Johnson Nyeko from Lamour, particularly from Paluga sub-county. We have been helping the church with whatever we get. We never left any single coin unseparated to the church.
I'm very grateful to our elder, our friend Johnson Nyeko, who thought it wise as a developer to donate this great gift to us, the welding machine. My appeal to all the youth to join hands, to all the parents to join hands, even the stakeholders, the government leaders, the local leaders, so that we transform the life of the youth in this area.
We have received this and it is making a lot of work here.
I personally felt very good, very excited because Mr. Nyeko Johnson came to the church and said that he is donating a generator which generates power and it wells.
And let the churches mold those boys, bring them away from loose life and into useful life by skilling them to match the government program of building the oil pipeline. When they get the certificate, they will get jobs there and they will have money. This is poverty alleviation, which is also part of government program.
You know, when Jesus was taken into the church, Luke chapter 2, verse 41 to 52, the parents went home and Jesus remained in the church. He remained there not for loitering, because there were some activities in the church. If we begin picking youth 2 from each sub-parishes or 5, you will find the young ones will become very interested in going to the church, and when they come, they will have that eager of getting trained in this skillful life.
And as a Christian, I want this to be implemented through my church, both the Anglican and the Catholics.
We always initiate development activities that support the parish. Right now, we are initiating this technical school to support the parish and to also give back to the community, to support the community, our youth. In northern Uganda, due to the effect of the LRA war, very many families were affected, and the effect is seen up to now.
Reopening this technical school, it will help our youth so much, and most of them are no longer in the church. By reopening this technical school, it will bring many youth in our church, and the youth will be having the zeal to work.
And the technical school, the one of Blessed Daniel Komboni, which was initially initiated to support the children who could not go further with their studies. And many children benefited. By that, we are now having many who can survive on their own.
Our business communities, our people outside there, see the example that our brother, our friend, and our father has always been doing. We are so grateful, we are so humble. As it is written in the Bible, the hands that gives receives a lot. We are welcoming you for anything that you feel is for the benefit of the people, for the local community. We are here to receive.
Metro akwan kar man me dwako foch madit bot won wa Nyeko Johnson Kejekia bekele wa project me generator man me welding ma be konyo bulowa ki jo ma pol me kwogi.
We have this kind of youths in Paloga sub-county as a community, a very large area, who got married earlier and they could not continue with schooling. So now they are embracing it very well because they could not have a time of going to a formal schooling. This is a very good project for them. That is why they are responding in a larger number.
I think that's all. That's what I want to see in Lamour, changing these youth, boys and girls. And not only that, this will be an income generating project for the church. The church is very important because they educate our children with good moral standards.
So I embrace this project and I applaud Mr. Johnson, whom I call an investor in the mind of our youth. Thank you very much for what he did. It is now upon us to plan properly so that the youth get the skills that we need, which will, in future, enable them to stand on their own, to generate incomes through the works that they are going to do in metal fabrications.
I do fabrication. Actually, I'm now retired. So I want to help my young brothers for more skill which I have. That's why I volunteer myself to give them the skill I have.
My name is Ronald Wachgio, a teacher of metal fabrication, Shanjanani Church of Uganda, Padibi Parish, Lamour District, Northern Uganda.
When I acquired more knowledge, it will also make me to expand my knowledge to others who are not having the skill through this program or project.
As I'm talking, we have received almost 35 people who have registered. They want to come and get the idea from me, and I will apply to them. Out to wells, we have to cut some angle line. I put them out to fabricate all this you are seeing here. They can do that work. Instead of going to the town to buy this thing, we can do it from here.
So by bringing this project to be active, we shall be doing a lot. Not only for Paloga, not only for this area, but for the whole actually and the sub-region as a whole.
Hello, my name is Engineer Elizabeth Rogo. I'm an oil and gas engineer based in Nairobi, Kenya. I'm also the founder and CEO of Savo Oilfield Services. We're a technical premier consulting firm dealing in the energy space, specifically in oil and gas. I'm also passionate about women in the energy sector, particularly the African woman. And this is my story.
Edio Killer, Elizabeth Rogo.
Engineer.
We are done. Wait. Edio Killer, the ordinary one, and Engineer Elizabeth Rogo.
That has been created during the past year of the pandemic. During the recent years, most of the people in the creative industries were discussing alternative funding models and were also discussing how they can be self-sustained financially through their activities. Most of the institutions are heavily depending on in international funding or even local funding, and funding mainly for projects. However, there are very, very few cultural organizations that are self-sustained financially through their activities or through their earned income. And for this reason, when all our work moved to the online platforms, it became even more challenging for artists, creative freelancers, and cultural institutions to generate income through the virtual platforms. And of course, the virtual platforms, they come with their own challenges like copyright, security, online security, etc. So during this period, we thought, the co-founders of Bosita.live, that creating a platform that is safe and secured, that also helps the artists and the institutions worldwide to share their online content in a secured way, while also being able to charge their audiences a fee / a ticket, would be very helpful during this critical time. And that's why immediately in April last year, April 2020, we started interviewing artists and having conversations with different institutions worldwide to understand their needs if such a virtual platform would become a reality. And from that, we started developing Bosita.live and launched it in May 2020 as a test version. And from May till August, we started adjusting the platform as we saw suitable after consultations with artists. So we heard from filmmakers, we heard from performers, theater makers, dancers, what are the features and the elements, the technical elements that would help them take their art and present it worldwide, while also being able to have a sustainable, automated income from what they present. Then in August, we officially launched the platform with the first event. It was on 4th of August. And since then, we've hosted almost 25 events so far, ranging from musical events, film screenings, dance performances, theater performances, and talks as well. And we have noted that audiences, they are still not used to paying for creative and cultural content, while they all are fine with paying for mainstream content on platforms such as Netflix or, for example, Spotify or Apple Music or other different platforms that present mainstream content. And still, the culture is new for audiences to start accepting the fact that also artists and cultural institutions, they deserve the same support that the mainstream content receives. Therefore, during this period, we are heavily working on audience awareness and awareness in general, that artists should be equally supported, that the independent artists and independent scene and creatives who present cultural content in general, no matter what the discipline is, they also deserve the same support that other creatives from the mainstream sector receive. And to do that, we have launched several campaigns and we have launched several info sessions, and we are still planning to do more. So the way Basita.life functions, it's very easy. Basita actually means simple. It's an Arabic word, but also resonates to different languages. And its translation is simple. So the artist or the institution, they go on Basita.live, the platform, and they create an account, a personal account. There are 3 types of accounts. An account as an artist, so a musician, a filmmaker, or even a visual artist, an individual artist can create an account. And there is also the venue or an institution account. So if it's a cultural center, if it's a band or a festival, or any type of institution or a venue can create another account. We also have a 3rd type of account for audiences. So also audiences create accounts. And creating an account is very simple and straightforward. They just fill in some information, a quick synopsis, bio, a photo, a profile photo, and social media links, and that's it. Once the artist or the institution, they create their account on Basita.live, then they gain access. They have a username and password from which they can log into the platform and start creating their events. And creating an event on Basita.life is also very simple. They start also filling in the information of the event name, the event type. And on Basita, we have 2 types of events. We have the live events that are happening in real time, and we have the premieres. And the premieres are all the pre-recorded content. And then they fill in the discipline. Is it a concert? Is it a film screening? The genre. They choose their ticket price. So audiences from anywhere in the world, when they log in, they see the currency of the place or the country they are logging in from. And they see also the time zone of the place they are logging in from. And then the artist also adds the synopsis about the performance, the photo. And then if it's a premiere, then they have to upload the content, if it's a film or a filmed concert. And if the content is not ready, the artist can also skip this step and upload the content anytime later, but it has to be within 48 hours before the premiere date. And then the artist submits the event for approval. It goes to us for review. We review the event details, and then we approve it and confirm. Once the event is approved, then it appears publicly on our homepage, and the artist can start promoting the link. People can start buying tickets, and it works really in an automated way. Also, there are several different features that the platform offers. So for example, for films, there is the option of uploading subtitles. Also, for all the events, there is the option of geo-blocking. We understand that some people, sometimes they want to make their content available in some regions or some countries, and some countries not. For simple reasons, like for example, they don't own the distribution rights in certain regions, and they only own it for certain countries. So this feature is also there. There is a feature to make the event with invitation only for a limited number of people. You can make your event available for unlimited ticket purchase, or you can make it only available for a certain number of people if you want to keep it for a small number of audiences. And of course, the content is very secured. We use 2 types of security. First of all, encryption technology, so the content is encrypted. And second, on our web version, we use watermarking technology. So of course, anyone who accesses the content, who buys a ticket, has to have an audience account on Basita.live. And therefore, when the audience are watching the content, their IP address and email address appear on the screen as a watermark every 5 minutes randomly. So anyone who wants to screen record or try to infringe the content in any way, the content owner will be able to know who this person is. And also the platform offers detailed statistics to the creative users, the artists and the institutions. So whenever an artist creates an event, in their panel, their events panel, they can see statistics such as who are the people who bought the tickets, their demographics, their information, from which country, which nationality. And while creating the platform, we thought that this is very, very necessary during this period when we moved to the online platforms and our audiences are beyond the geographical place or boundaries we are in. We have to understand more from where are our audiences from, so that we can also enhance our outreach and marketing efforts. So the statistics are also downloadable in a PDF format, and we have the advanced statistics that also give the artist the contact details, the email addresses of his audiences. And this is something that is written in our terms and conditions, where the audiences, they approve and allow the platform to share the email addresses with the artist, since they have bought a ticket for his or her event. Our observations so far, after hosting nearly 25 events during the past 9 months, are that we've seen that audiences, they have the tendency to pay for the online content. And this is when the audiences are from the loyal followers or the fans of the artist. People who don't know the artist are less likely to commit to paying for a ticketed online event. But also we noticed that theater, dance, and film are selling more than music. But we haven't hosted a lot of musical events so far. We haven't hosted new performances so far, new musical performances so far. So also we don't have enough data to confirm our analysis. However, from our initial findings, we thought that because music is widely more available online and there are so many music platforms such as Spotify and Remi and other, that's why audiences have lots of alternatives. However, we are also going to examine again when we have a new production on the platform or a new collaboration, something interesting that is not available on other platforms. But for film and theater and dance, we've noted that people are more interested to pay for such a content, especially people, for example, we hosted lots of events from Egypt. So lots of Egyptians living abroad, they were very keen to watch those independent films or theater performances from their country because they are unable to access this content physically in Egypt. We have noted also that the platform through the platform, artists and institutions reached new target groups. And these new target groups tend to be more on the two broad spectrums of age. So a younger technology generation felt were more interested to interact with cultural content online than physical. Also, senior citizens found it more convenient to interact with cultural content online. And of course, the global aspect, people who are not physically in the same location. So, and that's what we have in our plan for Basita.life after the pandemic and beyond this critical time. When people are back to theaters and institutions are operating normally, we think that the virtual option still will remain as an option, as an interesting and crucial option as well for some target groups who are not able to be there in person or physically. So we see the platform offering a big opportunity for artists from all over the world and from the region as well. The platform is currently in English and Arabic, and we are planning to add more languages in the future. And we would like to encourage more artists to register on the platform. It's free. artists do not pay a subscription fee or a registration fee, and the platform only deducts 25% of total ticket revenue when the artist creates an event and sells ticket. And the platform also includes the events in its newsletter and takes the risk with the artist, if the artist sells tickets or doesn't sell enough tickets, the platform only deducts the 25% that is actually the fees of the payment gateway and the streaming service and the servers, etc. So the platform for now is offering lots of opportunities to artists, and that's why we would like to encourage more and more artists to register and create events. Even they can share their old content, their archived content, if they have old performances that have been archived and they want to test how it functions, they can do that. The platform also has an app. And this is because through our statistics, we've seen that more than 95% of the people logging in on our platform, they log in from their mobile phones. So we created an iOS and Android app for an enhanced visitor and audience experience. So please, I encourage you all to register and start creating your events. It's automated, easy, simple, straightforward, and it's free. And if you have any inquiries, please feel free to email me or email our contact email, creativeusers@basita.live. Thank you very much.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Doa Doa 2021, the virtual docu-series. As you've heard from the speaker, now let's get to know the artist. The artist in focus this week is Deo Munyakazi from Kigali, Rwanda. Enjoy.
Hi everybody, my name is Deo Munyakazi, traditional artist, singer and songwriter. Welcome to Doa Doa Virtual Festival. Well, Munyakazi is a Rwandan traditional artist, musician, singer and songwriter, based in Kigali, Rwanda. He plays inanga, is Rwandan traditional musical instrument, which is made of strings and wood with a pentatonic tune. That's my sound. Nimuhuze twimakaza umuco w'abanyarwanda nk'uko byahozeho, duhuza amarembo tugwiza amararo, dusenga n'Imana dusangire byose, dufumbata imfubyi duterana inkunga, duhana inka duhanira abageni, nk'uko byahozeho. Isoko dusangiye ni umuco w'abavuka Rwanda, ni umuco w'abavuka Rwanda. Munyakazi wa mwene haburirwa mukorokore wa kidende cya mutaratazo zirimo abagabo kagira impakampanga. Habe nk'ubitobo ho inkotanyi abagabo ingabene bayimashira ziraguhunga ni ikimenyi uruhanga zubusa na cyenda nari gihangana. Nangara incuranze marangara incuranze mwiza incuranze mukonyi incuranze cyane mu bwana cyangwa bagiye batera ku ruti rw'abantu bahagurutsa bavuga bakaya miseke n'imiseke bagwiza mu itembo nanjye ncyura inganje ngabandi sanzu nk'irya rusuka mwene tema hagari wo mu Gisaka. And that right there, it's sound of Kigali, Rwanda. Welcome to Doa Doa 2021. Well, my musical journey has been a blessing so far, because I got a time to introduce my music, my Inanga sound to the universe. I did collaboration with different artists, worldwide artists. I've been traveling in music festivals, workshops, and many different projects. So, and I've released my album, which is named Isoko Dusangiye. So far, I'm still working, so I'm feeling grateful for my instrument. Growing up as a child, I used to listen to the sounds, traditional sounds, on the radio, on the cultural shows, but I couldn't think that I would be playing the Inanga. As I was interested in Rwandan culture, poetry, fortunately I met the one who plays the Inanga, who is named Mushabizi. Is the old maestro we have in Rwanda. So I was really impressed to meet him in person. I asked him to teach me. He said yes. So that's how I started my journey of playing the Inanga so far till now. What motivates me doing what I do every day is to bring back the original sound, the sound of Africa, the sound of Rwanda, and keeping alive African music. Wherever you are, this is the sound of Rwanda. Welcome to Doa Doa. Winongo jano mutaruta inyamo ahamata vuni mitozo nazanye nazivumera ebesabo begana injishi ibyanze ku ruhembe dore abana b'ibisage bitetera batamba namararo bahu namararo bako mwiriwe kandi muraho iye ngwino tugutembereze ngwino tugutembereze ngwino tugutembereze iwacu mu Rwanda ngwino tugutembereze ngwino tugutembereze ngwino tugutembereze iwacu mu Rwanda. That right there is the sound of Rwanda, the sound of Africa. My spiritual belief is God, and I love to link the religion and humanity. I think it's Doa Doa family. This is what I say, that praising the Lord it works also with a traditional sound. Burya uwaguhaye uramushimira, uwakugabiye ukamwitura, maze nshimire yaduhanze iyo gahangwa amasiteka, niyitugabira tugatunga, yaduhezagira tukeza, yadusiga tugasa neza, niyirinde intambwe z'ibirenge byacu ngo hato tudatsikira shimwa mwami urakwiriye mwami urakwiriye urakwiriye mwami urakwiriye urakwiriye mwami ukwiriye gushimwa wastahili Bwana wastahili wastahili Bwana wastahili wastahili Bwana kupewa sifa osanide mukama osanide osanide mukama osanide osanide mukama okwepasibwa obonge nalo kumunzambe naga obonge nalo kumunzambe naga obonge nalo kumunzambe nangaye okwanene rarha okwanene okwanene rarha okwanene okwanene rarha okwanene okuzimirwa urakwiriye mwami urakwiriye urakwiriye mwami urakwiriye urakwiriye mwami ukwiriye gushimwa. Well, my dream is making the world, the universe more better than yesterday through my sounds. I love doing collaborations, been working with different musicians, Joston, Keza Jones, and many more, Cecilia Kairebga. But I really like collaborations because it gives more inspiration, and working together, fusing music together, it's creating something which is really good. And I've been part of Urban Music Label. It's a nice project which combined together different producers and electronic DJs and traditional musicians just to make new sound which never been before. So the one I'm dreaming to work with, to collaborate with, is Richard Bonner. He's my favorite. Well, my favorite venue so far is Doa Doa. I've been there, we've been there at festivals. It was really, really good. We had so much fun, good experiment. And so far, another venue I would like to be is New York. I want to experiment the sounds of New York with the different musicians and Canadian festivals, Memorial, and somewhere else. So I like to travel the world experimenting new sounds. Do I have a new song very soon? Yes, I'm in studio, working on my new song, my second track of my second album, which will be released maybe in 2-3 weeks. Wherever you are, you can find my music on digital platforms like Amazon, iTunes, Spotify, and you can also buy my album on Bandcamp. You can find all my music, and on my YouTube channel I use Munyakazi Deo. You can follow me also on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I use Munyakazi Deo as well. Wherever you are, you can get my music. Bega kwisiwe nunzije tujyane nzanye inanga yanjye tuzenguruka Afurika tugendagende iyi si ukuri tubabwira amahoro turerebe urukundo iraba indamukanyo maze banyikirize ye amahoro amani yo ye amahoro emilembe amani 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 Here is my next song to you, The Sounds of Rwanda. nimuze twimakaza umuco w'abanyarwanda nk'uko byahozeho duhuza amarembo tugwiza amanaro dusenga n'Imana dusangire byose tuvumbata imfubyi duterana inkunga duhana inka duhanira abageni nk'uko byahozeho isoko dusangiye ni umuco w'abavuka Rwanda ni umuco w'abavuka Rwanda abana b'ibisage batoza urukundo abakobwa b'iwacu basusurutsa uruhembe ababyeyi b'i Rwanda barwambarira impumbya abasaza mbakunde bari mu misango nk'uko byahozeho nk'uko byahozeho isoko dusangiye ni umuco w'abavuka Rwanda ni umuco w'abavuka Rwanda ni umuco w'abavuka Rwanda. I wrote this song Isoko Dusangiye just to remind people to be back to the roots, to the basics, to the essence as it was before, and bring back the culture. And that was my story here on Doa Doa as Munyakazi Deo, artist from Rwanda. I hope you enjoyed. Until next time.
Peace. Thank you so much for joining this week's show, Doa Doa 2021. I hope you had some fun and got some inspiration. If you have any comment, please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and leave your comment, or our Facebook page, Twitter or Instagram. We'll definitely get back to you. We are very grateful, and until next week, I remain your host, Faizo Kiwewa from Bayimba and the Doa Doa team. Keep it Doa Doa 2021.
itaranto hariho umutware yaratunze cyane afite n'abagaragu kera kabaye agira uruzinduko mu kindi gihugu ahamagara abagaragu be maze abasigira ubutunzi bwe umwamuha itarane eshanu undi amuha ebyiri undi amuha itarane imwe itagirira kabiri maze umutware arazinduka maze babagaragu batangira gukoresha za tarano nk'uko shebuja yazibasigiye uwahawe shana aragenda arazigenza agenzura amesha hano uwahawe ebyiri nawe abigenza atyo agenzuramo ebyiri maze wa wundi wahawe imwe aragenda acukura icobo ayishamo ya tarano aratinyuka arayitabaye nuko imitsi irayitindira irataha maze shebuja mu kuzindukuruka abarana nabo ibyo yabasigiye uwahawe shana araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye shanu uzungutse izindi eshanu uwahawe ebyiri nawe araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye ebyiri zungutse izindi ebyiri shebuja ati bagaragu banje beza nuko kuko mwakiranutse muri bike nico gitumye mbekurira byinshi ico nimuze mwinjire mu munezero wa shobuja maze wa wundi wahawe itarane imwe itagiriye kabiri adatera hejuru azayibobota cyane ati databuja narinzi kuri umunyamwaga usarura utabibye na munagane itaranto narayitabye mu butaka dore ngiyo ufata ibyawe maze shebuja aramusubiza ati mbe mugaragu mubi niko wamunyabutewe esi ni wari ukwiye kuyiha abagenza maze nkasangaho inyungu yayo nuko shebuja arayimwambura ayigabira wa wundi wungutse itarane 10 igiye mu zindi agira 11 kuko ufite wese azongererwa ariko udafite azanyagwa n'utwo yari afite maze wa mugaragu mubi baramuboha bamujugunya mu mwijima hanze azize ubupfapfa mbega agahinda we itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye mbese gufasha abakene gusura abarwayi ibikorwa by'urukundo gushigikirana imirimo myiza
igihe twahawe aya mafaranga nizo taranto twasigiwe ngo zigire umumaro igihe tukiriho. Itaranto yawe iyikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye. Itaranto yawe iyikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye.
Mbakumbuze igitaramo cy'iwacu. Aho iwacu turatarama ngwino urare. Aho iwacu turatarama ngwino urare. Iyo dukoze ku nyamirya iz'ubuhuha n'inkomangano biratwizihira cyane. Mpamagare muhigirwa ni Nyaruguru mu muhamirizo w'intore, mu muhamirizo w'intore. Sebaganji babukwege aseruke mu byivugo byiza. Mpamagare Sebatunzi ayihere mu miyuki akubwira intahana batatu yaruta mu kinyange cyarutiruka mu bakemba, mu bakemba. Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka. Aho iwacu turatarama ngwino urare. Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka. Turatarama ngwino urare. Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka.
Epana biso tolinga kobina. Epana biso tolinga kosepela ka elongo. Tolinga tosepela tosangisa pe tolingana.
Tugusogongeze ku ntango y'amahoro. Nkwibutsa umugani wa Nyashya na Baba, inkuru ya Saruhara rwa Nkomokomo, Cyacana ndetse na Ngunda. Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka. Aho iwacu turatarama ngwino urare.
inka cyura inganje reka ntugatsikire cyura inganje nuko umuco wacu ntugacindishe.
Hello and welcome to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. Wherever you're watching from around the world, it could be morning, afternoon, it could be evening, whatever time it is. I know the saying always goes like it's always tea time, but here at House of Talent, on this day we say anytime is coffee time. My name is Emmanuel, like I said, and the Coffee Messiah is not here with us today. He had to go, I think, to convert some people and maybe bring them into the studio next time we're here. But nonetheless, in the studio today, we have someone who is very experienced when it comes to the business of coffee, when it comes to everything that entails coffee. Mr. Abdul, you're very welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
It's a privilege for us to have you here. I know that you bring a lot of experience when it comes to the coffee industry and the coffee business. And just to start off, we want to say thank you for coming to House of Talent. It's a privilege for us to have you here, and we just want to get straight into your journey as a person. You know, before you got into the whole coffee business, I know that, you know, none of us grows up thinking, okay, you know, I want to enter coffee one day. Yeah, so just take us through your life. You know, where did you study, where did you grow up, what kind of influences did you have in your life, and what led you to this place here today?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so thankful. Like you've introduced me, my name is Yusuf Abdul. Actually, my way back, I was born in Entebbe. Yeah. That's my place of birth. And actually, it's not where I enjoyed my youthful age. I grew up in Kabale district. And I salute everyone in Kabale. I know they're also watching right now. Oh. And I studied in Entebbe. That is from my primary, my secondary level, and then I had to go to Kabale. Yeah. That's where I had to complete my my studying institution. However, to do with the coffee business, it's actually so, I would say, amazing to me, because I had no idea, because where I grew up there was nothing like coffee. And actually I was being inspired by, actually, he's a white guy, actually. I will tell you that. He was by names of Mr. John Quinton. He's a British citizen, and I came to meet him in Kampala sometimes back in 2000. It was 2005. Yeah, so we chatted, and I think, as I would say, grown-ups or people who have kind of moved places, he picked interest in me. So in Kabale, he so moved there, and he had a charity organization that he was running. It was actually called Africa Equipment for Schools. So actually I have a long story, but I think we can catch up with it. So it was called Africa Equipment for Schools, and he took me on as I was a project assistant manager. Like it was, they were building schools and also looking at ensuring kids could stay at school as a mission, and kind of looking forward in why there is a kind of big dropout rate at schools. So we were kind of looking at that point to ensure that we can have kids at school. That's by that time. But with him, he came in, and I did not know that he also had a background, which was coffee. So one day he called me. No, we were driving actually. We were driving from Kampala to Kavale, and then we were jazzing about, and he's like, you know, do you know that in, no, he asked me, what are you going to do to be rich? He asked me that. What would you do to be rich? I know he was expecting me to tell him that I would work for you and become rich. So, yeah, actually I did not say that. So I said, yeah, I have to be patient. That's what I told him. I have to be patient. I know there's some big catch for ahead of me. He said, no. You know what? Uganda, you have got coffee. And coffee is very close to oil in terms of commodity. He said, oil sells more, but coffee is next. Uganda, you have the best coffee, one of the best coffee all over the world. This is someone from Europe. He's been here for some time, and they do research. By the time he mentioned that, he had already made his research on the Ugandan coffee. So here he carried on. He told me, we need to find coffee somewhere. I need to get a sample of coffee somewhere. If possible, I can try it out. And I asked him why, how, sorry. He said, I will show you. So we reached Kavale. Like over the weekend, he called me to the office, because he was my superior, he was my boss. He gave me a task. He told me, you know what? You're going to visit these places, and I would want you to get these informations from the places you're heading, and make sure you come back with samples of coffee.
So he made you kind of like a research assistant, you know.
And I had no any idea, but I was good in, you know, I was traveling to Kigali, and actually I didn't know how to speak that language. I couldn't speak the
Kinyarwanda.
Those brothers of our language, but I had good Swahili, and in those offices they had French, Swahili, and
bit of English.
They
Kinyarwanda,
more. I mean, frequently spoken. Are those three. So I went in those offices. I went to the Rwanda Coffee Authority. I moved on to all those places in Rwanda, because I even didn't know the places, but I had directions on how to reach there, and I could easily use motorbikes, and they could hear the Swahili. I was like, no, I'm going to do it. So I continued. I came with a lot of samples and dropped to him. I had specifications, but I did not know how to differentiate or to kind of explain what exactly I came with. But according to what I requested from them, they gave me some samples. So I came back. Oh, he was so thankful, and yeah, we spent the whole time there talking about other things. But I'm sure for him, he knew that the goal is hitting the target. So the next day, I had to travel to Chisoro.
Yeah.
The next day. So I left alone what I was supposed to do, because some people, we were many, not alone like me alone, but I think he wanted to fulfill the story that we had when we were driving.
About being rich.
That's it. That's what I said. So I went to Chisoro, also the same thing, moved to several places, and from there I could inquire also for some other places, because I did not know the whole places, but I would inquire, where else can I find something as good as you having here, or anything close, so they could refer you. Yeah, so there I went. I also came back. Actually, from Kisoro, I got a lot of coffee. I don't know, maybe they give coffee for free. Yeah, so I came with almost 20 kgs from there. I didn't pay for it, because they were like, no, you take it. Because I explained to them where I'm coming from, and I'm looking forward to try their coffee and see if the consistency is right. Maybe we would be communicating to them on the way forward. They were so kind of humbled, and since I came maybe to the factory where they do the processing, they had to give me enough. So there I left, and then I also brought that. So the other week I had to go and do my task as usual. Then I came back on Monday, so he told me to stay over. He had roasted, I didn't know, in his suitcase as he was coming to Uganda. That is some years, like 5 years ago, he came with a sample roaster in his bag. So there he had roasted some coffee. He told me that 5 years ago, I came with mine. Imagine, you know, this advanced world, people tend to prepare themselves for the next in advance. So he had roasted coffee during the weekend. So when I came over, I said, whoa, stay over. He prepared the coffee and tried it. How is it? Yeah, he was my boss. I had to say it's good. So, I had to say the coffee tastes good, but you know what? I wasn't used. I was like, yeah, that's good. That's good. He had some biscuits there, and so it became a kind of a no, because we had 20 kgs from some kgs I got from Rwanda. Now he's roasting and drink his coffee over there now and then. So we're working, but now he's drawing more of the plans. There he started. It's like, you know what? We need to look for a place and have a coffee shop around. Very fast. How is it going to work? I have an idea. That's how he was like. So he would be the main man, and I'm always following. So, there we go. So I started looking for places around the town, and I got some expensive places and all that. So he ordered for, it was an espresso machine. He ordered for one espresso machine. Yeah, it was old actually. I wouldn't say that it was that beautiful machine. It was old. Yeah, but maybe he wanted some kind of vintage stuff. You know, sometimes they want to have that crafty things, looks old, but it's doing perfect stuff, you know, because it was linked to having a grinder on the side. It could, you know, self-made, something like that. So, it took us about 2 months moving up and down. Then we got a space at cash and carry supermarket. Those who are in Kavali, I'm sure they would be remembering some
There was
a
a cash and
little bit
carry.
of a coffee shop and a cash and carry supermarket there.
Yeah.
And yeah, we did some arrangement, we arranged the place, and then we got girls in to do some training as we are organizing the place, you know, do the roofings, doing more furniture, purchasing things from Kampala. So they were also doing training using that machine over. And yeah, I would also be part of that.
Yeah, so it's interesting that
so
you know
interesting.
you went up to that. We're going to take a short break.
Yes.
This is a very interesting story, and
Yes.
after the break we'll get back right into it. This is the coffee break on House of Talent. My name is Emmanuel. Today we are hosting Abdul Yusuf, who's giving us, you know, a hint on how he ended up in the coffee business, telling us that his first experience actually with coffee wasn't that good. And we'll be talking about this and more as we get back into it. Let's take a break, go grab a cup of coffee, and we'll be right back. This is House of Talent Television.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel. This is the show where we get to talk about everything that is involved in coffee. We get to talk about brewing. We get to talk about issues like from tree to cup. For those of you who understand that, and for those of you who don't understand, well, this is the right show for you. Before we went for a break, we're talking to Mr. Abdul about his story, about where he started from and where he ended up in the coffee business, and he gave us his experience and said that his first experience with coffee actually wasn't good. He took it and said it was good so that he could impress his boss. But I think it's something that really, it's a road that led him to this place, and I don't think it's something that you regret. It's something that has really built you into the man that you are in the coffee business. And wherever your boss is, we want to say thank you to him because he has given the country a very good resource. Talking about your story, I realized that you got into roasting before you actually became a barista that you are now. So we just want to dive into the coffee roasting process because that is our main topic for today. We'll start off with what is coffee roasting. For those who are watching, they might not even know that coffee is roasted in the first place. Okay, so what is coffee roasting?
Yeah, actually, thank you so much. If I can talk about coffee roasting, this is a process whereby your green coffee beans, are being technically using fire, I would say, are being technically, by use of fire, being put into, I would say, a way that you want it, you're turning it from the green, and you're getting it to the level you're looking at. Let me say you're doing, medium roast,
like to the level we have on the screen there.
All right,
we
that
can
looks
see
great on the screen. So that is almost medium to dark roast. So that one, it's actually a reaction that took place to enable that coffee beans turn to that color by use of fire and the chemical reaction that took place during the fire and the coffee beans. So the coffee turned into that color and it's softened so it can be easily grinded and you can brew your coffee after that coffee is being roasted.
That's interesting. So where does it start? Because I know that the coffee process itself actually starts from when you put a seed into the ground, like for those who grow coffee. Okay, then it comes into the hands of whoever is going to do the roasting. So where do we start the process from and where does it end up into a cup?
Actually, with coffee processing, ideally I prefer to give a kind of a very clear understanding that people should mind that before you start roasting your coffee, you should understand the type of coffee you need to roast. That's the first thing. If you're looking at the type of coffee, then there follows the quality of the coffee. Some people would just roast it. I don't know how they do it, but the right way or the right procedure could be, you should first make analysis of your coffee. That's to do with the defects that the coffee should be having. Right from the garden, the coffee would be processed, as it's processed, that is removing the outermost skins when it's already dry, actually. Removing the outermost skin, the parchment, and now the coffee is the green coffee we are having now. So by the time you're having your green coffee, you need also to take a very clear note that if you're having it in quantity, it's not mixed up and you're having some defects into the coffee. So in that way, you should take note. You either have your moisture right for the coffee, that it is dried, the coffee is free from defects, and the coffee, maybe even the smelling could smell nice, then the physical appearance, the coffee looks more greener. Because if it gives you a pale kind of looking, then there is something wrong with the coffee. Maybe it had a poor storage. Then the result in your cup will be disappointing.
Will be different,
Yes.
Okay, so from what you're saying is that I need to first see what kind of coffee I have. I believe that in different parts of the world, there are different types of coffee, and there are different effects that come onto this coffee. For example, the place where you grew it from, the kind of soil you used, you know, and by the time it comes to the cup, I think it still contains some of those elements. Okay, so we have collected the coffee from, let's say, the farmers. We have sorted the debris from it, and now we have it in our hands. Okay, what type of equipment do we need to use to roast this coffee? I believe that there are commercial equipments, then there are some that we can actually use locally at home. I believe before all these equipments came, I remember that we were talking before the show, there was this kawa coffee we had back in the day. I believe that some of those equipments were used locally. So what are some of these local equipments that we can use at home, and also those that are used maybe in bigger companies?
Yeah, actually, if we are looking at coffee as a commodity, or for value addition, you need to follow certain standard, which is required for you to ensure that you reach into the market and your coffee is matching with the standard, which is, you know, moving in the market.
Yeah.
So if you're kind of hitting back, let me say, those people in the village, they feel like they want to roast their coffee and they want to enjoy it.
Yeah.
This is different from the commercial, you know, it's a bit of it, because you want to add value to it. So that means you need to take your research on what is required, and you do them, you know, on the market, such that you maintain the quality. The coffee should be having flavors, and at the end of the day, you're amazing people with what you've been cooking the other side.
Yeah.
So, yeah, people use frying pans, you know. They use frying pans, but to be honest, I don't feel like advising, because you know the problem you're going to have when you're doing that. The coffee is going to retain more of the smoke into the coffee beans, and it's going to have more of uneven roast. Other coffee are going to be ready, and the other coffees will also be different, you know. So it's not advisable to do it that way, because the only way we have to do it is doing it the right way. Yeah, you can grab your coffee when it's roasted according to your, you know, preference. If you want a medium, you want it, you grab a pack, and there's no substitution. You can do it only to buy a small sample roasters. They are there because you can kind of regulate the temperatures on how you are roasting it. Actually, that can also work for like a home-based stuff, to make sure that you have your cup at the end of the day. They are there, I'm sure, in supermarkets. You can get it in Jumia, I don't know, but you can have that. You put in some little bit, something like 200 or 150 grams of coffee. Yeah, you fire it up. You know, you can plug it on, and then
it does the roasting.
It does the roasting. So you can enjoy your coffee that way. You have your small grinder also, because it's important. You cannot drink your coffee without grinding it. Yeah, the process ends up with grinding, and then you're having your
cup of coffee.
Your cup of coffee brewed.
Okay, so that's on the home side.
Yes.
I believe that you work for a company that does this on a commercial scale.
Yes.
How different are those the ones that they use commercially from the local ones, and are there any particular types that, if I wanted to start a coffee roasting company, that I should look out for?
Yeah, actually, with coffee, when you're talking about roasters and how they are best in terms of their functions, we have a hot air roaster, which is more of a convection, you know, and then we have the other one which has a direct heat, you know. It can just be so direct. So if you're having a direct heat roaster, so that means this is the effect that people don't know. If you're roasting coffee using one which is having a direct heat, so the impact to the coffee beans is direct, because the drum keeps on turning, you're having your coffee inside the drum and it's heated under, which is more direct to the drum. So the drum is turning and the heat impacts direct to the coffee beans. So at the end of the day, you find like still the flavors, you will have some variations in terms of flavors. You might not develop as a whole than the other convection roaster. You know, and another effect when you're doing that, you can hardly make a high roast. You know, you can hardly make a high roast to the level that you're looking for. You know, you can do all that, but your determination of the cup will vary. Okay. You might not get it perfect. That is if you're doing a direct heat. So if you're doing a convection roaster, convection roaster is more kind of interesting because it does a soft roasting whereby you're having a chamber which is having a cyclone on the other side, so it transfers the heat to the drum inside, and the paddles inside carries on dropping the coffee, and the coffee is just dancing into the hot air, you know, something like that. And the only thing you have to do is to regulate your burner ratio to ensure that the coffee is developing according to your expectations. So at the end of the day, the bean would be more even. It would be soft roasted. There's no hard roasting. I think you get what I'm trying to mean, the difference between the two. So it's not hard roasted, you know. So by the time your coffee is out, it's more even. Immediately you get the aroma out and you feel like, wow, you know. That's the difference with having different
direct and hot
air, you know. Yeah,
I like the way you say that, you know, the coffee dances.
It does.
It gives it a very good perspective. We're going to get more about into the flavors that I believe that, because when you roast, you have a light roast, you have a medium, then you have the dark roast, and these basically give you very different flavors. Okay, but we're first going to go into a break, then we'll come back and talk about these flavors, because I know the people out there actually want to know what kind of flavors do I get when I roast the coffee. We'll be back. We'll be right back after this break, but we'll not only be talking about the flavors, but we're also going to do something special. We're going to brew some coffee, like it's the tradition here, and always I can't really wait to test the different kind of coffee that the different baristas make here. This is House of Talent Television. The show is The Coffee Break. Stay right there. We will be right back after this.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel, and remember, you can always catch us on our social media handles at House of Talent Television Uganda. That's on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. And you can also catch us on House of Talent Television UG.com, and that is our website. You can catch not only this show but also other shows that will be happening. Before we went into a break, we're talking about coffee roasting with Abdul, and we're getting into basically talking about the different kinds of flavors that we get after roasting coffee. But as we do that, like I told you, we're going to have something special. As we talk about the different flavors that we have, we're going to be brewing a cup of coffee. So Abdul, what are we going to be brewing today? I see all these,
Yeah, actually we've got our Harrier V60.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy it. So we would make, we would brew our coffee. It would be about 4 cups of coffee.
Yeah.
So I think we are 4, yeah. So, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
so
Yeah.
where do we start? For those of you who are following at home, just get your stuff ready and let's get into brewing this beautiful cup of coffee.
All right.
Abdul?
So actually this device okay, just make it rest here.
Yeah.
So with this device, this is a Harrier V60, you always get this, yeah?
Okay.
And you can improvise to get a jar for yourself.
Mm.
So it's actually pretty so easy to have this equipment used. It's very easy. So actually the mechanism, I think what's most important is for you to master how much, something like what quantity do you need to brew for like each cup of coffee.
Yeah.
I think that is so important because someone out there might want to brew his one and only cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And since we about, want to share, we need to do more than
Yeah,
one.
more than
So with this standard measurement you require to use for a V60, you need to use about a ratio of about 1 to 15. So we are talking about 1 gram of coffee could be equivalent to like 1 gram of coffee is equivalent to 1 ml of water.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you say 1 to 15, we are talking about 15 grams of coffee into 1 cup. So here we're going to have about 4 cups of coffee. So
Okay.
we're talking about having 60 grams of coffee, which is enough for us. So
Yeah.
we will do about 200 and this is about 250 mils of water. So it would be very easy for us to have our yield out, if we make 4 cups at a go.
Yeah.
Okay. So
here you go. Let me start by putting it here. So I don't have my weighing scale, but we can.
We can always measure just.
I have it.
It's okay. We can always go with this.
Yeah, the right measurements are that you can have your 15 grams of coffee.
Yeah.
In your cup, and then here you go. So very simple. You have your coffee.
Because I think we need to mention that you need to have a filter.
Yeah, you need to. Yes, you're right.
You might have someone, just pour it. And
you're right, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always better to have a filter because it helps you to kind of infuse the coffee so the granules get stuck on top. Then you're having your brewed coffee down.
There,
so you just, very simple. This is our hot water. It's being brewed. It's been boiled. So you need it about at a boiling point, but you give it some minutes to rest a bit because you can't drink it when it's too hot. Yeah. So here you have to pour it over. You can either use that kettle to pour over, or you use a pour over kettle.
This looks like the ones that we used to use back in the day.
Yeah, but I think I can use that.
Yeah.
If you don't mind. So gently, just do it gently. Look at the coffee, so fresh. Yeah.
I think this is one of the things, first things that they teach at a coffee school, that when you're pouring the water, it has to be in a circular motion.
Yes,
you just don't pour, as you please. It has to be in a circular kind of motion.
Yeah, such that you can have an even flow,
Yeah, for those watching at home, I hope you can see how beautiful this looks on your screens there. We're brewing a beautiful cup of coffee, and
as it goes up, you can give it some seconds to make sure that it
all goes
down. Wow, look at that, so interesting.
Yeah, so as we brew this, we're talking about the different kind of flavors that we can get from a roast. What kind of flavors basically do we get, and is there a particular recipe that each person has to get a different flavor, or it's kind of like a general type of flavor that we can all get?
Yeah, actually, if I can take you back just briefly during the roasting process. So as you're roasting, the roaster itself, in most cases, we give it time before you start roasting your coffee. So you give it some, you heat it up. We call it heating up. So you heat it up to a temperature of about 230 to 235 degrees above. So to ensure that the coffee you're going to drop in, remember the coffee you're dropping in is green. And the coffee is exposed to the atmospheric temperature. It's exposed to the atmospheric temperature. So when you drop the coffee in, it's going to drop the temperature that you had maintained before. Okay, so that one is technically done. As a roaster, I have to be there standing and monitoring my temperature. So I drop in my coffee in, and then I have to maintain my burner ratio. So I fire it up to ensure that we are maintaining the temperature in the drum and not leaving it relaxed. So we have 3 stages of roasting. We are looking at the drying stage, whereby the heat inside the roaster is nailing down the moisture which is present in a coffee bean before it's being roasted. Then at that stage we go into a developing stage. So the coffee starts developing. This is where you talk about the flavors, So this stage where the caramelization takes place, which is from about, if you drop in at around 260 degrees, 235 degrees, it drops down, the roaster drops down its temperature to about 70 degrees. That is way down,
I think that's where it becomes exothermic.
Yes, depending on how much quantity of coffee you are dropping in. It might not drop in if you're putting in little, depending. It depends, but I would say at a capacity of a roaster, if you put the right amount, it will drop down. So when it drops down, literally, the the temperature will move for about 4 minutes, yeah, to about 160 degrees.
Yeah.
Then we reach to a stage of developing. So, developing stage, coffee start changing colors, yeah, caramelization takes place,
Yeah.
and then sugars are present into the coffee. So it starts developing flavors, you know, complexity,
Yeah.
and then you're looking at monitoring your type of roast you're looking at. So if you were looking at doing a medium roast, then if you're doing a temperature, you would look at around 210 to about 200 and not more than 220, depending on how you want a medium roast done.
Yeah.
It can be a high, medium, something like that, slightly. And then if you are developing it further, yeah, you are roasting, you know, the last stage, which is the roasting stage. So the coffee starts changing colors.
Yeah.
So now it does a medium dark roast, then you're doing a dark roast. So
yeah.
you're looking at more temperatures like 232, you're doing a medium to dark roast,
Yeah.
and then we're talking about Celsius, you know. You go to 200 and about 240, doing a real dark roast with more oily on the body, and so interesting, you know.
Yeah.
So now, as we are brewing, I think our coffee is ready.
Yeah, coffee is ready.
So as we do our brewing, we can have that on top here,
Yeah.
if you don't mind. And we can have a cup of coffee.
Yeah, you can just move this here.
Served.
This is the part we always actually wait for.
Really?
To test the different kinds of coffee.
Very simple, you
Yeah.
know, and anyone can do that at home, and you enjoy your coffee as you
Yeah,
know,
that's
you're doing some stuff.
Actually, it looks so simple.
Yeah.
If I can take you, you said you have a coffee school.
Yes.
And I think it's very important for us in Uganda to actually come up with these schools, you know,
Yeah.
given the times that we're actually in, you know, with the
Yes.
whole lockdown and
Yes.
COVID. And, you know, some students are really not in school right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other things that we can learn outside of school, for example, you know, involving ourselves in the coffee business. So just run us through your school, okay, what kind of activities you guys do, what kind of courses that you offer, and how can someone, you know, approach you and you get into your school.
Yeah, actually, thank you so much for that opportunity.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to kind of support our entire country amidst this very difficult times that we are going through. So our school, the school is called Gulf and Blends.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, we got the concept to kind of, you know, people like blended coffee. Baristas talk about blendings, you know. So we came with that idea to say that's Gulf and Blends, and there is a history actually behind that. So, our location, we are located at Rubaga. Yeah, as you reach Salt FM or Salt Media, from there it's just like 5 minutes. You're reaching at Gulf and Blends Coffee. So from there we train baristas. Yeah, we train baristas, and if you're a barista out there, you feel like you want to kind of handle these skills, and then you need to build something for your, you know, for your career, which is more tangible. You can come and have this skill at Gulf and Blends. You can train as a barista, we can train you. So we train them for a period of 1 month. Yeah, we train them a period of 1 month. You can come and do an advanced skills for your training course. So advanced skill is when you train commercial basis, which is the espresso coffee machine, where you're going to do all the coffees, you know, from cappuccino, latte, macchiato, mochas. You do all that kind of coffee using that machine and mastering them, because in most cases we've got standard way of serving and standard way of preparing these coffees.
Yeah.
So as your training, you will learn that. Apart from learning that, if you're doing advanced, you're going to also learn the specialty coffee brewing.
Yeah.
So specialty coffee starts with the green coffee, because specialty, this is like the standard way of preparation. It can either be the green beans, it's being carefully, you know, taken care of to meeting certain standard.
Yeah.
So now we're going to also have a specialty preparation of coffee. I'm talking about brewing in the other hand, where we would be having different tools that we are using there, and they are actually traditionally known for their different tastes and different grinds of coffee required for you to brew them.
Yeah.
The other one is commercial, because you only use one grind of coffee, which is espresso grind, to kind of make all these other coffees.
Yeah.
Now you will need to adjust your grinder, have it more coarser, to kind of do a French press, do a V60, do a Chemex, you know, and all those other coffees, even a drip coffee which you're having at home. You need a specific grind to make sure that you're not overflowing the coffee or messing up all over the table. Yes, so that is for the advanced. So if you're doing a basics training, you will only learn the commercial. You know, some people want that because they have been running over and they've been like
involved in the coffee business.
They were already waiters or waitresses. Now they just want to catch up. So that way also you just come and do basics because you have some idea.
Okay.
So we move together to ensure that we have our goals met.
Okay.
In our career.
So is there a way that these different people can contact you? Are you on social media? You already told us you're located in Rubaga, next to Salt Media. So are you on social media, and what are the handles that people can find you?
Yeah, actually you can reach us. You can reach us on our handles. Like I can give you my contacts. We are on WhatsApp. We're on Facebook. You can reach us on Facebook. It's Gulf and Blends. You just go to Gulf and Blends. You find us on Facebook, and our contacts. If you can reach us direct as well, we can be so helpful to you and welcome you at Gulf and Blends. And literally, we call ourselves the coffee culture. Yes, so I can give you the number 0701 104027.
Okay.
I can repeat the number. It's 0701 104027.
And that's a WhatsApp and a calling number?
Yeah, that's a calling number and it's the WhatsApp number. You can reach us, and you can also hit on the Facebook, and then you find us. You comment or you tell us whatever you feel like discussing with Gulf and Blends.
Okay. Talking about that, as we actually have our cup of coffee before it gets so cold. We're talking before the show began, and you had something interesting that you wanted to tell people out there. Whoever wants to, start this barista journey of theirs. So I just want you to look into that camera and just tell that person, I know there is someone.
All right. Yeah, like he said, I know there is someone. I want to thank the team of
House of
Talent for hosting me, and I'm sure he's hosted the whole academy in here, though others are invisible, but I'm sure all of you are in here. So we are giving out an opportunity for those who are interested. They're feeling so much enthusiasm into coffee and they want to train as baristas. We are giving a chance for 5 people out there. If you want to train as a barista, we are giving a chance of a 50% discount, such that you can come and train with us. This is an opportunity. It's your opportunity. So you will have to call House of Talent, give them a call. The first 5 people, I'm sure you will be the lucky ones, and they will contact us for the lucky ones, and we will welcome you for the training.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, just to reiterate what he said, we're giving you an opportunity. I know that there are those of you who watch this show and keep on wondering, how can I become a barista? How can I get involved in the coffee process? And Gulf and Blends is here to give you that opportunity. So for the first 5 people to contact House of Talent, you can DM us on our social media handles. For the first 5 people, you're going to get a 50% discount from Gulf and Blends so that you can start your barista journey. We have told you, don't be like in Kampala where we say we didn't know, but we've let you guys know. So get involved in the coffee business. I believe that it's something that is going to be, very good for not only your future, but for the future of those around you. And it will give you basically skills, added on skills. They call it add-on skills,
Yes.
in other areas. As we draw close to the end of the show, I just want to thank you, Abdul, for coming here and just giving us your experience. Yes. Traveling around East Africa, being in Kisoro, your first experience with coffee, and telling us about the roasting process, all the equipment and all the flavors that are involved. I believe that I personally have learned a lot from this time, and I believe that everyone out there has also learned a lot. But like I said, we are drawing close to the end. But before we leave, I want you to look into that camera. I know that there's someone watching. I just want you to encourage them, those people with questions of, should I really get into this? Should I do this? Just encourage them and let them know why they should get into the coffee business.
All right. Thank you for that concern. Now, what I would want to encourage, like my fellow Ugandans, Uganda is a very rich country. In terms of coffee, even during this season, that the hardest season we are going through, we as Uganda has been exporting coffee. It has been a commodity that has never stopped, even amidst this period. So we are looking at a business, I would say at large, which is more encouraging, more interesting, and it can be your next future,
Kind of like an investment.
It can be your next future tomorrow.
Yeah.
You become a barista, you come and train. Look at yourself as someone who's behind the counter, serving coffee, trying to craft it very nicely, and you have this kind of knowledge into your head. Someone has hired you, and you can simply do it the way you are being required to do it.
Yeah.
So I feel so happy when someone has trained and I would give you out of experience. I've got some students, they train and they kind of get to travel. They go abroad, and by the time he sends back maybe a photo, you just say someone is doing well. We have a tendency of other fellow Ugandans going abroad, and they come back when they start hiding themselves. You know why? It's because someone has gone out and did not go with a skill. So it's so important for us now to kind of involve ourselves in skills. It will dwell us from whatever situation that we have been kind of longing for, and we become better persons for our future.
Well, yes. Abdul, thank you very much for those words, and I believe that whoever is out there has really been encouraged to get into the coffee business. And there's a saying that start now. You shouldn't wait to put things into motion before you start. Just start now. Like Abdul gave you his contacts. You have our contacts at House of Talent on our social media handles. Contact us. We can always let you know how you can get involved in the coffee business. And if you have someone out there who you believe that you want to see on this show, you can also nominate them. We'll have them here. But our time is fast spent. Abdul, thank you again very much.
Maybe just a second. I would like to send my regards to...
please.
I want to send my regards to a few people. First of all, I'm sending my regards to Mr. Bonnie. He's one of my partners at Gulf and Blends. I know he's watching. One Love Archive. Lake Bunyonyi. I know everyone down there is watching. I told you guys to watch our coffee break today in the morning at the House of Talent. And yeah, Rachel, saluting you. I know you're part of the team. Yeah, I think I'm so humbled for having me here. And hopefully next time you will also host us.
There will be a next time, because I believe that we still had a lot of stuff to exhaust. Yeah, but till next time, thank you for watching the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. I was hosting Yusuf Abdul from Gulf and Blends, giving us his story and his experience in the coffee business. Remember, you can always get us on House of Talent televisionug.com. That's our website, or you can get on our social media handles at House of Talent Television. That's on Facebook and on Twitter. Let us know what you think about the show. If you have any questions, you can always ask us, and we'll be at your disposal to get back to you. Thank you for watching. This is the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. Have a blessed day.
I'm Johnson Nyeko from Lamour, particularly from Paloga sub-county. We have been helping the church with whatever we get. We never left any single coin unseparated to the church.
I'm very grateful to our elder, our friend Johnson Nyeko, who thought it wise as a developer to donate this great gift to us, the welding machine. My appeal to all the youth to join hands, to all the parents to join hands, even the stakeholders, the government leaders, the local leaders, so that we transform the life of the youth in this area.
We have received this, and it is making a lot of work here.
I personally felt very good, very excited, because Mr. Nyeko Johnson came to the church and said that he is donating a generator which generates power and it wells.
And let the churches mold those boys, bring them away from loose life and into useful life by skilling them to match the government program of building the oil pipeline. When they get the certificate, they will get jobs there and they will have money. This is
poverty alleviation, which is also part of government program.
You know, when Jesus was taken into the church, Luke chapter 2, verse 41 to 52, their parents went home and Jesus remained in the church. He remained there not for loitering, because there were some activities in the church. If we begin picking youth 2 from each parishes or 5, you will find the young ones will become very interested in going to the church, and when they come, they will have that eager of getting trained in this skillful life.
And as a Christian, I want this to be implemented through my church, both the Anglican and the Catholics.
We always initiate development activities that support the parish. Right now, we are initiating this technical school to support the parish and to also give back to the community, to support the community, our youth, in northern Uganda due to the effect of the LRA war. Very many families were affected, and the effect is seen up to now.
Reopening this technical school, it will help our youth so much, and most of them are no longer in the church. By reopening this technical school, it will bring many youth in our church, and the youth will be having the zeal to work.
And the technical school, the one of Blessed Daniel Komboni, which was initially initiated to support the children who could not go further with their studies. And many children benefited. By that, we are now having many who can survive on their own.
Our business communities, our people outside there, see the example that our brother, our friend, and our father has always been doing. We are so grateful, we are so humble. As it is written in the Bible, the hands that gives receives a lot. We are welcoming you for anything that you feel is for the benefit of the people, for the local community. We are here to receive.
Metro akwan kar man me dwako foch madit bot won wa Nyeko Johnson Kejekia bekele wa project me generator man me welding ma bikonyo buluwa kijo ma pol me kwogi. We have this kind of youths in Paloga sub-county as a community, a very large area, who got married earlier and they could not continue with schooling. So now they are embracing it very well because they could not have a time of going to a formal schooling. This is a very good project for them. That is why they are responding in a larger number.
I think that's all. That's what I want to see in Lamour, changing these youth, boys and girls. And not only that, this will be an income generating project for the church. The church is very important because they educate our children with good moral standards.
So I embrace this project and I applaud Mr. Johnson, whom I call an investor in the mind of our youth. Thank you very much for what he did. It is now upon us to plan properly so that the youth get the skills that we need, which will in future enable them to stand on their own, to generate incomes through the works that they are going to do in metal fabrications.
I do fabrication. Actually, I'm now retired. So I want to help my young brothers for more skill which I have. That's why I volunteer myself to give them the skill I have.
My name is Ronald Wachgio, a teacher of metal fabrication, Shanjanani Church of Uganda, Madibi Parish, Lamour District, Northern Uganda.
When I acquired more knowledge, it will also make me to expand my knowledge to others who are not having the skill through this program or project.
As I'm talking, we have received almost 35 people who have registered. They want to come and get the idea from me. and I will apply to them. Out to wells, we have to cut some angle line. I put them out to fabricate all this you are seeing here. They can do that work. Instead of going to the town to buy this thing, we can do it from here.
So by bringing this project to be active, we shall be doing a lot. Not only for Paloga, not only for this area, but for the whole actually and the sub-region as a whole.
Hello, my name is Engineer Elizabeth Rogo. I'm an oil and gas engineer based in Nairobi, Kenya. I'm also the founder and CEO of Savo Oilfield Services. We're a technical premier consulting firm dealing in the energy space, specifically in oil and gas. I'm also passionate about women in the energy sector, particularly the African woman. And this is my story.
Edio Killer, Elizabeth Rogo.
Engineer.
We are done. Wait. Edio Killer, the ordinary one, and engineer Elizabeth Rogo.
You know me now. Yeah, you know. Alex. Torch. Hey. Ooh, yeah, ooh, yeah, ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh, yeah, ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah, ooh, yeah, ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. You know I get when I know that. sente tewali ne tusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi ne tumisa ebizibu byensi ne bitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali lutewa uyo 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 nsana yetwe kwata katonda kuba yayina pulani sagala ntunge nzenna nebase ku kyalani wendi wenambadde kali nza kubaabo you are my darling siri kusibya njala ekibuga nja kitambula yono wange gwe nalonda sente tewali ne tusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi ne tumisa ebizibu byensi ne bitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali mutewa uyo 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 if I love in a triangle, my love no chameleon and go okukwagala kiba kife naza musango asatebo bakunkwasa nakuyisa miryango tuli fembi it's me and you twewala bigambo yono wange gwe nalonda sente tewali ne tusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi ne tumisa ebizibu byensi ne bitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali mutewa uyo 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 yono wange gwe nalonda sente tewali ne tusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi ne tumisa ebizibu byensi ne bitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali mutewa
after the sound, I'm back again to get you into the what you might have forgotten. Hence your style is ill-rotten, never forgotten. Origin, ancestral flow scripts that's written from the beginning. Open the book of Genesis, originator, lyrical shaka warrior like Zulu Luga flow embedded, dip in my veins to bring pain or the trouble to. Torn up the best line, I trouble to. Breath one, let's find purpose to keep
You
living.
and I, we can fly away. We got love, love is the medicine. You and I, we can fly away. We got love, love is the only medicine.
See, I'm a little surprised how few people know the gateway from pain. Never to be mistaken with the suffering endorsed by the brain. Here recall my name, but I'm skeptical to what it prescribes. I'll never be the same as a side effect to money and fame. I make it hard for them to tie me in chains. I break it down where ignorance is a game. Ask your doctor what he will give you when your spirit's in pain. Take it or leave it, the red pill gives you wings to fly.
We can fly away.
Yeah, we can fly away.
We got love, love is the medicine.
We got love and love is the medicine.
You and I, we can fly away.
Yeah, we can fly away. Come on,
love is the only medicine.
yeah, get some love, it's your medicine.
Fall down, get up again. We go hard. We give everything. We won't stop. We go all the way. We got love. Love is the only medicine. Feel it now. It won't stop.
That's right.
Yeah. 'Cause you and I,
we can fly away. Come on down, we can fly away.
we got love. Love is the medicine.
Yeah, we can fly away.
You and I,
we can fly away. Yeah, we can fly away.
we got love. Love is the only medicine. We fall down, get up again. We go hard. We give everything. We won't stop. We go all the way. We got love. Love is the only medicine. Fall down, we get up again. We go hard. We give everything. We won't stop.
We won't stop.
We go all the way. We got love, and love is the only medicine.
ulikapunjako mu nyanja amaiso gange kagakwata n'omutima gwange kagutwara ninzigora bokiwe ninzigora bokiwe abokigija mutwale owangiwe abokigija mutwale nabaragaine tibetana abokigija mutwale owangiwe abokigija mutwale nabaragaine tibetana abasaija nsangire bengidi bakwegomba tuna banjuma banswasa n'omu bantu omikuha basiba babimba banakansomya kibeire kiroto I love you, love you, love you. Abokigija mutwale owangiwe abokigija mutwale nabaragaine tibetana abokigija mutwale owangiwe abokigija mutwale nabaragaine tibetana ulikapunjako mu nyanja amaiso gange kagakwata n'omutima gwange kagutwara ninzigora bokiwe ninzigora bokiwe abokigija mutwale
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
Angela, so having stated the obligations, what would be your assessment of Uganda as a country? How are we doing in as far as the prevention of gender-based violence is concerned? What would be your quick appraisal? How are we doing as a country?
As a country, I'll first appreciate the successes. I'll commend government to some extent that there have been enactment of laws like the Domestic Violence Act. We have the other laws and even the Constitution itself. However, there's still a lot that has to be done.
Yes.
For instance, as a government, we have a silent pandemic that most people that are in government have failed to understand. This silent pandemic is gender-based violence, where people are focusing on how many people are dying of COVID, and no one is focusing on how many people are becoming victims and survivors of gender-based violence. So it really, really affects. And then the other thing is in regards to the implementation. We have very, very good laws in Uganda, but then one of the main issues that we face is in regards to the implementation of those laws. So there's lacking in regards to the implementation. And then there's also lacking in regards to sensitization. People don't know these laws. You'll find someone harassing a person online and they'll think it's funny. Someone look at you and they're like, oh, and then they'll give you a sexual comment and they think it is funny, it is okay to look at a woman or a man and you make a sexual comment.
Even men, huh?
Yes, so that's why I said a man or a woman. So this affects either sides. It affects a woman, it affects a man, and it affects also children.
Hello viewers, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today we're discussing yet another right or another aspect of our rights that has been affected significantly by COVID-19. As you know, in the previous episodes, we've been tackling different issues. We talked about employment law, we talked about land rights, we've talked about access to justice, we've talked about human rights broadly as a theme and how COVID-19 has affected it. But today, we'll look at gender-based violence. What is the intersection between COVID-19 and gender-based violence? And with me in studio is Angela Simwe, who is a human rights lawyer and working for FIDA Uganda. Angela, you're welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
How have you been?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Great. So COVID-19 came here. How have you been coping up, knowing that almost for the last 1.5 years or 2 years, the game has been a bit different. How has it been on your end?
On my end, it has been a bit complicated, but with time I managed to cope up because I'm so much into online work. So most of the work I had that was physical, I transferred it to online because I work mainly with people that are vulnerable and marginalized, women and children. Yes.
So you managed to keep afloat?
Yes.
Okay, so I know you do so many things, but I also know that you do some work for FIDA Uganda, and I thought perhaps you could give us 1 or 2, 3 lines about FIDA Uganda for people who could be hearing about FIDA for the first time. In the unlikely event that those people are there.
Okay, so FIDA Uganda is a women's rights organization and a feminist organization that is a membership organization for women lawyers aimed at ensuring that people, especially women and children, get access to justice in all spheres of life. Yes, so that's what we do mainly.
Oh, so I can't apply to be a member?
No, men can also be members of FIDA, but they are friends. So women lawyers are members of FIDA.
Yes.
If you pay the subscription.
Yes.
But then for the men, you can be friend of FIDA.
So I befriend Angela and I become a
really.
friend of FIDA.
You befriend FIDA and the work FIDA does.
Ah.
So you as Jonathan, a human rights lawyer that advocates for the rights of women, girls and other marginalized groups, you can come to FIDA and request to be one of our friends.
Okay.
So you become a friend of FIDA.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so we have men that are friends.
Perhaps I'll be filling a few forms after this show.
Okay.
So today we're here to talk about gender-based violence and seeing how how COVID-19 has affected that area, either heightened or reduced it. But I thought that we could start by understanding first the concept when we talk about gender-based violence. What do we exactly mean? How would you explain to an ordinary person this whole idea of gender-based violence?
Okay, thank you so much, Jonathan. So, gender-based violence, what we have to know is it evolved from violence against women, and that was under the UN Declaration on Violence Against Women, where they defined, or to make it easier for the ordinary Ugandan, like you said, it's any act of violence that can be physical, emotional, economical, or anything that is harmful to a person. So it's basically violence that has different forms.
My quick understanding of violence would entail sort of physical contact. So how are people violated economically and, I don't know, emotionally?
Okay, so what we have to understand is violence is not only physical. There are several forms of violence. For physical, that's where you'll find the battering, that's where you'll find beating someone, getting physical with someone. But then for economical, that's where you'll find issues to do with refusing someone to take their assets, in issues to do with land, where you deny someone because they are a woman, so you deny them the land and say that a woman can't inherit land. And then there's also something to do with the mental or psychological, where you can make sure that a person is psychologically tortured, so that is also violence. And then we also have the other violence, which is to do with emotional, but emotional is related to psychological. And then there's the harmful practices. So harmful practices, that's where you find female genital mutilation and other harmful practices we have. Then the main one that has been on the rise during the COVID-19 pandemic is sexual violence, which has many components to do with defilement, rape, incest, marital rape, even online. These days it's worsened online. Yes, so those are the forms of gender-based violence that we have. Yes.
Angela, you explained this idea in an eloquent manner, and I'm curious to know, so where are these ideas embedded? Because if we talk about fighting gender-based violence, we should have some framework in place to facilitate our work. So if you look at global, regional, or national frameworks, what is there? What do they provide for in that regard?
Thank you so much. So in regards to the frameworks we have, I'll start with our constitution. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda under Objective 14. It's very clear that the state is obligated to protect rights of people. And then we have Article 33, which is rights of women. Because gender-based violence mostly, especially in Uganda, affects more of women than men. However, we're not saying that men are not affected. So Article 33(3) is clear that it's in regards to protecting rights of women. However, in the Objective 14 of the Constitution, it's protection of all rights of people. So that's where you find gender-based violence issues that are aligned. And then we have other laws like the Domestic Violence Act. I'm privileged to be one of those people that belongs to the Domestic Violence Coalition. The people that ensured that we worked on the Domestic Violence Act in Uganda, and it was passed. And FIDA is also a member, and other organizations that are women rights organizations. We also have the Penal Code. However, the Penal Code is a law that has been in existence for ages. So there are many loopholes. We also have the one of prohibition of female genital mutilation. which is in regards to the harmful practices that I told you about. Then we have the Sexual Offences Bill. Now, those are all national. Sexual Offences Bill that was enacted in 2010, but up to today, it's still lagging because people feel it is okay to have issues to do with marital rape, not to consent. So we believe that as women, as men, as children, there's need to pass the Sexual Offences Bill so that it protects all people, because it's a law that consolidates all laws in regards to sexual offences. Then in regards to the regional level, we have what we call the Maputo Protocol. That one is a bit related to the Sexual Offences Bill. It also covers those issues to do with marital rape, to do with abortion, to do with issues to do with LGBTIQ, because in the Sexual Offences Bill, one of the reasons that's why we didn't want it to get passed is because it criminalized. Yes, even sex work. It criminalized sex work. Yet everyone has a right to decide what they can do as a human being. Yes, so see, it has become funny. Then we have the UN Declaration against violence against women. So there are several laws. And we also have the CEDAW, which is mainly in regards to violence against women.
What is the CEDAW in full?
So CEDAW in full, we have it's mainly a AU charter that is against violence against women. But then they make it in form, even Maputo, because it was made in the town of Maputo, yes. Okay. Then we have the Beijing Declaration, Platform for Action. So some people also call it Beijing. So those are some of the laws that are both at national, regional, and the international level. Yes.
Okay, so with that sort of good background in the law, then I'm curious to know then who's responsible for doing what? Whose duty is it to protect, to prevent gender-based violence? Who does the law vest with particular specific mandates in this regard?
So if we go to duty, one of the things that people need to understand is there's a right and a duty, but then it's everyone's duty to make sure that we combat gender-based violence. But then the state, under Objective 14, it's clear that it has to protect rights of the people. And then apart from the state, we the people, as Angela, as a human rights activist, as a lawyer, I also have a right and duty to protect and also ensure that I fight for the rights of the survivors. And then the community leaders, because we have some community leaders that are gatekeepers of patriarchy. And yes, so what I mean mainly, patriarchy is like domination by men, where someone feels that a woman is more inferior to a man, and that's why you'll find people thinking that women are property. So a woman is abused just because a man paid dowry, and then they don't know that dowry is something where the case law is now clear that it's not buying a woman, it's just a gift. So you don't have to beat a woman just because you took something. And then there are also religious institutions. They also have a big role to play. So every time they keep telling women, you have to submit. If a woman beats you, a man beats you, it is okay. So we also have to engage them so that they play their role. And these days they are trying to do a good job, because I've listened to radio stations, TV stations, and it's clear. They tell people that gender-based violence is a vice that needs to be stopped. So all those institutions and individuals have a big role to play. So it starts with you and me, and then it goes to government, and then it goes to the leaders in the community, then it goes to our MPs, it goes to also the international level. And that's why we gave you both national, regional, and international, because it's everyone's duty and role to protect women and men against gender-based violence.
Angela, so having stated the obligations, what would be your assessment of Uganda as a country? How are we doing in as far as the prevention of gender-based violence is concerned? What would be your quick appraisal? How are we doing as a country?
As a country, I'll first appreciate the successes. I'll commend government to some extent that there have been enactment of laws like the Domestic Violence Act. We have the other laws and even the constitution itself. However, there's still a lot that has to be done. For instance, as a government, we have a silent pandemic that most people that are in government have failed to understand. This silent pandemic is gender-based violence, where people are focusing on how many people are dying of COVID, and no one is focusing on how many people are becoming victims and survivors of gender-based violence. So it really, really affects. And then the other thing is in regards to the implementation. We have very, very good laws in Uganda, but then one of the main issues that we face is in regards to the implementation of those laws. So there's lacking in regards to the implementation. And then there's also lacking in regards to sensitization. People don't know these laws. You'll find someone harassing a person online and they'll think it's funny. Someone look at you and they're like, oh, and then they'll give you a sexual comment and they think it is funny, it is okay to look at a woman or a man and you make a sexual comment.
Even men, huh?
Yes, so that's why I said a man or a woman. So this affects either sides. It affects a woman, it affects a man, and it affects also children. Yes.
So it's basically, you're basically saying we are there but not there.
We are there but not there. And then the other thing that has also failed totally is in regards to the shelters. The numbers are increasing. The 2016 demographic survey was clear. 25% of girls get pregnant below the age of 18 years. And since the onset of COVID-19, the numbers have doubled. And in the last report we had, there were over 60 girls that get pregnant below the age of 18. And that is also related to gender-based violence under the form of sexual violence. So you realize that if we have such a number, and then we have a president that will go on television and tell people that if these girls have not died, it is not an issue. That is really, really crap. We can't say that this is an issue. So, because this is a silent pandemic. Every now and then they are releasing numbers of girls that are getting pregnant. And yet we have a government that has done nothing about it. We have no shelter. We have no laws that are implemented that are very clear. Yes. So,
Angela, that's a sort of a sad revelation, really, your closing remarks at that point. But I guess it's time for us to go for a break and cool off a little bit. Then after that, we'll pick on from there. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. Let's go for a quick break. We'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, you know. All the things are the law, you know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity, freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. You know, if you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. The right to work, you have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes.
You know?
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They improve trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. I'm Jonathan Ochom, your host. And today we're sitting with Angela Sime from FIDA Uganda to discuss gender-based violence and how COVID-19 has affected or impacted on the whole gender-based violence discussion situation in the country. So Angela, welcome back.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Before the break, you were unpacking the responsibilities and obligations of the different people. Talked about the state, talked about religious leaders, individuals, and stuff like that. So I want us to switch gears now and then tackle COVID-19. So we have a global pandemic comes to Uganda, and the government, as expected, had to swing in action and put in place a number of stringent measures in order to curb the spread of the virus. And but along the way, we realized number of issues arising along the way. But I'm curious to know from your end, what is your assessment of how COVID-19, the interplay between COVID-19 and gender-based violence?
Thank you, Jonathan. So one of the first things I want to let people know, we've had many people blame COVID to have brought gender-based violence, but COVID is not the problem. It has, COVID is not the problem. It has been there before. Gender-based violence was there before COVID-19. So one of the things we have to understand is when COVID-19 came, the stringent measures that you talked about, the restrictions, the lockdowns, are the ones that accelerated the numbers and increased them. So when people were locked down, especially the first lockdown where people were not allowed to move, and we realized that people like you, the lawyers, were not allowed to work. You are considered non-essential, by the way.
Yeah, so, but the borders were more needed at that point, yeah.
So mainly what you have to understand, those restrictions increased the rate. And then that was because many people were stuck with their abusers. Most of the times, yes.
Okay.
So,
I thought people were stuck with their spouses, their loving spouses.
There are people that were stuck with their loving children, loving spouses, but then there are also those people that were stuck with abusers. Most of the times there are people that will go out there and they look for a sexual partner, but then now you're stuck in a home and you're with people that don't even connect with you. So the next thing you're thinking about is, okay, what do I do now? And one of the things we have to understand is people that are perpetrators of sexual violence don't start during the pandemic, but they have been doing this. Maybe they were doing it with other people, but now that they are stuck in homes with these young children, with the women, with the men, then those become the victims. Because then you can't go out there. Maybe they were having the sexual violence in offices. Now they are home. So who else can you have? It's the people that are at home. I'm one of the people that work with mainly teenage girls. And those are pregnant teenage girls, because I'm also a survivor of sexual harassment that gave birth at the age of 15. But then we got over 80% of cases that were incest cases. You've realized that these are fathers that are defining the girls. These are uncles, these are aunties, these are, you get? So at the end of the day, there are people that have the power and influence. Before COVID, people that had the power and influence were mainly teachers, border riders that take your children home. So those are the people that had the power then. But now you're home. So people were very, very much stuck with those abusers. And that's why the rates increased. And then the other issue was to do with getting services. previously, especially to do with physical violence, even sexual violence. Physical violence will start with the police. Very many people, especially those that live in far-to-reach areas, there was a time where even border borders were restricted to move, and you needed like a letter from the RDC.
Yes.
So when they beat you and you realize that the police station is like 5 hours away, you wonder, how do you get there? You decide to die in silence. You're like, okay, let me not put out the dirty laundry, because what if I don't even reach there? And then the other thing was to do with, apart from the police, to do with the courts. People that are supposed to ensure that these survivors get access to justice, like you and me, we're not out there to provide it, because we were considered non-essential in the first lockdown. So courts were not operating on such matters because, according to the president, he realized and thought that it is okay to tell Ugandans that gender-based violence is not an issue that needs to be concerned and also needs to be addressed where people can access justice. He said, unless it is to do with like murder, to do with robbery, the things to do with gender-based violence, to him were not.
You can understand where he's coming from.
You can't understand if you're someone like me who works with gender-based violence shelters. I've worked with several gender-based violence shelters, not only the Remnant Generation, even Uwanet shelters. Last week we are reopening the shelters of Kamuli and Namutumba. Those are under Uganda Women's Network. And that is in relation to the shrinking civic space. We have a shelter that is closed just because the government is threatened and thinks that women rights organizations are terrorists, which is stupidity, because how do you call a women rights organization a terrorist? So they close the shelters, the numbers are increasing, and these people have nowhere to go. Action Aid also has. But then during the COVID pandemic, we've had a flood where you don't even have where to put survivors, and some of them ended up living in our homes. So it's an issue that was supposed to be tackled. So when it wasn't tackled, it kept accelerating. And then they keep blaming COVID, but it's not COVID, it's the system in place. If the system was in order and people can access justice, people can go to police, people can ensure that there's a shelter. Government has consistently failed to set up a shelter for gender-based violence survivors. And yet it limits the organizations that have put these shelters up. Because we have like 5 women rights organizations that have set up shelters for gender-based violence. But then you realize that even the restrictions that are there to start and also to operate, they are very, very stringent and draconian. So it becomes so hard for these people to provide the service to these, to the survivors. Yes.
So, Angela, you paint a very sad picture. We could be factual, but I'm sort of anxious to know, aren't there things that we can say in this area? The government did well. At least it intervened this way, but tried. This intervention also was considerate of, GBV, and perhaps it tried to cap down the prevalence of GBV. Aren't there, from the COVID response, aren't there things that we can, quote unquote, celebrate as a country from the government's intervention?
The first thing I said, I commended, because the first thing is in regards to the laws. We have the laws, but then we failed on implementation. So it's a success and not a success.
No, I mean in the context of
COVID response.
Yes.
Still, when after the first lockdown, when they opened up and the hospitals are operating, that's a plus. It's a success. And then, but then you realize that even when the hospitals are open, transport fees, too much. Not everyone can afford the transport of taxis now. Even border. They have doubled the price, because the taxi that was taking 14 people is now taking like 7. So if you are living in Tinda and you're going to Masaka, the transport you'll use, let's say it was 20,000, now it is at 40. How many people can afford 40,000? So yes, there are measures that have been done, and we commend and we thank the government that it opened up. And then also we are grateful that also I've realized that there are also areas where the Ministry of Gender, we commend them, especially Angela. Angela, who is also the PS of Ministry of Gender, was part of the opening of the shelters of Uganda Women's Network. Even AIGP Hassan Kasinje. That shows that they have also played their role, not only as government people, but also as individuals, to ensure that this is worked on. So them being present and also encouraging people to come up and go to the shelter for their services means that government has tried and it has done something. But then we're not saying that it should stop. It should do better. We expect more from this government. Yes, we don't only expect peanuts. We expect something big. But then we also have a role to play. That's why you've said as feeder, we make sure that these women, children get access to justice. And then we don't only work alone, we work with the Domestic Violence Act Coalition, where you'll find the Uganda Women's Network, you'll find the Action Aids, who have shelters, and they're also playing their role. But then when they're playing their role and you shrink their space, then that becomes a problem. Yes.
So, Angela, you've highlighted the challenge that government has gotten itself in, but I'm then curious to know, what role do you think that ordinary people at the family level, because it's important also to highlight, the community aspect. We can't push everything to government, whatever the justifications. What do you think the people could have done or should do, because we're still living under COVID measures anyway, to prevent GBV, especially in extraordinary times like now, at the community, family, individual level?
So first and foremost is main desensitization. As community leaders, the time they were getting those microphones or whatever they are called, to tell people that mask up, they would also have used that chance to tell people and inform them about this silent pandemic, which is gender-based violence. And then also open their doors and inform people that in case anything happens, we are open, you can come and report. Because the other thing that really affects people is in regards to the norms, where someone can't speak up, saying that you're a survivor of gender-based violence is seen like a taboo. How do you say that? You're putting the dirty laundry out there. But then if we sat down as the community leaders, and they did that, but then we start from family. So as I'm a mother of a 14-year-old son. I always sit him down and we have the conversations in regard to sex education. I tell him, if they touch you like this, if they do this to you, if they make these comments, this is what happens. Please report. So encourage people starting from home to speak up. To speak up when they get issues to do with gender-based violence. But also make sure that other forums, because if you can't access the police because it's far, then let the LC be nearby and let the LC have, because they gave them motorbikes, I remember. So they can drive those survivors to the police station. Yeah. So it will start from family, where we talk to our children, then it will go to the leaders, and then it will go to government, because government indeed can't do everything. And then also as civil society and women rights organizations working together, because that is one of the main reasons and also a way that we've tried to make sure that that happens. And then other ways works to do with the toll-free lines. Many people, I also commend Uganda Police Force. They also got a toll-free line in regards
for GBV?
Yes, for GBV. Okay. Even other organizations, FIDA got, we have a toll-free line also in regards to GBV and other cases to do with women and children, Women's Pro Bono Initiative, the Remnant Generation, and other organizations. So really, there's a lot that has been done, but then there's more that needs to be done.
A lot that needs to be done. Then in terms of the legal framework, which is one of the core obligations of the state, you've highlighted that there were a number of still challenges with the law. Are there specific laws that you are pushing for their reform to protect GBV?
Yes. So the main law that we're pushing for is the Sexual Offences Bill. Sexual Offences Bill is the law that consolidates all laws concerning sexual offences. And it will work on in regards to the punishing the offender and then ensuring that the survivor is catered for, not only in court, but also mentally. So when this law is passed, then it becomes very, very easy. And then the laws we had previously, as I told you, like the penal code, these are laws that were made during the colonial times. They don't address issues to do with online sexual violence.
Contemporary.
It doesn't, yes. By then we had norms where a woman was property. They don't address issues of marital rape. They don't address issues of consent. So if this law that addresses all those things is passed, then we'll see something that happens. And then the other thing is in regards to the institutions. We realized that some institutions of higher learning were closed, but then others were operating. I'm happy to inform you that under FIDA Uganda, we worked with Makerere University, which is like the first university in Uganda or the public university, and we made sure that we had the policy which they had against sexual harassment was reviewed, because it was a policy that was enacted 12 years ago. And I'm privileged to inform you that as under FIDA as sent to be one of the committee members that participates in reviewing it with Professors Livia Tamales and gender mainstreaming directory. So right now, when we finished reviewing it, it was passed, so it will also help in regards to institutions of higher learning.
Okay, Angela, that's an important point. Perhaps we'll go for a break for now, and then we'll return and then try to project the future and see how we can prepare ourselves. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. Today we're discussing gender-based violence and its connection with COVID-19. Let's go for a short break. We'll be right back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. I'm your host, Jonathan Ocho, and today we are sitting with Angela Sime from FIDA, Uganda, to discuss the connection between COVID-19 and gender-based violence in the country. Angela, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
So this is our final segment where we look at the future, because we recognize the fact that, yes, we're in pandemic times right now. It could come to an end at a certain point. It could stay for 5 or 10 years or whatever it is. Hopefully it doesn't. But then also we could find ourselves in with another problem of a similar magnitude. And as a country, it's important to sort of pick lessons from COVID-19. So I thought we could start by discussing from the angle of preventing gender-based violence. What lessons do we learn from the current COVID pandemic and our response to it? What have we learned that can inform our actions for the future? Then perhaps later we shall then talk about specific recommendations, but I thought we could start by lessons first.
One of the lessons we've learned is in regards to family. Family being the main unit. You know, previously people were more into sending children to schools. And as parents, we were so redundant and we didn't play our role. So one of the lessons we learned is, let's have our children get the conversations in regards to sex education so they're able to break the silence and report. Then in regards to government, one of the challenges was to do with allocating funds in regards to gender-based violence. Going forward, we learn a lesson that there's need to ensure that when they're allocating funds, they need to also consider other emerging issues, not just the pandemic. So you don't focus only on the pandemic and leave other challenges that are facing in the country, because also other things came up like land, but also mainly the main thing that rose was gender-based violence. So we don't only have to focus on the pandemic, but the country has to continue running. And then the other lesson we learn is that everyone is essential. What are the things we learned in Uganda? That without one structure, the other can't survive.
True.
Yes, so that's one of the other lessons, that we should know that everyone is essential in their own way, and everyone contributes to the other person's work. So we need everyone. And lastly, the other lesson we need to get is working together, collaborations. I like the collaboration, like I told you, our government now is coming on board to work with women rights organizations in combating gender-based violence. So we should continue with that, working together in ensuring that we end gender-based violence. But then ensuring also, the other lesson we learn is that there's need to have platforms that are safe spaces. And safe spaces to do with shelters, to do with going to police. Good thing they have now a department to do with the women and the children. So having those spaces, not just there, but then training these people and ensuring that when people grant to them, they can provide the support that they need. Yeah, so those are some of the lessons we learned.
Okay, now we then need to think about where we're headed. Scenario, let's think that Angela is the next, Minister of Justice, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, sort of in a docket, in a position of responsibility that, has a higher say or a higher mandate on prevention of gender-based violence in the country, what would be those recommendations that you'd push for to ensure that if we find ourselves in a similar situation, the country is prepared? Because I think when this started, people used to think it's a problem of China. It's a problem of the rich world. It can't reach here in Africa. And remember at the start, they were saying that it doesn't even catch Africans. You know, black people are okay. And then until the thing came through into the airport and spread across the country. So what would be those things that you'd say, you know, government, ABCD, prepare now so that if we find ourselves in this, we'll be able to maneuver through and ensure that GBV is prevented in Uganda?
In regards to government, one of the main things would be in regards to passing the sexual offences bill, because it addresses at least 90%. I wouldn't say like everything, but at least 90%. However, they have to remove the clauses that are criminalizing other people's rights.
Yes.
And then the other thing is in regards to ensuring that perpetrators are held accountable. We've seen as one of the people that spearheaded Justice for Samantha campaign, and it was in regards to ending sexual harassment in the workplace. But then we see the alleged perpetrators not tried under courts of law, but then promoted from a deputy solicitor general to court of appeal. So we need to have stringent measures of ensuring that the perpetrators or the alleged perpetrators are brought to book, where the survivors can feel safe that, okay, if court said that this person is innocent, then that's okay. But then if you don't try this person in a clear court, which is a court of judicature, then it doesn't also help the survivor, because the survivor will also suffer again. And then the other issue is in regards to ensuring that the laws we have are implemented. Because like you said, if as Minister of Justice, I would ensure the first thing was to ensure that there are measures that are clear and these laws are implemented. Because having good laws like the Constitution and all these other laws, and these laws are not even implemented, doesn't help anyone. Yes. And also maybe encouraging people out there to break the silence.
Yes.
To break the silence and know that this vice, if you don't break the silence, then you can't help other people that come out there and they're also survivors. But when you break the silence, like Angela comes here and tells you that she's a survivor of sexual harassment, then it is easier for the other person to also speak up. So encourage more people to speak up. Then we also need to ensure that even the institutions that help in combating gender-based violence, like the police, courts, local councils, we need to have more trainings. I commend women rights organizations, especially FIDA, the Remnant Generation, Uganda Women's Network, who have done a great job at training police officers, at training cultural leaders, religious leaders in regards to combating sexual and gender-based violence. But there's more that needs to be done, especially at government level, where now the women rights organizations have done this. So they should also complement and do something in regards to that. So those are some of the things that need to be done in regards to combating gender-based violence.
You highlighted training as an area of investment, but I'm sort of curious to know what other areas do you think need government deliberate attention on? Because I know if you talk about training, you're talking about resources. What are the other areas that actually resources should be dedicated to? So that we're able to deal with pandemics or any other situation like COVID-19 and prevent GBV.
The other areas in regards to resources is to do with our budgeting, especially the national budget. Realize that most of the times, even now when COVID came, since the onset of COVID, all the money is directed to COVID. So they need to allocate some money in regards to Ministry of Gender and towards fighting or combating gender-based violence. Because if most of the people who were engaging in Ministry of Gender, they were like, okay, we also want to support, but then we don't have a budget for this. And there's nothing much you can do about it. So as women rights organizations, if you're to work with them, you'll end up even funding them. You'll pay for most of their services to make sure that something works out. So there's also need to also ensure that they direct some funds in that docket. Yes.
As we come to the end, Angela, I want to sort of get your parting shot, but in the form of want to make a case why we should invest in prevention of gender-based violence. What benefit shall we reap as a country when GBV is prevented as we come to the end of the show?
When GBV is prevented in Uganda and in the world, women and girls can achieve their full potential. As Angela Simwe, a survivor of sexual harassment that gave birth at the age of 15, I was able to achieve that because I broke the silence. So if we invest in this, then more girls can be like Angela, and even better, then more girls and women, plus even men and boys who are survivors of sexual harassment, they can be able to achieve their full potential. They can be able to achieve gender equality, and then they can contribute to the development of the country as Uganda, but also Africa and beyond.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Angela, for taking your time to be with us here on House of Talent Television, discussing COVID-19 and the relationship with the gender-based violence. You've made very strong points for the need for the government to invest in areas that matter, training, skilling of actors on prevention of gender-based violence. You've also emphasized the role of the community in preventing GBV and the fact that all of us have a role in this country, not just only government, religious leaders, cultural leaders, as a family and individuals who have a critical role to play in preventing gender-based violence, especially in critical times like now that we find ourselves in because of the global pandemic. With that, we've come to the end of today's edition of You and the Law. I've been your host, Jonathan Ochom. Next time, we'll have a discussion on yet another right which has been affected by COVID-19. Until then, bye.
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Hello?
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Hello, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. You and the Law is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on discussing the law and simplifying it for the ordinary person in this country, be it a teacher, be it a boda, be it a doctor, anyone that you know that lives in this country needs to know the law. And here, our work is to simplify it, demystify concepts around the law, and make it a lifestyle for people in Uganda to know the law and live within its means. This edition of You and the Law is focusing on COVID-19 and its effects on human rights law. As you may know, COVID-19 came and disorganized our country, messed up our healthcare system, brought our economy down, but along the way, it also disorganized our rights. A lot of rights have been affected, as we've discussed in previous editions, and today, we focus on the right to property, specifically the right to land. As you know, land injustices have been a big problem in this country for decades, and the advent of COVID-19 has only worsened the situation, especially for poor and vulnerable people in our communities. To help us unpack this session today, I am joined by Rebecca Atayo, a legal officer at Land Uganda. Rebecca, you're welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. It's a pleasure to be here.
How have you been?
Been okay, been good.
And I know that when this virus, came in, we had to reconfigure so many things, workplaces, our lifestyles changed. How has COVID-19 affected you as a person, as a professional? What could you just share in terms of your work and how it has been affected by COVID-19?
Well, as a person, it's definitely been different. The times in which we move are restricted. The places that we can access are also equally restricted. But also in terms of the workplace, the way in which we work generally has changed. We work more remotely now. You can work from home, always on Zoom meetings, one meeting after the other, and you never get time to now no specified hours of work. You basically work around the clock. So personally, I would say that would be the biggest change. Professionally, still, I think there are restrictions in offices that we can access now and when we can access, or how our modes of work. So that would basically be what I would say has changed.
Okay, so you come from Land Uganda, which is perhaps one of the leading technical organizations on land matters in this country. I thought maybe you could start by telling us a little bit about the organization that you work for and the kind of work that you do at LandNet.
LandNet Uganda is a non-governmental / civil society organization that basically does work around land governance, land management, and access to land justice. Our main areas of work are around policy and legal reform, advocacy on land, gender, and natural resource issues, and doing research for purposes of also policy and legal reform. So those are our main areas of work and how we do our work at LandNet Uganda. Like I mentioned earlier, our core focus areas are gender, land, and natural resources.
Okay. And in terms of, talked about legal reform, so since this is You and the Law, I thought maybe you could just give us a sneak peek into some of the laws that you've been working on reforming in this country. Those perhaps you've already accomplished, or those that are in the works. Could you just...
As LandNet Uganda?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, LandNet Uganda, together with the Women Land Rights Movement, spearheaded the reform of the Succession Act that is currently still undergoing reform. So they were key in mobilizing other organizations to come together and advocate for the reform of this law, because it directly affects issues around access and control of land as a resource, because inheritance is one of the forms in which land is transmitted. So it spearheaded efforts around advocacy, did a lot of research, produced issues papers, produced a policy paper around it, and a series of issues that issue papers dealing with direct issues or clauses within that particular law. So it also sponsored that bill in Parliament together with WOPA for it as a private members bill.
WOPA is the
Uganda Women Parliamentary Association.
Okay.
Then we also worked together with the German embassy on the land acquisition bill.
Yes.
And
very controversial area.
Definitely, very, very controversial. And we brought key stakeholders together to try and brainstorm on what should be reflected within this law. What kind of law do we want to see, and what would work best for Ugandans? So those are the two main bills that we have worked on so far as LandNet Uganda. But we also look forward to the ongoing reforms that are allegedly on the way. We hope that we'll participate actively and be at the forefront of basically having a voice or having input into those processes.
That's interesting, because I think the current term of office, the president has been very deliberate about the need for land reforms, and I hope you'll get the time to opportunity to be part of those spaces. So coming back to COVID-19, like talked about how it has, reconfigured the whole world and affected some of the fundamental rights that we have. And today we're specifically talking about land, and I thought we could start by sort of having an understanding of what actually, when you talk about land rights, what exactly are we talking about? Because I think sometimes it's easier to throw these words around, and we've not had the time to reflect
what
on
exactly
what
we're
actually
talking
this,
about. Yes. So land and property rights are usually, say, encompassed together, because one is we could say a subset of the other. Land is a form of property that's passed on. But generally, property ownership is structured on layers of social organization, and these are signified by various social phenomena, including cultural beliefs, legal institutions, social practices, and social relations. So these relations basically are what contribute to create land rights or influence what looks like.
Basically the context.
Yes,
that
the
we live in.
context of land rights. So it will be different for societies, but also different for different jurisdictions, because they are influenced by different legal frameworks. So, but generally, the interests usually created are around interests or rights to use, rights to own, rights to control, dispose, alienate, lease, sale, and things like that. So those are some of the components of what constitutes land rights. But even the concept of property can be traced back to Roman law, which basically introduced what property is and what possession is. So their understanding of property was like in English law, what would amount to absolute ownership.
Okay.
Yes, and within absolute ownership, you had use rights, you had the rights to enjoy the fruits from that land, and then you had the rights to dispose of.
If you grow your matoke,
exactly,
you have the right to.
Yes, to benefit from that plant. Whatever is grown on that land will be for your benefit as the person with absolute property rights, so absolute ownership. Yes.
Okay, and those things sort of you're explaining, I believe should have some legal backing. So I'm wondering, so when you talk about land rights, exactly, is there a law that specifies what those rights are that you're explaining about using or owning, controlling?
Okay, so Land as a human right has not yet been explicitly codified within international instruments as a human right or recognized as a
it just exists in the air.
Human right. So you won't find say a soft law instrument that specifically speaks to the right to land or the human right of
Isn't
land.
that sad?
Well, it is, because there are very many valid arguments for why land as a human right should be long-standing and not encompassed or seen as a transient right to obtain or enjoy other rights. So it's linked closely to the right to food, the right to housing, the right to an adequate standard of living, the right to cultural and social, to enjoy cultural and social beliefs. So within those particular frameworks, they recognize that it's important to have land as a component, or to recognize its centrality in being able to enjoy those particular rights.
Okay, let's go for a break at this point, and then when we get back, we'll sort of build on that conversation. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition, and today we're discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on land and property rights here in Uganda. And we're joined by Rebecca Tayo from Land Uganda. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back. Hello, welcome to this edition of. But what does it mean to be married? How does the law look at marriage? So this conversation today will focus on for people to just know about the law. Because I know you've been teaching law and practicing law for.
If you go to a restaurant, you must ensure that you have the money, because you're consuming someone's energy and investment.
Yeah.
So you must be able to pay for that. So we interact with the law at all times.
It's part of our everyday life.
Yes.
Man, you don't want to be in trouble after many years of working hard only to realize that you have no rights at all, simply because you didn't celebrate any of the marriages that are recognized within the laws of Uganda. With that, we come to the end of this edition of You and the Law. It's a bye from us. See you next time. Welcome back. You're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition, here on House of Talent Television, proudly brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda in partnership with I4C Africa Hub. And today we're discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on human rights here in Uganda, and specifically on the right to land and the right to property. So, Rebecca, before the break, we were talking about how understanding the law, the legal framework around property rights, and you were sort of giving us the international angle. Could we sort of try to move deep down now into our country, sort of as part of our background, that what law sort of provides for the right to property and specifically the right to land, and then have a discussion on how the rights the duty that the state has in this effect, especially in the angle of COVID-19 now, raising a number of challenges that are affecting people's right to property and specifically the right to land.
Okay, so particularly for our national context, we'll start with Article 237 of the Constitution that recognizes that land is owned by the citizens of Uganda according to the 4 tenure systems. That's Milo, freehold, leasehold, and customary land tenure. So that already tells you that land here is owned by the citizens.
By us.
Yes, by us, and
by
not
the
necessarily
viewers.
by the state. And then it also comes down and breaks it down further and says in Article 26 that every person shall have the right to own property either as an individual or jointly with others. So those are the 2 main clauses of the constitutions that we refer to when we talk about land rights. Yes.
Okay. And then is there any other law in the country?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a number of laws that relate to land. We have the Land Act of 1998.
Wow, okay.
We have the Mortgage Act. We have the Registration of Titles Act. We have the Land Acquisition Act. We have, I think it's the Access to Roads Act.
Oh,
or the
yeah.
National
There's
Roads
so
Act.
many.
Yes.
Yes.
We have laws relating to valuation, the Survey Act. So there are a number of laws that really govern land management and government.
Okay. So then looking at land as a human right, under the law, the state has given specific obligations on how to protect obligation in terms of ensuring that people's rights to land and other property is protected. So I'm wondering, what does that practically mean from the angle of land? And then we'll try to see how that has worked in these COVID times. Yeah.
So the state as a duty bearer has a number of obligations it has to perform in order to protect, promote and fulfill the right to land, even though we already mentioned that the right to land is not a long-standing right, but we derive it from other rights. One, the state has an obligation to ensure that the right to land is enjoyed by all without discrimination. So that means they have to remove and prohibit all forms of discrimination when it comes to access, when it comes to use, control, and management of land.
So you can't say persons with disabilities or women can't own land.
Yes.
It's everyone.
Yes. Everyone should be given the opportunity. And where, as a result of, say, culture or traditions, there are certain discriminatory practices that are in place, then the state has to take further action through affirmative action to make sure that special attention is given to those particular groups to eliminate that discrimination. Then the state also has to refrain from measures that would cause the enjoyment of the right to land and natural resources to regress. So obligations against regression. So for example, if you remember the debate that we had around the land acquisition bill, putting clauses that as if limit unjustly the right to property because compensation was not happening prior to taking over possession.
So basically the state was running away from...
So that the state was regressing by if it indeed went ahead, if it had gone ahead and passed it as a law, that would be a retrogressive step.
So then with those sort of clear roles, COVID-19 then comes and sort of disorganizes how things have been. And I'm wondering, how has this virus, the pandemic, how has it strictly affected land rights in Uganda? Because like I indicated at the start of the program, that there was already we've had so many land issues in this country. So COVID-19 just basically came and sort of worsened the situation. So I'm wondering, how has it been, how has COVID-19 affected land rights in Uganda?
Okay, COVID-19, just like any other sector, the land sector was not spared. So it was affected in various ways. One, in terms of land administration, I think during this period, the Ministry of Lands halted certain operations. And because of this, for example, MZOs were not, ministerial zonal offices were not fully operational as they had been before. So the effect was that transactions were a bit paused. It was not easy for transactions to be ongoing because a number of officers were not in office at that time. But it also delayed, for let's say in terms of accessing these offices by the vulnerable, it was so much harder to get there because of access in terms of movement. So that was also detrimental. In terms of tenure security, we would say, especially for vulnerable groups such as women, what happened is that a number of women, this may seem far-fetched, but a number of women lost spouses as a result of COVID-19. And we know that women's rights to land and property are hinged on male relation in many instances in their family. So when you lose a husband, you're put at risk because you may be chased out of that land or disinherited because you don't have the attachment to the male personality within the family. Then in terms of access to land, justice as well, courts were not fully operational during that time. So people who are suffering some form of human rights violations on their land or were victims of forced evictions were not easily accessing the courts.
I think there was even a report that actually showed sort of an increase in
land evictions despite the fact that the ministry had issued directives. The increase in forced land eviction was reflected. So there is definitely that. It also affected livelihoods. Land is a factor of production for agriculture. So during this period, farmers were not able to access inputs for land, but also if you have managed to finally have harvest, you're not able to access markets, or the demand for the product the supply was too much and the demand had gone down.
I think I saw farmers selling a matoke at
500 shillings.
1,000 shillings a bunch, a cluster, or whatever.
So those are some of the effects of COVID-19 on the sector.
And perhaps before we go for a break, we need to have sort of a conversation on some of the measures. I know you hinted on them that the government of Uganda put in place to try to address some of the effects that COVID-19 has had on the land sector. But maybe we'll pick on that after a short break. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition, and today we're discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on land rights in Uganda. We're joined by Rebecca Tayo, the legal officer at Landnet Uganda, one of the leading organizations working on land issues in this country. Let's go for a short break. We'll be right back. Then you spread the love. Yeah, so Emma, how have you been?
Well, I've been great.
Yeah, we're coming in from 42 days of a lockdown. How has it been on your end?
It's been quite difficult. You know, you wake up in the morning, you sit around the compound, you look at the time. You know, you lose sense of the calendar because you fail to understand which is a Monday and which is a Sunday.
You're even lucky that you have a compound. Some people live in one-bedroom houses and
Yes.
have nothing to look except their iron sheets.
Yeah, sure.
So and really, you're our first guest really on this program. And why do you think it's sort of important for people to just know about the law? Because I know you've been teaching law and practicing law for all these years. Yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you. You know, when it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. All the things are the law. When you jump on a border, there is law. When you're driving, we're talking about traffic. If you go to a restaurant, you must ensure that you have the money because you're consuming someone's energy and investment. So you must be able to pay for that. So we interact with the law at all times.
It's part of our everyday life.
Yes.
Man, you don't want to be in trouble after many years of working hard only to realize that you have no rights at all simply because you didn't celebrate any of the marriages that are recognized within the laws of Uganda. With that, we come to the end of this edition of You and the Law. It's a bye from us. See you next time. Welcome back. You're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition, and today we're discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on land rights in Uganda. And we're joined by Ms. Rebecca Tayo, legal officer at Landnet Uganda. Rebecca, before we went for a break, we started this conversation around the measure that government of Uganda put in place to try to protect land rights amidst, an unforgiving pandemic. that COVID-19 has been. And so I thought maybe we could pick on the conversation from there. What are some of the things that government of Uganda, either through the Ministry of Lands and other organizations, do to try to protect people amidst, such a trying time?
Thank you, Jonathan. I think I know of only about 2 or 3 measures by the ministry. They could be more, but I think the right person to mention them would be from the ministry. So one of them was a directive issued by the ministry to stop evictions during the lockdown period. I think the ministry even went further to have discussions with the judiciary on these evictions and eviction notices, and a practice directive was issued by the Chief Justice to also halt evictions during this period. And then where they were not, it was not possible to halt them, these evictions were to be verified by the courts that issued them before they could be executed. Yeah.
I mean, it's very interesting because then they seem to have focused only on matters that maybe for things that will be, before court. I don't know if there's anything they did around resolving land issues, say, around during using the local council codes or other structures, because I'm sure that even within them, there were a lot of cases arising in this period. But again, like you said, some of these issues are better explained by the people in the ministry. But we could then sort of try then to look at what do you make of those interventions? Did they work? Didn't they work? What could have been, any challenges encountered in the course of trying to enforce some of those protections that were issued by the government of Uganda?
Maybe I'll start by referring back to what you said, that the focus was mainly on evictions and evictions that are issued by court. All legal evictions must be issued through a court order. But I think at the time the government was looking at which is the biggest threat right now, which is possibly rendering some people landless and having nowhere to go during desperate times. So it was trying to avoid that, and it seemed like the biggest threat at that point. So I imagine that is why the ministry decided to focus, the ministry and judiciary, on land evictions during that time.
Well, it's a big problem in the country anyway.
Yes, it is. It's definitely a big problem. And then also the spirit or the attitude of impunity, that despite there being practice directives, despite there being practice directions, and directives by the ministry, evictions continued to happen. Each and every other day on the media, we saw an eviction story happening. So I think, of course, these measures did not necessarily work. Because it continued to happen despite,
It's interesting because I think, well-intended as the measures could be, but I think we have lived long enough in this country to also know that maybe there are a bit of some exceptions that happen in the course of enforcing some of these measures. But then, this is 2021. We don't know what could happen in 2023, 2025. The dynamics of this virus are not yet very, clear to everyone. We don't know how long it's going to take. But we're wondering if we find ourselves in a situation like this, perhaps in another 5 or 10 years, what could be sort of your ideas around measures for protecting land rights in difficult times like the ones that we find ourselves in at the moment? Because part of the essence of this show is really to generate policy proposals, recommendations that can be picked on in future if we find ourselves in a situation that may not be a pandemic, it could be something else, but something of this magnitude that disorganizes our normal lives.
I'd say it's important for say the state as a duty bearer to recognize, first of all, view land as a human right. So put first, before anything, instead of viewing land as a possible commodity and financial asset, and viewing it mainly through the lens of investment and production and an aid to economic development, view land as a human right.
As an entitlement.
Yes, and basically what you're doing by doing that, what you're trying to achieve by doing that is to put before anything else people's needs on land, people's aspirations when it comes to land, putting first people's livelihoods, because then you recognize the centrality in land in having a dignified and self-sustaining and self-determined community. So it's important for them to look at land rights from that angle in order to have their priorities right. Yeah.
It's an interesting angle to look at it, because I think the lens that through which a government always operates is to see this as a tool for development and not something that people should, should have as a right, much as there's sort of that recognition for of land rights as a right. But I thought that perhaps we could try to explain further, expound on the roles of the state, because you indicated at the start that land rights are human rights, and the state has very many obligations in this area, and I thought maybe you wanted to expound on those areas again as part of our way of also thinking of a way forward.
I think aside from the ones I already mentioned, the state also has the duty to fulfill the right to land, and this basically means that the state has an obligation, or would ordinarily have an obligation, to provide or make land more accessible, or ensure that citizens have better control, tenure security of their land, and it's not susceptible to threat. So even for landless communities, it's important that the government provides land because of what it signifies. That means they'll have food security. That means they'll have access to some form of livelihood. So I think government has done that, especially for refugee communities where it has provided land.
There's a complaint that we seem to pay a lot of attention to
refugees as opposed to Ugandans. Anyway, but yeah, so they have the obligation to fulfill the right to land, but they also have the obligation rather to protect that right from threat.
What does that practically entail? Like, how does the government protect people's?
I think protecting basically is ensuring that that right is not threatened. And what that would look like would be putting in place laws and policies that entrench and protect this right, but also ensuring that there are laws that sanction third parties who threaten this right. That could be individuals, that could be corporations, other entities that threaten the right to land on individuals. So protecting takes that form of ensuring that this right is not threatened.
Some people argue that some individuals could be different to distinguish from a duty bearer. I don't know what you think.
Well, I don't want to speculate, but it seems to be the case. That's true. But the state has to distinguish itself from particular agents of the state or arms of, or particular individuals, and play its role to protect generally its citizens when it comes to their right to land. Then it also has, I think we talked about protection, we've talked about fulfillment, we talked about restraining from retrogression, also promote this right or promote the right to land. So promotion is basically ensuring that this right is enjoyed. Citizens are able to enjoy their land, facilitating transactions in a seamless and easeless manner, ensuring that there is a security of tenure both for people with titled land and non-titled land.
For us, the customary land
owners, among other things.
We own our land through stories.
Exactly.
That, I inherited from my father, and my father got from his father, and and the circle sort of continue. Yeah. But then I could then ask that, in terms of the challenges that are encountered, you know, either by the state in trying to protect people in this period, but also, you know, individuals, what could be your sort of your highlight of sort of the key challenges that have been affecting people's ability to protect their land rights, more so in difficult times like what we're having today because of COVID-19?
I think the biggest challenge that individuals have is the threat to their security of tenure. And this is not just perceived, because security of tenure is mostly a perception that that you're secure on your land and your rights are indivisible against a third party and against the whole world. But right now, people are no longer secure, even with title. There is no title security, because you don't know who may come out and claim or put a claim to the same piece of land. So for me, I think that is the biggest challenge that we face currently. It's even worse for people who don't have any form of documentation to show.
Over
that
70 or something percent.
Yes. So for me, that's the biggest challenge that people.
And then for the government, because like you said, we have good laws in place and everything. But what has been affecting government's ability to protect rights amid this period? Because it clearly laid out the obligation that the state have to respect, protect, and to fulfill. What would you think are the hindrances that have sort of stopped, enabled those things to continue happening, yet the government has still the obligation? I mean, has put in place a bit of infrastructure to try to handle this. Why are they not being able to fulfill their mandate?
Their obligations. I think for me, I would narrow it down to about three things. One is, first of all, even in terms of capacity, the government is still, especially Ministry of Lands, there are capacity issues, human resource, but also financially, in ensuring that they're able to deliver on their mandate when it comes to protection of human rights. Secondly, there's also just a culture of impunity. Even when the ministry goes ahead to issue some form of directive to protect citizens, it's not respected by many. They still want an abuse of these directives. So that is definitely a challenge, and it just requires some form of mindset shift from the public generally. Then another challenge that I think the ministry is experiencing would be in terms of
you're raising challenges, and I mean, for the ordinary person, that looks a bit, you know, tricky, because people always assume that the state has obligation because it has the resources, it has the you know, the instruments of coercion, and is in a better place to protect people, especially in a time like this. So, I mean, having you discuss their challenges, I mean, I think for ordinary person could be really heart-wrenching. In the middle of the show, we talked about the fact that most of the directives that have been put in place by the government to curb land rights violations during COVID-19 seem to have been centered more towards matters that were before court, eviction and stuff like that. And some people have been urging that perhaps the closure of courts, the failure of the justice system to operate during the pandemic, raises the need for alternative ways of resolving disputes. And I thought I would pick your mind. How do you think, first of all, what are the alternative models that exist for resolving land cases in this country? And how do you think they would have been effective in enabling people enjoy their rights or protecting people's rights during the coronavirus pandemic?
Of course, the local council courts are an alternative. It's still part of the formal justice system and the formal justice structure, but they're an alternative that could be exploited because they are closest to the people, they come from within the community, so they understand the context in which they operate. So that's an avenue that we could look at exploiting. for customary tenure, we have clan structures, we have family structures that could also be exploited to deal with land rights violations within these particular areas. I think the biggest issue would be trying to capacitate these particular structures to perform their roles and carry out their duties.
Some people say that some of them have never even seen the constitution.
Yes,
and,
so and it's not a lie, because a majority of them may not even know how to convene the court, how to issue judgment, summon witnesses, things like those. So you find that even for the elite, they would not turn to these structures because they don't have confidence in the kinds of judgments that would be issued. They don't believe in due process, probably, or in many instances, people feel like because they are from within the community, they could be easily compromised.
Because they are relatives, friends.
So issues like that. But I think that particular structure, the LC2, which is I think the first court of instance for land matters, could be exploited to deliver justice.
Okay. I mean, interesting angles, and I think viewers, as we come to the tail end of this conversation, it's important for us to understand what mechanisms are in place for us to resolve land conflict under normal times, but also more importantly during periods like this, when the normal functioning of the judicial system is heavily compromised because of the need to protect people from, contracting or spreading the coronavirus or any other pandemic that might hit us soon. As we come to the end, Rebecca, what could be your parting shot, really, and what message would you leave out to Ugandans out there who are watching this program, who have been affected by COVID-19, especially from the angle of their property right? What options would you give them now that maybe things are normalizing or might be normalizing soon?
For Ugandans who have been affected during this period, first of all, I would implore them not to lose hope. There's still avenues through which you can access justice. The courts are now fully operational, I think, and they have also adopted technological changes. So you can approach the courts for whatever needs or justice needs that you may have, but also utilize the local council system, utilize traditional systems if you're within the tenure system or the customary land tenure system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. With that, viewers, we've come to the end of today's episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition. We've been privileged to host Ms. Rebecca Tayo, the legal officer at Land Uganda. Until next week, when we discuss another topical area of interest from the human rights angle. It's a bye from now from us here at House of Talent Studio. See you. COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host.
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
Sinnabako byenda banze sinnabako wendaga maaso ku lutimbe gwe kanula amatoola be ennyindo zisamuka amaaso gawulira mpewo kabootonga enziku oba mukenenya byonna mponya zirwala bigalanga olugattako pulesa balwala sukaali na munnyo nze bunzaali kano kekatta emmese kekatta ebiyenje kana akayimba katta n'ebiku ebyabateesi ndi musezi ntambula kiro nebakamisana gyenzanyumya ebitanyuma ajimba bye banaalaba nvumbula binajja nvunza mu sikaati mbatambuza ensi yonna nga nfuse ekilipsi ndi mbaale mu malewa nti Kampala mu bafere jinja lya mukiira nze tololo mu seminti sinyoomwa neddira ssanyu akabbiro byoya bwompa akati misinde nzaasembayo okutuuka ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya nkuwa kawoowo bagamba Kampala nze kalina potential ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya nkuwa kawoowo bagamba Kampala nze kalina potential commercialization ibisange ku citation nazalibwa kuba nze byemmanyi nkuwa education nakyo born killer nsanga mu sitenseni bwentugantuga barapa bonneno tension tebandoga nzibyesho nze siwanda muliro tebanyigannako nsambye mike evumbeera stocks nzisudde eri kondomu nzisambye eri nzadde rapu omu Kampala aleeta pampa gamba kwesto neibura tibebase nnyo omuzukulu azadde balongo mu jeno twalule gamba zalya nkuba nnyo Juliana akuze nnyo gamba endiza ya luzinda ng'emyaka tegigenda tuli Kampala mu bwengula minibazi twambula banaatera kutugaana kuzaala mbujjaamu aweze amata tunywa gambuzi oluusi bakama nnume tumwongere ekisanje kiddako tunywe ku gente ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya nkuwa kawoowo bagamba Kampala nze kalina potential ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya nkuwa kawoowo bagamba Kampala nze kalina potential emyaka giba gitandika nze nnyongera kulukuta nina sitoleza okutandika ssebo okutafuta amanya Nelson Saint kuba kugattako nze yasikira abennamugongo nga babokyezza ndi mutume natumibwa kuba abakalimputtu mu Buganda bamanyiko kimusoza masowaani nsokanga kulyate nenaaba olw'engalo bakabasajja banneesi bakona gye nakoowa sigenda sikoowa sigejja nkyusa nekkala abasiima ogenze valuvalu mu hapo vipi sema tubeera tuddamu nti hapo saawa nze kanzire Dar es Salaam twogere ebisingawo ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya nkuwa kawoowo bagamba Kampala nze kalina potential ntuuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya nkuwa kawoowo bagamba Kampala nze kalina potential yes nze mbongera buwoowo anti-commercialization omulondo n'engero kakubidde wano kakubidde waffe kakubidde eno Saint Nelly kikola sense nnyo neera neno Nelly
So I'm a rebel with the trouble. They all tremble when I babble. Make them wobble, make them rumble. Give them trouble cause they gamble. Man, I'm a gamble, sakata fimbo, sakata flow. Now we go, tumble in the jumble. Then we go, wumbo lombo, wibble, wabble, wabble. Mpola mpola, sebo, sebo. Mini stacky mambo jumbo. I bounce like a dribble. I ball like Mutombo. Going global like the mobile. Now police are black label. Mimi ni wanna rebel. Where I'm from is called Kampala, it's Kawempe. Up to Calcutta to the whole wide world. Yes, sir. We'll be taking over the whole globe real soon. Where you from? Where you from?
Oh, from Kingston to the Congo, rap spear, we do it like the jungle, you know? From Crown Ice with them bug mango. We tell you right now, we tougher and tougher and tougher. We get stronger. Move through these streets. You used to make fun of me when I was a little child, you see? Yeah. You know, you always have to have belief, you know? Because the man will murder and some of them man will thief. You know? Smoke ganja.
Elijah Tucker, Sylvester Ne Abrams.
In my movies, my life got myself all day. Today, no bad mind, but positivity.
Humbleness to myself, a smile to make myself look fresh. Think better, bigger and biggest. Sweet vibes well equalized. Only times when I'm rolling down Kampala streets uptown, downtown. Hustle mpola Mo magazine apatanga nkola. Nasikiriza nebafala. Just buka kamute muli na malala.
Kwebera poa tobabusa kola bibyo. Just poa. Kwebera poa tobabusa kola bibyo. Just poa.
Sylvester ndibyanke sigena na bitutuma kulaba wetuddeko kulaba okukuluma onotera okuyimbula empologoma okunuma emali yange gye nakola wodala yakuluma kataka enkolagana yange nenabyuma ng'okoba musajja munno osobola okutomera ekyuma olowooza akamegge enjovu kenkanawa eddamu afunanga sitepu zange kati ndipoa sibabuusa ekinakulya kamenvu kigira mu kususa owakazeke alaba olwobyo yesusiza mugendeko mpola omuwa pulaani zojja kwejjusa
Kwebera poa tobabuusa kola bibyo. Just poa. Kwebera poa tobabuusa kola bibyo. Just poa.
nekolera jange nekolera byange nekolera zange tonsumbuwa ndi byange ogamba nvuubika ate nga byendya byange ebyo biganye ojerega byange mbanga santama gatalina byakwambala bavuluka byetukola kubanga byabasukkako babyagala ne obusobozi bwo tebalina okuva bwe nazuula ekyo tebansuuza byange nsekera mu kikonde baagala nsuule balonde balooza buli omu awalula tinsawo ya lumonde simanyi gokka n'amagezi mu ssonde tutadde emyaka mingi mu kuyiga ebintu bye tukola blaza oba sista taata oba maama Kampala omupya n'omukadde olulu wayise owino Africa, East Africa, Uganda omurasta ne headmaster omuyindi oba omuzimbi just to mention a few naye fenna
Kwebera poa tobabuusa kola bibyo. Just poa. Kwebera poa tobabuusa kola bibyo. Just poa.
yali asibye ebiswayiri nga line ziri straight yali abasiga graffiti ku ngalo kwaliko paint lwe nasooka okulaba hip hop gwali mwaka gwa 78 nali siraba nga muwala nga juza figure 8 ebbina lye lyali ddene eyo ye yali bait nasooka naŋŋamba nti no 2 times 8 yali ayagala mukubiremu 16 bars eziri tight naye mwana ebiseera ebyo nange nali nkyali fala rhyme gye nasooka okukuba n'agiziimuula nali nkyayavula ibro n'amutwala kwesto ye n'alyoka amufuula omukyala namusanga akisinga Sylvester ne Abrams ku DV8 babaluku navyo n'abataka balinga babaabe namwegomba z'okulaba lyrical G ku no end Lumix ye yamuleetanga entinda ku weekend yala like milk be balinga ba girlfriend be nze ne mulekwa back in the day had no money to spend namuweereza kasoda nanga kimanye nti jendi ani yali amanyi tulibeera together in the end BFE yatandika okufuna platinum checks nandaga ba queen ba P-Tech ne ba president yangamba mbuli the stories of a ghetto residents. Luga flow is my culture, so I must represent. Yangambe gulu lyampe ekitole ky'okubeera intelligent. Nyinyonnyola abaana concepts babeere confident. Global yampa amaanyi g'okubeera eloquent. Tuwa tuzikubye locally ne internationally. Financially yeyanyimusa nanzija ku cement. Spiritual, I'm trying to be the best man I can be. Lyrically, the pen is mightier than the sword I can see. And I promise to love you forever. Signed yours sincerely. Dear hip hop nze nkumisinga. Mu bakazi be nakabeera nabo ye gwasinga. Chechi kunyiga chechi kabya amaziga nze nkoyo okulaba nga bakumistreetinga. Oli mulungi smile eringa poetry. Kakwate mu kiwato ng'akwata ekitontome. Tutambule ffembi abateesika tubalumye. Tula waneno ku kisambi nkunyumize story. Memories mu mpewo nga boomerang zikomawo. Ng'omwagalwa wange ng'awunya akawoowo. Nga Aaron ebaawo twesikamu ne twejjawo. First date ne hip hop twalya luwombo lwakaawo. Bwe nakola poeme yasooka yagamba wow. Ne mulaga eggulu nga telescope ya Galileo. Luga flow ng'akyawoma nga sumbuse yakawo. Kino bakasangwawo kye balanga nkiribaawo. Bw'oba wakana gwe genda obuuze jjajjaawo. Najjako akawuwo ne mpandika fomula empya ku lubaawo. GNL Zamba lyrical architect w'ekimbeewo. Sajone yayawula aba hip hop mu kipeepeewo. Buli ssaawa obwongo bubeera budduka ng'akaweewo. Naye mwana GNL Zamba n'otulekawo. Mpulira kati oyimba ne mangere mwakola jjuwo. Nowe wuwoddamu tukube sheziri annual. Baboon forwest obasomere manual. Hit city classic style eri fantastic. Zambo yagala kala ya white olinga wa traffic. Konzo mwana muzungu naye omutima gwaba nilotic. We go together just like gin and tonic. Juzi namugambye engeri gye njagala mu hip hop. Naye n'agamba mulete mu buliri tukole manage twa. Kuba ndaba engeri gy'omu missing oyinza n'okwewa obutwa. Dear hip hop nze nkumisinga. Mu bakazi be nakabeera nabo ye gwasinga. Chechi kunyiga chechi kabya amaziga nze nkoyo okulaba nga bakwabusinga. Oli mulungi smile eringa poetry. Kakwate mu kiwato ng'akwata ekitontome. Tutambule ffembi abateesika tubalumye. Tula wano ku kisambi gunyumize story. Dear hip hop nze nkumisinga. Mu bakazi be nakabeera nabo ye gwasinga. Chechi kunyiga chechi kabya amaziga nze nkoyo okulaba nga bakwabusinga. Oli mulungi smile eringa poetry. Kakwate mu kiwato ng'akwata ekitontome. Tutambule ffembi abateesika tubalumye. Tula wano ku kisambi nkunyumize story.
Yeah, it's God's MC. What y'all just be? What up? Listen. I got a G.O.D. all up in my DNA. Tornadoes, I get you carried away. Normally you get awake and get buried, but Myers and listeners buried awake. Came to the session to bless them and swap them with the seconds. I carried the lake. Do the impossible, move every obstacle out of the way that I bury you. Break every expert, an exam. And my DNA strand was left stranded. The head jam into a jam. I got called masculine red-handed. I say that my reach only expanded. Even my setbacks are set standards. Impress gamblers, I get better. I'm the wild card, more or less gambit. God is my witness in my defense. I was born swimming in the deep end. For me, killing tracks is a must do. Ain't no maybe, ain't no defense. Every rap campaign, I spearhead, guaranteed to get my point into a crosses before they put Myers to direction on automatically got pointed to the cross. I am pretty clear for a road sign. I put on in my off time that I'm respected, with or with no rhymes, and I'm connected. Even when offline, moving these bars for it, no Harrison. When every Star Wars comparison, every newcomer to sing, I ain't better than only when I respect the American. It's a story of how an ex-heritage was ill afforded a godly inheritance. The one like a professor emeritus. We know we never deserve it. They married us, so while they feed up for sprinkler, they catch and they lean in the seat of their lamb. But mercy, we in the seat and on all they behalf as we kneel and we pleaded the lamb for mercy. I used to lit it when they get into the ring, but these days I got overtones. Cause everyone that I know wanna be king, but nobody wanna be overthrown. You should know that I came up battling. I'm used to punches getting overthrown like javelins. I go over domes. The slack is something I don't condone. While cats were trying to be Hova clones, I go bully before Jehovah's throne. That's why all these skills that I'm known to hone got lyrics with spiritual overtones. I ask competitors chrome for chrome. Hip hop is my house and I'm home alone. That's it, I'm only here to make observations and messenger echoes across the globe. So hands in the air if you got the God DNA. God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. You ready? God DNA. Yeah. God DNA. Hands in the air if you got that God DNA. Hands in the air if you got that God DNA. Hands in the air if you got that God DNA. God DNA. God DNA. Hey, you want another rap? You ain't heard you enough of that. And I ain't even sweating none of that. Cause all that matters is Jesus is coming back. Will he find you faithful or distasteful? Will he need to be graceful? Cause you never got your breakthrough. Never humbled yourself enough to let him break you. What let it take you? SB bringing these little ways to so they can shake you. What's the matter who we bring the bass to? If faith isn't what we give a bass to. If a trumpet's blaring and you wanna hear it, but it got me in it, it's not apparent that it's nothing but gimmicks, it's all apparent. And when we must account, we'll be so embarrassed. Man, that DNA ain't got me fake, bruh. That's why we love when they hate, bruh. It's nothing not authentic or made up. When it come to my genetic makeup, take a blood type, better be A&O. Cause when it come to Christ, that's the way it goes. From KLA to Mako, we turn up all the way, I'm all my people. Put your hands in the air if you got the God DNA. God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. God DNA. God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. God DNA. God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. Hands in the air if you got that God DNA. Hands in the air if you got that God DNA. God DNA. God DNA. Turn up.
R.I.P. moms. Yeah, never forget you. Yeah, and for everybody else that we lost, everybody that we love. Yeah, I miss you. LG.
Never knew pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Never knew pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Been a couple things going through my head. Time's getting hard, somehow I gotta maintain. There'll be another pain if I get caught up in the rain. Will I be the same? Will I be ready for the change? My heart is aching, I'm anxiously waiting. Time don't fail me while I'm anticipating. What am I saying? I'm not mistaken. Gotta pull myself up before I start fading.
See my whole life, check what I heard, what happened then. That dreadful night when you heard that accident. Doc said it wasn't no thing, you'd make it. It still broke my heart to see you stretched out in a hospital bed. Had to explain the pain that you felt as you lay there. Tears flowing down my eyes watching you smile. Many years later, can't get over my loss, cause I still can't believe that you're gone. Nah. Living your pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Never knew pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Been a couple things going through my head. Time's getting hard, somehow I gotta maintain. There'll be another pain if I get caught up in the rain. Will I be the same? Will I be ready for the change? My heart is aching, I'm anxiously waiting. Time don't fail me while I'm anticipating. What am I saying? I'm not mistaken. Gotta pull myself up before I start fading.
All alone in this cold, cold world. I'm on my own in the zone where there's nowhere to turn. What can I do? Should I lose it? Hard when I'm missing you. It's heavy on my mind, yo, this feeling so pitiful. True, it hurts bad when a loved one is gone. When it pours, you can't do much but weather the storm. Miss you a lot, never stop singing this song till the day when I see you again. So long. Pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Never knew pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Yeah, the song is dedicated to the memory of my late mother Barbara. R.I.P. Mom. And to all the loved ones I lost in my life, both my grandmothers, my grandfathers, Auntie Florence, rest in peace. My homie Morose, so hard to sing this song, never forget you. But I love and miss you so long.
Never knew pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Never knew pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Never knew pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is on. Living in pain, when you caught up in the rain. Life hanging by a thread, fight to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Ontegeera otya obuuka sokosembere ng'ontunuulira ontya twali twesisinkanyeewa naye ekyo nga tonnakiddamu mbulira onzudde otya bubadde onnoonya mbulira obuuzizza otya yana akutumya oyo akusudde ku kyokya sembera lekera okwemotya weebuzaabuza tunula mu maaso toweetya abamu bamanyi nga rapa bamu bamanyi nga b-boy sibyewakana abamu bamanyi nga eddoboozi eryogerera omuntu owa wansi yonna gyendi abamu bamanyi nga yimba kyendi abalala banda babuuza musomesa wuuyo abatamanyi bo bawuza fala wuuyo nakyo kinkolera kuba mbayite kuli talaba olwo abagamba nti nina amaasaana abiri gali maaso abiri gali mabega nkoto lwaki balowooza bwe batyo kuba nzinengera gyenva nekyengenda bangi bandaba naye tebantegeera bangi bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 abafere bantya bwe bandaba bo tebadda mu kucacyanca bakirako bingubiridde mu kyenkya anti ndi mu bufu obukodyo nina nkuyanja bategera waggulu nempita wansi ne banteega ku kkono nempita ku ddyo mbaleka basembye kya bulijjo obukodyo bwe gaba mazzi ewange yeewali ensulo ewange gyensula olumu onoonya n'ombula olumu nsula nkola olumu nsiba ntabaalira ekumpi n'ewala sinti mbewala mirimu gyenkola gyanfula natalabika ninga mazzi gansuwa bangi bandaba naye tebantegeera bangi bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 amagezi ganeesera abateesi baneesiga ate abagezigezi bo batandika okuneesiga kuba bakungula ebiva mu nsigo z'ensiga ate ab'omululu bo baswama bakeraga ensega mujja kunzisa enseko kuba ndaba nze musumba olumu gotayawula mu ndiga nkulengera nga tondaba era nga sinnaba kulabika nsirika nga gwologopya tonnalabuka nsiterebuka ate era sitakibe nga sinnakikenenya ndusu nze ndi ku manduso n'olwekyo kakkana nkujje ekifu ku maaso bagamba ntyekuba omunaku tekya eyange yakya neyabalala nenjikeesa era bwenjagala nebakootulo n'obudde nenkeesa awakana kikyoteesa bangi bandaba naye tebantegeera bangi bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 Abrams Techa
Eric Onassis on the beat. Sylvester Kabombo. Yeah. Amalala gakube kigwo. Amalala gakube kigwo. Enume y'ekigwo. Yeah. Volume nyongere. Oba owamala. Yeah. Awamala. volume nyongere muko oba owamala
Nedda, nedda, yongeramu.
volume nyongere oba owamala
Awamala.
volume nyongere muko oba owamala
Nedda, nedda, yongeramu.
tula kalira ulize emboozi bulamu towalira byenkubulira passport nga kyali wange walakira ebyo byolepuka bijja kulakira kotandisa agaboozi kwaba basibekira okoze ekene nnyo enzijja okuzibikira ojja kunakuwala kubalaba ku matikira babadde basibekira kati nga bakulembera n'akazindaalo nga batuyimbira vava ku malala temuli bibala bonagavirako ku ngalo emikwano gibalabala bulamu si butereevu busala ebigooli n'oyo noli ebizibu bitusimbira layini ng'akasooli ozala ebika by'emmere bikulisa embooli nga weekwese bwe ozala wange obalabira mu kamooli otya okusongamu uyo kapooli gwe twayogerako wamajati ayiti sente oli mu nnyongere oba owamala volume nyongere muko oba owamala
Nedda, nedda, yongeramu.
volume nyongere oba owamala
Awamala.
volume nyongere muko oba owamala
Nedda, nedda, yongeramu.
bwagula enzirusi atagula yazza musango lwaki ogiwalabanya ngago bwengo bagamba ow'ebbango futumutegera ku mulyango kirizagana katukwemukire totumenyera omwango mpulire moroka tonagikuta olinda yesu wanaalidde okugimanyira lekaleka bano batuuke nga banyirira lwaki obakuba ebizi oyagala batomera agamalala gasana kuluyira sylvester ku ngoma rhymes gankuyira I get the job done call me whatever you want to I hope to make you a person they look up to not to divide society into two input to there's nowhere you are going to mutuntu bulirira ne berubaruba tu bulamu bwe mutomatu kankusibirire tu ensi gyozanyise kugayanga mmeketu weketu mugande witu wetereze mwatu volume nyongere oba owamala volume nyongere muko oba owamala
Nedda, nedda, yongeramu.
volume nyongere oba owamala
Awamala.
volume nyongere muko oba owamala
Nedda, nedda, yongeramu.
amalala gakuba ekigwo amalala gakuba ekigwo ennume y'ekigwo
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
in Uganda for very many years, and I believe Uganda is the place anybody should aspire to live in. We have good weather, we have abundance of food, we have abundance of employment as long as you look out for the right things. But Uganda has been hit in recent times with a stigma of greed, and it shows in everything that we read in the newspapers, it shows on television, it shows even when you're sitting down with people just trying to make ends meet. Everybody wants to bite off a piece that's bigger than what they deserve. That is Uganda's major problem in my eyes. If only we could curb the greed, if only we could share out that pie equally and of course responsibly, then we will be the best country on the planet. In the next 5 years, I really wish and hope that Ugandans can look at the bigger picture, can look at Uganda as a country, can look at their neighbors, their friends, and see that everybody needs equal opportunity. Because in the next 5 years, I don't want people to be calling me up saying, please, can you find me a job? I want people to be calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work with me? That is what I'd like to see. In the next 50 years, I don't want to see my child suffering. I want to see him prosperous. I want to see him with a good wife, with children, with a family of his own, living the dream. That's what I would like to see in Uganda. That's my honest opinion. And I'm Mark Kaheru, I'm Ugandan. What do you say?
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's book face. Why are you on book face? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
Welcome to the Elders Wisdom Circle. My name is Eddie Okila, straight out of Kampala, the Pearl of Africa. To the rest of the world, we are serving the elders and the wisdom of the elders to the young. How are you all doing? All the followers and everyone who loves to chill and rock and roll with the elders. Welcome to the show. You will probably find this show very boring if you do not want to hear from the elders. If you're one of those people who say, they get into my nuts, they run me crazy, you don't know. Do not actually know what you're missing. You don't know how important is or are elders in our life. Sharing the heart of the elders at 54 years of age is the one and only Jaffa Raymond Amin, the son of the former President Idi Amin Dada. And just before we bring Jaffa on the show, I would like to tell you that the Elders Wisdom Circle on this day is very special. And the topic is, I am because we are. The cultural wholesomeness of sharing and caring for each other is very important going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, before I talk about the Ubuntu, I would like to bring the one and only, the son of the former President Idi Amin Dada, the third born son, the man with the wisdom of Amin, the man with the secret box of the former President Idi Amin Dada. Jaffa, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
It's a pleasure.
And today, contrary, you're dressed like Baba.
This is senator. But I tend to like the ones from Ghana.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a good shop.
Okay.
at Victoria Mall.
Yes.
And another one at Mabirizi. They always take care of me. Senator.
Yes. And we would like to say welcome to the Elders Wisdom Circle.
Thank you.
And we want to start with, first of all, I know we talked about it, the celebration around the former president of Tanzania and the things that he has said. Today on the show, we are seeing people celebrating when he says, get out of your comfort zone and go and work.
Wonderful.
And people are like, this is coming from the president. There are a lot of mixed reactions about the man, but actually he was a man of character, a man.
He was a driven. He was driven.
Yes.
And the drivenness, we don't ask this for everyone, but he had been suffering for 25 years with a heart problem.
Yeah.
So he understood that his life was finite.
Yes.
The fact that somebody can appreciate that life is finite and we are not immortal gives you that drive.
Wow.
So when you look back at his 6 years and what he accomplished, you just have to salute the man. I was listening to Lumumba, Professor Lumumba, and he was, I thought I was articulate, but Professor Lumumba, Lord have mercy. That Kenyan is as articulate as they come.
Yes.
A true African elder with a PhD to boot.
Wow. Well, Jaffa, I think that listening to all our elders and what has happened in Tanzania has been able to teach us a lot more. And if you're young and under the age of 40, 30, 25, 20, you need to be involved in the matters of our society, of our nation, going forward without having to insult the elders. You need to go to the elders and actually seek wisdom from the elders.
And have a conversation with them. But speaking to power.
Yes.
Because ordinarily in society, they are the purveyors of responsibility.
Absolutely true. Jaffa today on the show, and everyone joining us from all across the world, we're live on Twitter, we're live on Facebook, we're live on our YouTube channel, and we would like to say thank you very much for being a part of the Elders Wisdom Circle, growing bigger and better every single day, touching lives all around us and bringing the healing of our elders to our generation all across the world. And to all our African brothers, the stories of elders in Kampala, in Uganda, in East Africa is the same in Ghana, is the same in West Africa, is the same in Central Republic, is the same in South Africa, is the same in North Africa. We must continue to be connected with the elders. I want to say this, Jaffa, that in the world today, Africa continues to remain the place with the preservative, true, authentic, preservative nature of nuclear family.
Thank you very much.
And Africa is still holding that mantle.
The wholesomeness.
Yes. Of the nuclear family is still holding in Africa. What does that make you feel like?
Very proud, very affectionate about it. And I refuse to make the mistake the missionaries tried to instill in us, whether Arab or European, of learning to hate thyself. That's why I gave that beginning.
Yes. Yes, and I want to go through that. I am because we are the cultural awesomeness of sharing information and sharing ideas.
Once you accept who you are,
it
is very hard for somebody to come and actually try to unhinge you from having that culture of sharing. You can have that drive to succeed, but it should never become the selfishness that we call the religiousness of narcissism.
Wow.
You know?
Yes.
Which is overwhelming us people at political level, at family level. The minute you hear a hint from your wife, you're selfish, what you did was selfish. You pull back and realize you have to get back to what is, read that statement again.
Yes, and the statement is, I am because we are cultural awesomeness of sharing.
But that part at the beginning.
Yeah, it's very important. And I think that elders should not stop their role of continuous education, continuous imparting of knowledge to the
Yeah.
young going forward. That said, Jaffa, and to everyone out there, I would want to take you to the spirit of Ubuntu.
Yeah.
An anthropologist showed a game to the children of an African tribe.
Once upon a time.
Once upon a time, as he stated. And he placed a basket of delicious fruits near a tree trunk and told them, the first child to reach the tree will get the basket.
In the spirit of competition.
Yes.
We always think competition is good, but listen.
Including when he gave them the start signal. He was surprised that they were walking together holding hands until they reached the tree and shared the fruit.
The unexpected. When they look at savages and they see an almost angelic, unexpected goodness, wholesomeness.
Wow.
That was the moment of truth.
Yes. And when he asked them, why you did that when every one of you could get the basket only for him?
Self. I would rather add for himself.
Yes, for himself.
That selfish thing.
Yes, and they answered with astonishment, Ubuntu.
They were actually shocked. Yes. How can a white man not even understand this? At the bedrock of values, of morality. Ubuntu. My tribe says Mutu when we're talking about Mutu. Mutu. We say Mutu. I say Mutu Laga.
Yes.
That man. Which is the same thing as Ubuntu.
Yes.
You know, languages are universal.
Yes. And we got a 54 dialect in Africa, and so really
in Uganda.
In Uganda alone, and so if Uganda alone has 54, if you put
half
together,
of them are Bantu.
Yes.
Ubuntu.
Ubuntu.
Yeah.
And that's the spirit. And so he went to say that is how. And so he says that's how. That is. How can one of us be happy while the rest are miserable?
Remember, they're shocked
at
the immorality of the question, and they're answering it.
And they says, Ubuntu in their civilization means I am because we are together in it.
That's sharing.
Yes. I want to say this. That the indigenous people knows the secret of happiness that has been lost in all societies that transcend them and which considers themselves civilized society.
And they look down at us.
Exactly.
And they look down on us.
Which is what we often refer to as the
But every missionary who comes here finds the spiritual liveliness and wholesomeness that shames them. The ones who stay learn from it
and love it.
And love it. But there's some who keep coming and pressing, and they keep fighting about having a better education, but not learning from this story.
Wow.
I've had a similar situation. The first series we did with you, I kept telling you about this business of going to the village boastfully with your 50,000 worth of salt. I call it poisonous salt, poisonous sugar, poisonous processed oil, and feeling great at providing. Lo and behold, when you're returning at the weekends, at the week's end, they give you produce worth 500,000. When you get home and you're really offloading the produce, that Ubuntu, the sense of sharing, the appreciation for that salt, for that sugar, for that processed oil, the rewards are astronomical. And the multiplier effect is Ubuntu at its finest. And that's what actually pressed me to learn about ourselves, because I realized, my God, shame on you. What is your 50 when they can give you 500,000 in a week? Something that will last you probably for 1 month.
Yes.
Not going to Safeway, not going to ShopRite, not going to Game Store, not going to Carrefour, you know? But organic food that we consider expensive. That's the irony.
Which is actually very expensive.
It is. Oh my God. Huh?
So the irony of that is that the ability of our people not to realize
the selfless sharing.
Yes, not to realize that what we are sharing selflessly is actually more valuable. It's
much more.
Yes,
1,000 times much more.
The abundance of it here
is
given to us by the Most High. That the
thank
soil
you.
represents.
Do you know how we run away from rain?
Yes.
Some people told me, no, just stand in it and take it, soak it up.
Yes.
It's free. The Almighty gives us that freely. learn that is the sense of sharing.
Yes. That God can say, abundance I have, and so receive.
And people never talk about this, but I'm bringing a concept to this, and that's the reason I gave you that funny name at the end. African capitalism, where we share while we're gaining.
Yes.
Not the greed, not the narcissism of yanje. I was making people in the taxi laugh. I said the head of state wakes up and goes yanje, a fear of loss.
Yes.
Chimurumira, yange. You wake up a fear of loss.
Yes.
Even the fear of losing your beloved wife to another is a constant. Ubuntu teaches us to relax.
Wow.
Because we have it in abundance.
Yes.
Today we're very spiritual.
Yes, and a deep conversation. I want you to know we're going for a break, and when we come back, Jaffa and I are going to be taking you through for the next 35 minutes of the show. We're going to be talking about the spirit of I am because we are, and the culture of wholesome sharing of the stuff. Like when you go to the village and Jaffa say you give 5 kilos of sugar and you come back with a truck and a trunk full of fresh fruits.
Worth 500,000. What's
the equation right now? We'll be right back after
Ubuntu.
Yes.
The equation is Ubuntu. Sharing.
The elders with the circle will be right back after the break.
I've been in Uganda for very many years, and I believe Uganda is the place anybody should aspire to live in. We have good weather, we have abundance of food, we have abundance of employment as long as you look out for the right things. But Uganda has been hit in recent times with the stigma of greed, and it shows in everything that we read in the newspapers. It shows on television. It shows even when you're sitting down with people just trying to make ends meet. Everybody wants to bite off a piece that's bigger than what they deserve. That is Uganda's major problem in my eyes. If only we could curb the greed, if only we could share out that pie equally and of course responsibly, then we will be the best country on the planet. In the next 5 years, I really wish and hope that Ugandans can look at the bigger picture, can look at Uganda as a country, can look at their neighbors, their friends, and see that everybody needs equal opportunity. Because in the next 5 years, I don't want people to be calling me up saying, please, can you find me a job? I want people to be calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work with me? That is what I'd like to see. In the next 50 years, I don't want to see my child suffering. I want to see him prosperous. I want to see him with a good wife, with children, with a family of his own, living the dream. That's what I would like to see in Uganda. That's my honest opinion. And I'm Mark Kaheru, I'm Ugandan. What do you say?
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
Welcome back from the break. This is the Elders Wisdom Circle. In the studio is myself, Eddie Okila, and Jaffa Remo Amin, the third born son of Idi Amin Dada. We believe that this man has the wisdom of Amin. We also believe that Amin deposited some of his secrets, deep-seated secrets, on his third born son. Just like Jacob did it to Joseph at some point, and Joseph was the heir to the throne. Could this be the case in Amin's house? Jaffa, welcome back to the show.
Thank you for that one.
So we have to keep trying to break down the mystery behind Amin and you and the family of Amin with our 60 children. We don't know which one, but we seem to be guessing that you could be the mystery child.
Can I give something to that point?
Yes, yes.
I got pretty angry about our properties not coming back to us.
Yes.
And I was really becoming forceful and wanting to live the high life back in Kololo, you know?
Yes.
But he told me, "De Malta Dunya, these are worldly things." He would say, "These are worldly things."
Yes.
Do you know how that shames you back into your shell? You're going full throttle to become very demanding. You know, I call it the Biafre syndrome.
Yes.
Demanding. But he was reminding me, these are worldly things.
Wow.
He's the type of person who, when the people had decided that the Cadillac, the expensive cars, they were all parked at Nakasongola. They were loading them onto a Hercules to take them to Libya. He finds out, he said, no. Take those cars out of there. Where are you taking them? Now, others would have loaded them up like the Gambian president. He loaded his cars to exile. He needed his Hummer. He needed his Rolls Royce. He needed things. So sometimes my selflessness becomes a hindrance because I learned from the best who learned to let go.
Yes. That said, Jaffa, and we want to discuss the issue of I am because we are. Can you just break this statement to us? Ubuntu keeps saying I am because we are.
Yeah.
Can you just break that up right now for us?
Without that 1%, we wouldn't be. My parents are me. I am my parents. The day I get my degree is the day I start looking down at my parents who sold their goats to take me to school.
Dug themselves.
That is the moment where instead of embracing them, we tend to start becoming very, for me, I have my books moments. if you can understand, I am me because we are, that keeps you in check. Me being told by my mother, you like your stepmothers, but I'm your mother. She was basically trying to say, they're classier than I am, but I am your mother. Once I get my faith to another level, I shouldn't be acting like an Arab. I am forever African. Comes back to the same statement. I've seen pastors who go for 2 weeks to America, and they went to saying God, they come back saying God. 2 weeks of transformation. The day you forget who you are,
the man of God.
I'm like, what happened to Gordy? God!
Yes.
Is he another person?
Yes.
No, we're talking about God. I'm like, you just went 2 weeks. Yeah, but you speak like British. For me, I'm American. God! I'm just trying to say that this statement is so important in identity.
Please put that stop. Let's put that up there so that you guys can see it. Really
I am because we are. The cultural wholesomeness of sharing comes in you knowing who you are. Those children chasing the chicken just before you set off for Kampala, they bring it with all the, like Chicken George or Rambo. No, who's it? Sylvester Stallone as the boxer. Rocky chasing the chicken to get it for you so that Eddie gets it back to Kampala. That infinite sense of sharing comes from actually love and acceptance of who you are. Me, that's the reasoning behind that statement.
Wow. Well, you had it. The story of I am because we are is quite a very important situation right there for us to be able to look into. Jaffa's just broken it up for us. Sometimes we don't understand the elders that you are now a university graduate, but your father sold goats, chicken, cows, rats, everything else to raise the money to take you to school. You are who you are today because of them. How much respect do we give to the elders? How much respect are you giving back to your father? That is the statement we have on the screen right there. Think about it. Think about the statement and say, before I abuse my father, my mother, that they don't wear good clothes or they don't dress well.
Or they don't understand.
They don't understand. They should know that they sold goats and cows.
They cared enough for you.
Yes, they dug so much so that their son and their daughter can have something.
Me, that's the true meaning of sacrifice.
Wow.
And a mother's selfless love is the #1 form of that. They give everything.
Jaffa, we want to hasten to the next one. The cultural wholesomeness of sharing.
I use my word. I know everybody thinks about it.
Yes.
African capitalism. I'm tired of listening to capital socialism because they use it as a dirty word in the West.
Yes.
Yes. What we got from the Magufulis at the tail end of Nyerere's revolution was African socialism. But if China can transcend that and become a command capitalist, ours should be African capitalism, where we can share while earning from it.
I wanted to, while you share that about the Africa, and then I want to bring this together. Most African countries today have closed their borders to their own fellow Africans. You need a visa to enter South Africa. But we're from moving from the eastern part of Africa to southern part of Africa, you need a visa. Just to enter Rwanda here, we will need Kenya here. We need
a security vetting, Interpol,
yes, and everything, and a visa to enter. And I'm saying, where do we draw the line of this Ubuntu spirit that you're talking about? Have our elders stopped speaking to us to tell us, look, young men and young women?
I feel that the leaders started clashing heads. It happened at a moment when, ironically, we had already given each and every person to get, how do you call it, kitambulisho. I don't know how Uganda call it, but the ID card.
Yes.
The ID card is so, not analog, it is so digital that you can just pass through every location in East Africa normally. But then we introduced the East African passport, and I realized that, but that is just a duplication of the ID card that has the same biodata, you know? And we should be able to just use our ID card to cross over. It's only at SADC level, and Professor Lumumba was really discussing that way forward, the roadmap, where SADC, East African Community, the West African ECOWAS, let's see that marriage, people. There are only about 5 regions.
But these regions have elders. The West African have elders, and elders always sit together. Ironically, our cultures actually work together. Our cultures are
we are cohesive.
The food we eat are cohesive. The food we eat are similar. And the way we relate with each other are very similar.
It's the same.
The similarity between the things that we say we do is who we are. We are black.
The danger is the colonial languages. Francophones looking down on the Anglophones who look down on the Germans. I was trying to explain to somebody that, look, actually a Murundi lady was the first president in the region. They said, but she's not from our region. Then I answered the gentleman that, tell that to the Germans who ruled the 3 countries simultaneously, Tanzania, Burundi, and Rwanda. They were the German subjects. Yeah. Tell that to a German. They said, no, they're one. And their cultures are one. Language. The language barrier is actually the greatest hindrance.
Yes, but I want to put this to you, Jaffa, as my third question just before we take a break. The Western world have their language. The English, which is predominantly spoken in Europe, and the Dutch, they have their language. They have never lost their identity to their language, which means their culture still remains the same. Yeah. Where have we gone wrong in Africa that when we start to speak, we forget about their culture? I may have been born in an era where my father, my mother was not able to teach me my own language for some one reason or the other, but that doesn't mean it takes away my identity
and culture,
my sense of culture, my sense of belonging, and take it away, because I still feel I am who I am today because I'm African.
We are.
Yes, because we are.
The reasoning was, unfortunately, whether it is my Arab brothers or my European brothers, we tagged languages within the parameters of satanic. They started preaching that your language is satanic, your culture is satanic. So stay away from it. The Musomi, the one who reads, who learns Latin fastest, who learns Arabic fastest, is more wholesome. It was a way of breaking us away from who we are. With slavery, remember the Toby? The man was Kunta Kinte, but was being whipped into submission to accept a slaver's name. I find my good friends in the West, I'm talking about Western Ugandan, they like using Western surnames. You hear somebody called Johnson Biaruhanga. I'm like, you have double surname. He said, no, that's my Christian name. I'm like, no, that Johnson is a surname, and then Biaruhanga is a surname. Yes. Where's your Christian name? He looks perplexed. Another one comes from the corner, I am Jackson Mwanga. Yeah. I'm like, oh my God, that is a Scandinavian name, son name, and here you're a Mwanga. What's going on? I'm saying they pulled us, ironically, away from who we are. If somebody can get to that point of having a double son name.
Yes, I think, well, I have the same, but I don't know whether I have the same name, but I have Okila. and I have Eddie. So
but Edward is a Christian.
Yes. So I want to go to my friend Onyaito Deke and Diwato Chom.
Yes,
changed their names and wanted to
Pan-Africanists.
The next one is Pastor Senpai. He says, I want to change my name from Sempa to Baba Gwanga.
But his Sempa is perfect. Yes, Sempa. You Uganda. That one is a gere. Those ones came. Those ones are Banyoro.
He said no.
Royals are Banyoro. Royals are Banyoro.
But his father is
Royals.
His father is an Indian and his mother is a Uganda girl. But he got married at the wrong time, and so your dad asked those who want to stay here to stay and those who don't want to stay to leave. And so his father's family chose to leave. So Sempa said he grew up without the father. He was sharing his story here. So he said he wants to change his name. But I just want to bring this from the context of these guys changing their names. What do you have to say? Because you're saying we have double names.
I have double names.
Yes.
The whole notion of questioning my identity as a Ugandan comes from seeing Idi Amin. Those are two Arab names.
Yes.
Jafar Amin. Those are two Arab names.
Yes.
Everyone in Bombo has Muhammad Hussein.
Yes.
Until you quantify yourself as Remo.
Yes.
Dada. Alemi. Yes. My name is Remo. My father's name is Alemi. My grandfather's name is Dada.
Yes. So I'm in a good place as Okila.
You're in perfection. Now, the Northerners have that important point. So-called Muslims from West Nile will always have that third name sitting in the middle, the balance.
Yes.
The Remo, Jafar Remo Amin.
Yes.
So my identity is sitting smack bang in the middle.
Wow.
Yeah.
So how do you get your identity now to put it back from where?
My point is, I don't want to hear people saying, "Don't use that that savage name," or "Don't use that that abominable name." Some people would. Somebody saying, "Oh, my name is Jafar Ondoroma." What's your other name? Amin Ondoroma. No, out. No, there's some people. My grandfather
Jafar has arrived.
My grandfather, Rajab.
Yes.
We don't say uncle or great uncle. No. One father was called Rajab, the other one was called Amin.
Yes.
Every time my grandfather would wash ablution and get ready to go to the mosque on Friday like we did today, villagers will come and say, "Yango!" That's his name. Yango! He said, don't call me that savage, abominable name. He'd go back and take ablution. He would end up doing it 5 times. But the villagers were having
having a ball.
They were having, including his daughters. Yango! Astaghfirullah. It's like I seek refuge in the name of the Almighty. How can you call me that abominable name? Yango?
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Mr. Suckers going for break, and when we come back, Jaffa will be able to conclude the show. This show has gone bananas. And sweet potatoes in Africa. We'll be right back after the break. This is the Elders Wisdom Circle.
Being comfortable with who you are.
Yeah.
been in Uganda for very many years, and I believe Uganda is the place anybody should aspire to live in. We have good weather, we have abundance of food, we have abundance of employment as long as you look out for the right things. But Uganda has been hit in recent times with a stigma of greed, and it shows in everything that we read in the newspapers, it shows on television, it shows even when you're sitting down with people just trying to make ends meet. Everybody wants to bite off a piece that's bigger than what they deserve. That is Uganda's major problem in my eyes. If only we could curb the greed, if only we could share out that pie equally and of course responsibly, then we will be the best country on the planet. In the next 5 years, I really wish and hope that Ugandans can look at the bigger picture, can look at Uganda as a country, can look at their neighbors, their friends, and see that everybody needs equal opportunity. Because in the next 5 years, I don't want people to be calling me up saying, please, can you find me a job? I want people to be calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work with me? That is what I'd like to see. In the next 50 years, I don't want to see my child suffering. I want to see him prosperous. I want to see him with a good wife, with children, with a family of his own, living the dream. That's what I would like to see in Uganda. That's my honest opinion. And I'm Mark Kaheru, I'm Ugandan. What do you say?
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
This is the Elders Wisdom Circle. My name is Eddie Okela and welcome to the program. We are talking about the Elders Wisdom. The Elders Wisdom. Do you have elders in your life? Do you have elders at home? Do you listen to your elders? Elders means those who are 50 and above. They have seen more life than a person who is 50 below. 50 and above, even if they're 4 years like Jaffa, those experiences of 4 years are greater than the person who have not reached there even by a quarter of it, right? And so don't think that a 50-year-old is very young. No, 50 plus is an experience that needs to be shared with us. If somebody is older than you by 10 years, take time and listen to them. And listen to them carefully because the experiences they've been through in life are greater than yours. And they might save you from more trouble than good. All right? And so on this show, we tend to share some of the things. And today, Jaffa is talking about I am because we are. And that means that the name we have in Africa and the things we're going through in Africa is because our elders defined them for us. It's because the elders, those who came before us and left before us, have done something greater than we have not done ourselves. So we must learn from them and move forward. Therefore, the foray into the elders' life needs some really great insights. I would like to welcome Jaffa back on the show.
Thank you.
And Jaffa, we're going to hasten to the close, and I want to take you to the wisdom of our elders back in the days. Taught them how to survive when they go to hunt. And they hunted, came back, put the meat, roasted it, and kept the dry meat, not in the fridge, but in the granary.
Yeah, and properly roasted.
And always
dried.
wrapped inside the banana leaves or
And
put
dried.
in the pot and
Yeah,
dried.
yeah.
And they will pick it up. Now we're living in the eras of fridges, refrigeration, all right? I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm saying there were some wisdom we had there. They had granaries where they will put bananas, okay, cut and kept there, or millet was be put there. All across Africa, you'll find the same, behavior. Yes, setup. You can. We get sweet potatoes, we slice them into whatever, into small pieces, and then we
preserve them,
and then we
store
it. Yes,
what we call food security.
Exactly. So food security in Africa has always been the wisdom of the elders.
Yes.
Now
and
the
our
food
mothers.
security and our mothers. But now the food security in Africa is being said that you need to get this crop because your soil is going. Where does that leave us? Where are our elders to speak sense to us to say, yo, young, slow down a bit. This is how we did it. But that culture has disappeared.
It has disappeared in this way. Let me give you what even taught us in the first place to start preserving. We used to have selfish hunters who would go, and you always, because of the greed in humanity, you'd always go and seek the one-ton buffalo. It is so easy to put down a one-ton buffalo, and it is so easy with greed to slice it open and start roasting your favorite liver and chopping off one leg. But lo and behold, if you had not come with a crowd of your people, helpers from the village, by the time you get back to the village, the hyenas would have feasted on the 1 ton, or the 950 tons left in the wilderness. So it taught them to actually bring the wives, 20 wives, sisters, and other helpers to come and share and transport the benefit of their sweat. But in the beginning, it was constantly fighting off animals that would want a share of whatever provisions you have actually brought sustenance to the area. Yeah? So if you see us doing gugus, we call them gugus. The how do you call them? The food storage. Granaries.
Yes, the granaries.
That taught us that sense of preservation.
By the way, we want to just say to people that the granaries that we're talking about here no longer exist, but the elders' wisdom circle is going to go on a hunt to find the granaries, whether in Western Uganda, Eastern Uganda, Northern Uganda, then wherever we find that, or in Central Uganda, we want to show you what the granary looks like.
And can I tell you something that's dear to my heart?
What we need to do is to reach to some of the elders to tell them, put a granary for us and put some stuff inside.
Yeah. No, the challenge is... The challenge is this, where mothers come, they cut the palm fronts, and they build for you a granary right in front of your eyes. It's like knitting, because they're using palms and palms. It preserves better. Put the platform, setting it with the. Now, there's an architect from West Nile called Waswa Primo. He has useful names. Primo. You wonder where it comes from.
Japan. I drive Primo.
Waswa has built an 8-storied design for a cultural center, which we want to build in every region of Uganda and multiply it 15 times and try to do that to every location in the whole of Africa. I want to introduce that to Baba Professor Lumumba, because we're together in an ironic company called Saint Africa, where we're going to highlight the positives of our people.
This is with Bedford Buyungo.
Yeah, Bedford Buyungo, if you're listening. And Professor is in town, by the way.
Right now. I think he's
No, he was yesterday live on NBS. Okay. And NBS is a TV station in Uganda. But these are the people who are saying, we have a right to call our people saints. Saints in the sense that all goodness resides amongst those who are saintly characters who would actually give back to society.
Which is the cultural wholesomeness of sharing.
And the whole point of I am because we are, and understanding and accepting who you are. You know? Remember me laughing at my grandfather? A lot of people do that.
Yeah.
And that explains somebody calling himself Johnson Biarohanga or Johnson Alemi. Or Jafar Amin instead of Remo Alemi Dada.
If you want to chom this one here for you, and of course Onyaito Deke, they will love this show today because they changed their names back to Onyaito Deke.
Learning to love yourself.
Yes, and that's a cool stuff.
Yeah, remember the girls who came last week. I hope you really get a show for them. There's a part that Americans did to us that we are not doing to ourselves. They would always say, I am somebody. You might not love who I am, but I am somebody.
Yes.
I am somebody. It became a chant for us, the people who are Black Panthers. I am somebody. that looking in the face that we were talking about two shows earlier.
Yes.
Learning to love ourselves comes out very beautifully with the Ubuntu statement. I am because we are.
Please put that topic up there, and we're going to ask Jaffa the last question as we hasten to the close of the show today. We are talking about, put it up there. We want to keep it up on the screen for some time so people can see it. I am because we are, the cultural wholesomeness of sharing. And we're talking about the Ubuntu. And I always talked about, if we do not give ourselves a chance to live and to breathe, the things that are very important to us, we're going to lose ourselves in the process of transition.
That is it.
And if our elders are not preserving our cultures or writing about it, we are going to lose our sense of identity.
Yeah.
Jaffa, we suffer the biggest sense of identity as a country.
Yes.
As a continent.
Yes.
The biggest problem we have is our sense of identity has been confused. It's a fluid, Onyaito Deke says it's fluid in this generation that we don't understand what we stand for. Who am I? What am I? What are the values that define me as a person? Is lost. We need elders in the fireplace to tell us this. Why and how can we put back our identity? Where can we find the elders who can speak life and sense back to us?
Let me give you a beautiful one. My favorite place is called Kidepo. Kidepo, when you go to Morongole Mountain, then you go to an incredible crater lake near Turkana, and then you come to Elgon. It seems to be an epicenter of all life, all Africans, or the essence of all our genetic identity. Now you find a rabbi coming from Israel saying he's looking for the lost Hebrews in the very same vicinity. If somebody has spent his years in Igbo trying to be an Israelite, rather than understanding that they came from me, you will never settle in who you are. That explains me calling myself Jafar Amin. I'm too busy trying to be an Arab. But there's the wholesomeness of being a Muslim and a Christian. It teaches you the highest sense of morals, but it also teaches you a heightened sense of entitlement of who you are. When we balance that by accepting who we are, and you're shocked by a rabbi who says, there's an epicenter here of the 10 lost tribes, because for us we only have, he was telling me strange things, we only have the Benjamins and the Judahs. Those two are the only ones who went back home. The rest are here. And he pointed the location. I'm like, wow! Science also teaches that the same thing, that the same location is where the highest concentration of genetic makeup of the whole humanity. And I'm like, I am because we are. That is the moment of accepting. I saw that in the 70s with Jamaicans. Do you still live in trees? I'm like, what? Said, where did the Queen live when she came in 1954? Oh no, we have the biggest tree here. And the Queen, she had to climb up a rope to enter the tree to live. They said, oh, you're jiving, you're joking. I said, now you get it. Of course we live in houses. But it's the same thing with Americans. Yes. They're beginning to start accepting and getting African names.
Yes.
It's not so much the Muhammad Ali's ironically getting Arab names. They're now understanding that no, you need to be called Odongo.
Opio.
Opio.
Nsumuga.
Nsumuga. or Dongpeng, or Dongkara.
Yes. Adrapi.
Woo! Remo. You know, they're beginning to understand that those are not dirty names, names with a history and a culture.
And that's our identity.
Well, they're quick to aim at Ethiopia, and I'm like, no. You're straight from the Wolof. You look like a typical man from the Angola.
Yes.
You know, you can just see it in their faces. You know the way we identify each other?
Yes.
With Americans, it's quick. Look at Shaq.
Yes.
Shaquille O'Neal is a typical Dinka. He can't move away from it. He's a Dinka. 311. Now, we can tell that.
Yes.
So when they come and learn to listen, I have friends who come, superstars by the way, they come and sit at the source of the Nile.
Yes.
And they're like, Jaffa, we're going to fly in, play. You set up a landing strip here. I said, Madvani has one there, but it's only for sugar.
Yes.
But can you imagine the history? Why should only Ghana get the return back to Africa when there's the source of the Nile in Uganda? Ajarova, are you listening? Half Italian you? That is it. The return back to Africa.
Yeah.
Americans are loving Africa. It has nothing to do with Obama, but he's accepting his Jaluo-ness. That sense of acceptance.
Our elders understanding this.
The elders taught us that. Believe you me, I came back at age 24 and I was talking through my nose. Clipped English. Wow. I had to put on the brakes and listen.
Well,
that's how I learned to listen from 1990 to date at age 54. I shaved my beard yesterday. I got tired of looking old, but I'm not old.
But why do you want to look young? You should
No.
Masulugo is good.
No, it's my vibe. It's the wife is like, honey, you're making me look old. You have to listen. They say it with the eyes. By the way, they say it with the eyes.
Jaffa?
They say it with the eyes.
We're going to bring the show to an end today. The shows are going to end. The show is too much power, and too much energy, and too much wisdom. But welcome to the show today.
Thank you.
And as always, the toast. If you want to get this cup from the Elders Wisdom Circle right here, you've got to write a comment to us. Of course, or write an email to us at houseoftalenttv@gmail.com, and we will be able to give you the card. But tell us the comment. What have you learned from your elder?
And we need Bedford and Professor Lumumba to get in on this.
Ladies
because
and gentlemen,
I was blown away for the first time I ever heard on a panel a man speaking for 3 minutes. And to me, it spoke to my heart. The heartbeat of Africa. And I'm like, Professor Lumumba, where you at? Where you at?
We're tossing and
He belongs on the Elders Wisdom Circle.
Circle.
You might have to go to his place.
Yes, to get it. We will find Professor Lumumba.
No, go to his source.
Yes, and we will always find all the elders. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end, and this is the Elders Wisdom Circle. We drink it out. Until next week, it's a wrap.
Ubuntu.
Yes, and keep it safe and keep it Elders Wisdom Circle. Until then, it's a wrap. We're out.
For me, leadership is a privilege of moving people towards a destiny. And for me, it would be towards God's agenda. That's the best, moving people to God's agenda. God has an agenda for everybody. And I know some people will say, oh, it's too much of God. But God has a plan for this world. And so whether you're in business, you're a medical personnel, if somebody came to you, a good medical leader says, I want you not only to be healed, but to be healthy. That's the kind of mindset that I see. And it's about self. So if you ask me, am I a leader? By the grace of God, I am a leader and I am growing as a leader. And I thank God for that privilege of being a leader. And who is a leader to me? It's very simple. Someone that has a vision, but is also someone that is there serving people. For me, that's a leader. Vision is where you want to take things. Serving is the recognition that if the things do not matter to people, drop them.
Wow.
Drop them. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do must make a difference in people's lives. Anybody who has had huge impact in history, in leadership, the impact is not measured by just the things they did, but what those things did for people's lives. Did they make a difference? So it's useless for you to make so much money and the money does not add value to people's lives.
Wow.
So for me, yes, you have to have a vision, and at the end of the day, you are serving people. It doesn't change. Leadership is leadership, whether it is at what we would call a lower level or a top level. Leadership is leadership. It's about influence. It's that influence that comes from you have a vision and you are serving people. So what changes is the level of responsibility, but the other one that people don't like is the level of accountability. You see, Jesus said, to whom much is given, much will be required. So the only differences there is the level of responsibility. When you're at the national level, you are now responsible for an entire nation. When you are a CEO, now you're no longer just looking at the department, you are looking at the entire entity. The responsibility has changed, the accountability even goes higher. Hi, this is Julius Wotlonyo, pastor at Watero Church. Thank you so much for tuning into House of Talent Television. It's a great, innovative way of doing TV, and particularly for being a part of the CEO bench, talking about leadership. You know what, friends? Leadership can be tough. Leadership can be lonely, and the dynamics of leadership keep changing. I want to encourage you, watch the CEO bench so that you can get to hear real practical tips on leadership from people who are actually practicing leadership. Once again, thank you for being a part of the CEO bench right here on House of Talent Television.
people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They have moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes. Creativity is at the heart of everything we do. Every day we wake up in the morning, we have to think about creating something. You have to think about what you're going to do, how you're going to go about it. What are the problems that you want to solve? How do you turn around the negativity around you by creating a product that will solve that problem? Do you see problems around you? Do you know how to solve the problem? There are people who wake up every day and every single day in the morning to think about the ideas that will change the world. They are called creative minds. Everyone is born with a DNA of creativity, and everyone has the DNA of creating something that will change the world. Are you thinking? Are you creating? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela, and this week on the program, we focused on the audacity of hope to continue creating, even in this pandemic situation, is something that we are discussing today. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning, not just a guest, but also a long-term friend. He's a creative mind, the man who has been doing it and is a resident panelist on the Creative Industry Talk, back from the outside countries, as we say it in Uganda, and is now here. Faisal Chiwewa, welcome back to the program.
Thanks, Eddie.
How are you, Faisal?
I'm good, I'm good.
Great, and you've been traveling quite a bit of late. Would you like to tell us the experience of traveling as a creative mind? What are you seeing, and where are you, how are people doing it?
I think, what traveling really helps is it opens you up to new ideas, to see that people are not sleeping and not worried about yesterday or tomorrow, but they are really thinking about the future. And when you see what is actually surprising, that when you get to the flight, you realize that there's been a lot of changes done around mobility or moving or flying. And it's exciting to see our technology is stepping in. And I realize that there's a lot of new artificial intelligence being used for the safety of the people, but also for the comfort of those who are traveling, to be not so much in contact with other humans. So for me, it's really exciting to see that when you arrive at different airports, you feel like you're managed by robots somehow. And it's fascinating, but also it scares us who are still struggling with the opportunities to work.
Yeah.
I love the idea of creativity in terms of getting work done by artificial intelligence, but also you worry about those that are not able to get jobs, that they are going to be running out. The pandemic has really given us a challenge to see that we are going to be working differently and engaging people differently. So this whole moving around is really, for me, it gives us personally a challenge to start thinking a bit more on how do I sustain my career. Otherwise, I'll run out. I might be replaced by a robot.
Wow. We want to just take a moment to welcome every one of you guys all across the world to the Creative Industry Talk. And the Creative Industry Talk exists as a platform for us to have a conversation around the creativity and around the creative minds and how we're creating things that solve problems in the world. Faisal, what a moment right there, you know, from your travel. I mean, I just wanted to ask you a question. Do you see the sense of us failing to get back to where we used to be, where human-to-human connectivity is really very much needed?
There's a yearn of people really, wondering what is better at the moment. It also comes in with the different age groups. Some people who are older enough trying to keep away from other people for their own safety, but those who are young are really yearning to have more people to see, to talk with, as it was before. And it's that conflict, I think, at the moment. But what I think, and coming from an events organizing perspective, I think we are going to be entering into an era of hybrid interaction, whereby we've built an audience now during this period of COVID, our online audience, that when things get back to normal, inshallah, we'll find that we can't leave them alone. We can't leave them out of what we are doing. We have to keep them. They want to keep engaging because we've invested so much in keeping that audience. So I think what is going to happen is that we are going to continue with the physical interaction as well as the online engagement of our audience. So there's going to be a very much hybrid version of doing things.
Wow. You who are watching the show from anywhere across the world, we want to hear your opinion. Do you think that the world will ever go back to where we used to be? Do you think human-to-human interactions will ever get back to where we used to be? Do you think we're going to have physical contacts again? Hugs, you know? A world where there is no hug, there is no shaking hands would be a very difficult world. Even animals relate to each other. And that will be very difficult for us going forward. But Faisal, let's dive into our discussion, from that recap you've given us about your experiences driving and traveling across the world. Today's topic, if we may put the topic up there, is about how do we have the audacity to continue, the audacity of hope to continue creating even in the pandemic situation. And I'm talking about the creativity of us thinking about the things that we need to do. Can you just keep the topic up, team, so that we can just have a moment to recap on that one day. Creative Industry Talk topic today is about the audacity of hope to be creative in this pandemic situation. We're talking about the creative mind. The audacity there is that the ability of a human being to continue thinking creativity, to continue thinking ahead of time, and the hope that if I continue to create even in this pandemic situation, I will still be able to be rewarded for my creativity. I will pay. What are your thoughts on that one, to start with the topic itself?
I think, it's a good thought, and based on the conversations that we've had around from different creatives, there has been a very strong, despite the odds and whatever is going on with the artists, many of the creatives have really continued to create work. So they have had that resilience, they have had that audacity, as you can call it, to continue being, keeping their minds busy at work and developing content. The challenge is, what are we going to do with that content? Because most of it is not, I don't know how it's going to be realized. Of course, there are different processes of creativity or different disciplines for theater, for dance, for music, for film. I think the challenge will be, as much as it is being created, how are we going to realize it? What is the next step of this process of creating work? How are we going to have it shared with the rest of the audiences and the people that enjoy it? But it's a very strong will for artists to continue really working. Not all of them, though. I mean, I think some of them have going through challenges, mental challenges or depressions, and not all art forms are able to create content at home. You know, others need to be out there in the field and they can't because they're locked down. They are stuck in their homes. So there is that also balance in terms of like those who are able to. The writers are writing. You know, the playwrights are writing. But there are those who have to go into the field and their content is really based on them being out there. They can't, and I think that's a big challenge.
Wow. Faisal, talking of the mental capacity and the mental situation of artists during the creation process, a lot of people are finding it very difficult. They have been in a lockdown for so long, and the creative people are not good at being controlled in a very confined area. Some are running. Yes. How is that going from your interactivity with the artists that you've met all across the world, from the areas you've been since the lockdown started?
I mean, we've been we are in a very unfortunate situation as a people in this country, because you know, I think whereas the government supports the vulnerables, that those that get the support, I think the creative arts are not really looked at as the vulnerable. They don't have to be, because we are creatives, we can figure out things. But in such a situation where people are really locked down, I think they needed support more than anything before, you know. And I think the confinements that they're living in are very challenging, because most of them, you know, live in shared rooms, you know, shared homes. There is not really much space for them to feel free. You know, there's not also no room for recovery, you know. You know, sometimes when you are in a situation like this, you need some space. You need to be alone. You need to be somewhere to be yourself, you know, or to figure out things, have your own moment. And some of the places, when, you know, the way we live is difficult. You know, you have your wife, kids and stuff, and you are all in a two-roomed house. There is no space, and you can't walk, even if you try to go and jog around. So that situation is really making more people, I think, mentally sick. And the other unfortunate thing is that, and I don't think there's any plan for that. I think we've talked about that before, the plan to help people to get through this mental problem, like they did in the North after the war. After the Coney War, they had some reconciliation things, they had some treatment centers for war victims. I think we need to treat this pandemic as a war, and we also need to think for the people and say, okay, whereas we are raising money for COVID treatment, for COVID vaccines, we also need to raise money for the after COVID, you know, psychological treatment of people. Not only artists, but also even doctors or nurses or health or essential workers, whoever it is. I think there is that need for to prepare for the people to know that after this, even now, people are going through a lot. And I think it's something that we need to consider, and that's why I think it's also important to be careful with people. When you're engaging with them, don't push people too much, because you don't know what's going on. Some people might have not had lunch or dinner for 2 or 3 days, and then you're there telling them what to do, you know? So,
Wow. Well, Faisal, we're going to take a small break, you know, to just, you know, have coffee. But as we take this break, we are discussing the audacity of hope for people to continue creating and being creative in this pandemic situation, even when it looks bleak and, you know, told that reality. They are still creating, and we want to come back and have that discussion here with you. And we also want you to get online and actually be part of this discussion. Send us your kisses and disses. We want to know, are you creating? If you're creative, how are you handling the mental state? Are you still creating? If you're not, what are you doing in this time? Are you changing your career, or you're saying, no, I will continue to push my work out? And how are you publishing your work, or how are you getting your work out? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going for a break, and when we come back, we want to hear from you, you know, how you're doing it. This is the Creative Industry Talk. People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation, because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Welcome back to the program. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning is Faisal Chiwewa, who is the founder and, of course, the artistic director of Bayimba International Foundation. You know, here in Kampala. Welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
You have been traveling quite a bit, and the first part of the show, you were telling us your experience of what you have been seeing wherever you are in your travel. And the topic of discussion which we want to really dig deep into right now, Faisal, is about the audacity of hope for people to continue creating and being creative in this pandemic situation, even when we're in the lockdown. And we want everybody out there to participate. Audacity of hope to be creative. Are you creating work? And if you're creating work, how is that working out? Where do you publish the work? And Faisal, what would you say to the people, or what would you say to the person who is trying to be creative in this time but does not know where the work should be? Should they continue to be working, by the way?
Yeah, to be honest, I think what the pandemic has really given us, it has gotten some folks out of the cages, out of the shadows, out of their rooms. I've seen folks who have not seen for a long time. They're like having online shows, like they're having talk shows, and I'm like, what? This guy's still there, you know? I think it has really helped because people have sat home. I'm also one of them. Who like during the first lockdown, I was like, I am not doing anything online. You know, remember? For the whole year, I didn't do anything from March 2020 to March or to May actually this year. So I was like, I don't want to do anything online. But then I realized, why not? You know, I think I still have something to offer. I can do something, and I came out. So I've seen my friend David Kaiser also coming out with Doreen doing a talk show. I see Nabunjo doing a talk show. I'm like, this is actually interesting because people have started to realize that you cannot just sit down, even if you're just creating content for the future. You need to share something. You need to come out and show people that you're still alive. Otherwise, we will think that you were taken by COVID. But also, I think what I realized, like when I was attending a festival in Germany, I think last month, one of the things I realized that was very interesting is that people find ways to get themselves, active. And the most fascinating thing was like we attended a premiere of a production, which was a puppetry production that was done by the Bax Theatre, Puppetry Theatre from Cape Town. And they had 35 people who were working on this production. It's a very beautiful puppetry production. It's 2.5 hours. And this production was supposed to premiere at the Theatre de Welt in Düsseldorf. So the cast had, taken entire people. They had to do the production and then fly to Düsseldorf and then premiere it at the opening. It was the main event, the main production for the festival. They had put in a lot of money. And then I think a week before they were flying out, first of all, South Africa went into a lockdown. Second, they were all tested with COVID. So they could not leave the country. But look, the festival had organized, they could not cancel the festival, they could not cancel the opening. So what they did, they had to stream the entire production, and they had to invest. So it was a whole new invention for them to sit in the artscape in Cape Town to do the entire production and then stream it live, as they're doing it with the whole new setup of technology, cameras, inserts and all that stuff. And we were seated in a hall in Düsseldorf, 250 people watching a production that is being done live. They didn't have an audience, but we were this way, they were that way, and they made it happen, and we all enjoyed it. I didn't even feel that they were not there. I felt like, because it was a very big screen and we were all seated enjoying it together, they were also doing it. So it was really, for me, a very interesting invention. And I see the future where we are going to go. The hybrid engagement of content nowadays, that we cannot deny people now that we are going to sit back and wait and relax. I think the invention, the new approach to work has to come in with challenges, but also with creativity and innovation and openness and flexibility. So we have to figure out how to continue working.
Wow. Faisal, I mean, this is a very interesting point you're bringing out there. A lot of people who help the creative minds in their process of creativity. And if you're wondering who we are calling actually a creative mind, is the person who think of a problem or sees a problem and create a solution to close the gap that is brought about by that problem. And we're talking about creative designers, people who design marketing and communication posters or flyers, or they put this thing together for you to know the information about that particular product or about that particular brand. I mean, you see billboards out there. There are people who think creatively about how to bring that message to you. And we're talking about people who go into the studio, sit down to write the song, and find somebody with a nice, beautiful voice or handsome voice to actually sing that song and bring it out. Those are called creative people. They think creatively on how best they can bring it out. Everybody is able to think, but not everybody is able to be creative in their process of doing things. Yeah. And we're talking about people who design cars. They sit down, think about how this car is going to look like. Okay, I mean, the seats, the driving, the steering wheel and the tires and all of the things, so that when you sit in this car, you feel comfortable while driving this car. Those people are still creating stuff. The question is, will the world continue to consume this thing from them if this situation of the pandemic continues, Faisal?
Yeah, it depends on what you're creating and for what audience. I mean, look at what Richard Branson did, going to space for 1 hour, and now they are opening it up for the rest of the world for $280,000 to go and just spend an hour in space, So I think we can't stop innovating, because the need for products and services are always going to be there. The need for minds to see different things. We love, as humans, we love color, we love to be challenged, we love to be surprised. So we cannot just, get comfortable with what we know or what we have. And for me, that's one of the challenges I find here. I talked about some time ago about how I'm always surprised to see that we still use the same tampeko from Mukwano, the same type of tampeko that we used when we were kids in the 80s, So I find it challenging that they haven't innovated new things, There is nothing new coming out of this company. And when I try to investigate, I was trying to invest, I still want to invest into product design, and not for just clothes or whatever, but I'm really looking into industrial products, and for creative processes, and also the research on that. How do you create products from your local materials? Like the things we have a lot of wood. How can we create products from wood, not just timber for making plastering or whatever, but how do we start being innovative in a way we use products? When you look at people who are designing things for use, for purposes of use, some of them are not very popular,
Yeah.
but the thought behind it and the process of putting it out for the public to use it and make it useful, it's very exciting, and I find that really not so much here. We are very much driven by quick things, and that's where the challenge I find. You find people want to make something quickly because they need to survive. We are always in the survival mood. We are always in the rush to make money, rather than sitting down and relaxing. Like the scientists, they sit down, they can spend 5 years looking for a dose, leave alone the COVID one, but people can spend 10 years researching the treatment, and of course it takes a lot of money, a lot of patience, but you come out with something new, something innovative. So here we've not been very lucky to have this, but you also don't blame the people, because there is no support system. When for doctors, they are always supported to, they have research budgets, and they sit down and they are not worried about rent or kids going to school. But for creatives, there is no support system. So you cannot put your life for 5 years researching about new shoes, because you want to put a product out, yet you don't have someone to pay for your rent that day. So this is where the challenge is, and we need to investigate how can we create some sort of structures and systems that are going to help our young people, our creative minds, to be at ease when they are working. I was talking to one of my friend, Goreti Chomhendo, and I was asking her, what are the challenges of writers in Uganda? And she told me that one of the biggest, okay, not the biggest, maybe the best gift you can give a writer is space. And I'm like, what do you mean space? Like, yes, she said, like space. Get Eddie, who wants to write a book, take them to Lunkulu, tell them you're here for 6 months, you don't need to worry about rent, you don't need to worry about food, write, and they will do their job. But they don't have that space here, because they're worried about this, they're worried about that, no one is there to support them, no structure, no financial backup. So that's where we are really, really not settled. And then we are hit by this COVID that is not ending. So you find us in a cycle that is never ending with our problems.
Faisal, that's a very good perspective right there. I just want to take you to, if there is no one thinking for you as a creative mind, and I'm talking about creativity from lawyers are becoming more and more creative. Lawyers are going to become, they're moving from the traditional law practice as a legal attorney that goes in court to represent a person or an individual, a community, to now cooking food. And they're saying, I need to cook food and I can make very good food. That's being creative, And the way they present the food, we have a very prominent lawyer right now who is cooking food, and he seems to be making a lot more money from cooking food than the legal practice itself. Now, the question is, do you need somebody, or does one need somebody to give them hope to continue creating because somebody is going to buy? Or you can see a gap in the market, like Senson is always doing. He's made open shoes from the tires, used vehicle tires, bags from the tires. I find him very creative. And are there people who will always buy that? Yes. And how much is it? Are there the market for it? Do you need somebody to take you somewhere to create that? Or you can actually have the hope to say, if Faisal is dressing like this, I think I can give Faisal this hope to be able to have this. What do you think?
I think the difference with professionalism and passion is whereby you find a lawyer who has a bar, he passed the bar and he can practice law, and then he's like, I like to cook food, my passion is in cooking. If it doesn't work, he has a backup plan. He will go back to law and study. And there's a difference with the artists. Some of us are not, we studied art, that's it. And that's where we fall, or we did study art, but we are doing it. There's not so many backup plans. However, I think what COVID has done has really opened up so many people. I've seen many artists or creatives who are venturing into other opportunities. They're really trying to cultivate other ways of earning revenue. And it's not a bad thing, it's a good thing. But I don't think the issue is like people need to be inspired. Oh yes, people can be inspired. Eddie, you can inspire people like you do with, except me, you failed to get me to the gym. Someone told me today that, oh, Faizo, you go to the gym. I'm like, no. Yes. But you inspire people to work out, to get their bodies physically fit. And that's, it can also be a creative way. But maybe you could say like, if Eddie is doing this gymming and stuff, like what can I create for him to be as an artist? What can I get him to be that is Ugandan, that is me, that can others can start?
For example, by workout t-shirts?
Exactly. And recently, I was talking yesterday, was it yesterday or a few days ago, I was walking around and then I realized that these days you find many women wearing tight, what do you call them? Those tight shorts.
Yes.
Which it was never like this before. Women always covered themselves. They didn't like anything. Now you find them on the street jogging with their it's a new way that they are feeling free. There's more freedom and also self confidence for women
for whatever they are wearing, which is created by an artist.
Exactly. So I really think, and you find they are trying also to find those that are more designing. So it's not even about the body, but it's also about the design of what they are wearing, the formation. And I like it because before, I think 10 years ago, it was very rare to find a woman walking on the streets like this. Now they go to town anywhere, you find them in the mall in this kind of dressing. So how do artists think about this new approach to people? Do they study? Do they
look
do
at
research?
The trends?
Do they do research and see how are people behaving? And but also the challenge is that when I was doing a research paper for a German government, and then they asked me about the leisure culture in Uganda, and I could not find statistics. Like, no, it's not there. Even when I went to the Uganda Statistics Bureau
of Statistics,
and I asked them, what are the statistics of the leisure? What's the leisure culture in, let's say, for example, in Kampala? What do people spend on? We don't know, and that also helps to inform people who are planning, like the KCCA. They need to know how much people spend in the bars, in the restaurants, on the concerts. What do they eat? What do they like to eat? Where do they like to spend their time between 5 and 6? So that when you're planning the city, you can understand that between this time and this time,
they like to go in this place.
People like to go to this place. Maybe not a particular place, but people like to do this. People like to go to they like this kind of music. So that you have an idea of your city and how people use it. And that's when you're adding into new buildings or authorizing new buildings, you can advise people who are building, not to just build malls and stuff. You can tell them, you know what, according to the trend of people, the way they go out, the way they use the city, the way they engage, these are the things that we would recommend for you to add into your building. You know what I mean? So it's also an issue of research that maybe artists or creatives or even authorities don't put in place first to say that this is how we need people to do. This is where the trend is going. This is how we can help our city, our population to grow. So it's a mix of not being very, thoughtful in the processes, as well as not having the capacity maybe to do what is needed. Yeah.
Well, Faizo, we're going to take another break, and when we come back, we want to look into what you have just said, which is very interesting. There are a lot of opportunities when you're talking that I see coming. But are the artists taking advantage of this? Are you, as a creative mind, taking advantage of this? Are you advising the authority, or are you creating a product that will attract the authority to actually fund your project or to be part of the consumption of your project? Stay right there. Creative Industry Talk. We'll be right back after this break.
Attack you, they vilify you, and the goal is to weaken you financially, is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person.
Yeah.
Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue.
Yeah.
And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okiela. Oh, where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported.
Yeah.
You know, many people who write on this subject,
Yes.
like Sylvia Tamale,
Yes.
she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation,
Yes.
Carnegie Foundation.
Yes.
There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually streaming from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering.
Yes.
I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mona Onyeto goes on to say, or I think it's a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest becomes more
shares.
Yes. Welcome back to the program. My name is Eddie Okiela, and this is the Creative Industry Talk. In the studio is Faizo Chiwewa, who is the founder and artistic director of Buying International Foundation, who is also about to launch a new product called Umva Creatives.
Yeah, Umva Creatives.
We want to know, you are creating, the audacity for you to continue creating and the hope that we will buy into your product at this hour. It's quite amazing. While others are stuck and don't know what to do. But again, you mentioned something that I want to go back to before we went for break, which was people need to look at available opportunities that is there. And don't wait for somebody to come and tell you, please design for me this, or please create for me this. As a creative mind, you've got to think about what is the opportunity that is available for me in this space, in this time, in this situation, in this season. Many of them are quite very depressed at home, and some have a lot of hope. I've met so many people who said, I'm recording fantastic music now from the recording artist. I've met people like Paolo Kiki who says, I'm having fantastic painting right now. Juicy Art Gallery says, I'm thinking I work from home, so I see the leaves on the road, I see the traffic, so I'm creating a lot more things right now. And so I asked him, so the audacity of hope that when you create things in this time, people are going to buy is amazing. And are people going to buy this thing? Yes and no. So Faizo, back to you. You're also having the hope that if you launch Humva Creatives, and we want to first of all know what is Humva Creatives, and what is the platform all about. Do you have these artists who have this hope to continue creating the art pieces that are going to go selling? What is Humva Creatives to start with?
Humva Creative is a platform that we've been working on since April last year, when we went into the lockdown. There was that whole...
Was it born out of lockdown situation?
There was that whole, period of supporting artists, we needed to support ourselves because the government supported the essential people, and then we realized that the artists, no one came in to support them. So everyone was looking for food, rent, and stuff like that. And then we realized that actually, even if you give someone 10 kilos of posho and 5 of beans, for how long are they going to survive on these things? So we realized with my team and realized that we need to do something that is, in case this lockdown is over, and if there is another pandemic that will come after, we are not leaving artists to stay without earning anything. So that's why we started this platform. And Humva is a kind of like a rebellious system, which is really looking at Humva itself. It means a universal method for value access, meaning that we want to make sure that all the artists have access to money, direct revenue, without middlemen. And this is also a very good, so it's kind of like a cryptocurrency software that we've built. You get if you sell your painting, you get your cash. There's no middleman trying to do what, take 40% at whatever. You're transacting with your own revenue.
Say for example, if I want to buy an art piece from Pfizer Chihuahua, am I able to order direct and say yes?
You order that because you see the piece, you see it on the platform, then you order it. The artist gets their money instantly. Not again, Pfizer send me a check or invoice. No, the money comes. So what happens when you get to the platform, you register, and when you register, you get a bank account. So that bank account is all where your money goes. Immediately, it's paid for. So, but that's on the end of the artist. And then on the end of the buyer, you can also just sign up as a buyer, and then when you sign up again, you get a bank account. So you can transfer your money from your bank or Stanbic or whatever, Barclays, and you put on that account. So what it helps if you're a buyer is that every time you need to buy something, you're not going to pay these transfer fees, so you transfer your money at once. And then when you're paying within the system, you're not going to be charged for transaction fees. That's where we're trying to do. And you can also pay with mobile money, you can pay with PayPal, you can pay with bank transfers. So all these systems, we have integrated everything so that we don't leave anyone out. But that's on the end of the buyer and the seller. And then why did we set up this Humva Creatives? Is we realized that when you walk around, artists create work. And then I've been having this conversation with my friend Margaret Kafero, and we're like, when you go to all these embassies of Uganda that are abroad, we have 37 embassies and 37 residencies, official. But you'll never find a Ugandan art piece at any of the residencies or any of the embassies, unless if one person or one individual just bought whatever those things they buy on the street. You find Chinese works, and I'm like, this is an embassy. You should have at least some of the works from Uganda. So the platform is going to help to bridge that gap, whereby if you don't have money to buy an art piece, you can rent it. You can say, Eddie, you have a creative industry show, and I want to have a different background every week. You just go on the platform, rent the work, it's delivered to you, you use it, you take it back, you pay, and that money goes direct to the artist. So that in that way, you have an opportunity to have a different scene every time you're doing your show. You can do it for your office, you can do it for your home, you can do it for events, those people who have events or weddings or functions where they need to have different works. And also the other thing is that many people don't have Ugandan art. We are now trying to figure out the costing of how much can we sell this work, because you have to value. The pricing is very difficult. I'm telling you, I've been having this conversation for like a month. How much do we price this work? But we are trying to figure out that how can Ugandans afford to buy this work, because we all love art. In one way or the other, we just don't know. Many people don't know that they love art. That's why you find them buying fake flowers, they buy fake Chinese stuff. But if they have an opportunity, like you go to Jumia and order food at your home, you go to a platform where you can just look and say, maybe this wall doesn't look nice. let me have a piece of Mona Lisa or a Daudin or a Paul Ndema or a Samson. You know, this is what we are trying to do, and I think this platform is going to go. This is just for the 1.0 version. The 2.0 is going to include music. It's going to include other used products like an old guitar, or you want to buy a set of drums, you want to sell your stuff and things like that. So we are building it to be an e-commerce for art.
Okay. Yeah. Faisal, you speak very creative, very passionate about this, and I'm sure somebody out there who is trying to create is still stuck. I've met so many artists out there who are struggling to create something, and they say, Eddie Okila, for you, how do you even come up with these ideas? And are people going to ever pay you for these platforms you're creating and these things you're trying to do? And I've always told people, you know, I don't see the numbers. And I've always told people, aim to have 1%. If you have that 1%, that 1% will reach out to the next and to the next. The mistake we have as creatives is to think that when you create something, you need to have a huge number of people following you, 100 and millions of people, then you feel comfortable. Numbers necessarily does not represent, you know, or translate to the viability of that, or the need for that platform to be there. So I'm not a person who always look for huge number of people following me, but I want to take you to a point where, Faisal, you talked about creating stuff and giving a platform for the artist and the creative people to do. I don't see people who are into woodwork, for example, they're always left out. They are very creative people. They are always locked in their space. They don't quite come up to think about this. Is it a lack of that this kind of creative minds don't know their ability to be able to create things that we need, you know, furniture at home, we use the furniture, we use chairs, but they are totally locked out. Are they going to have a platform? You know,
actually, I mean, it's very good you asked this question, because during our research process, when we were researching this platform, what it's going to do, this version that we're doing, we had a lot of engagements with artists, and actually I learned a lot. I mean, I've been doing with art for the past 20 years, but even still, I'm still learning, and I learned a lot through this process, because our first focus was on the visual art, the paintings, you know, and then we realized that, oh, we also have the sculptors, we have the interior designers, and most of the artists are double, they do these things double, like Edward Wadimba. He's a very nice, you know, batik. He does quite some batik, but he also does a lot of nice paintings, but he also does furniture. He does beds. There's this hotel here, which is 99, is it 900 something? Somewhere on Kisementi. He designed everything there, and I was like, are you sure? And he took me around and said the beds, the furniture, the chairs. You might think it was ordered on IKEA, but very nice work. So we realized that we had left these guys out, and then, so we've added them. We've added them onto the platform.
But are they willing to come forward? Because most times they're locked on. You look at a guy who does nice woodwork, and he's telling you he has no idea of how his work is.
Because most of them, you know, there's also this challenge. First of all, they don't know that there are opportunities, but they have not invested in knowing how to sell their work to bigger people. They always use this word of mouth contact, or some people you meet and they are doing great works and you never know that they are doing great till you find out, like, I didn't know Edward does furniture. I didn't know. I knew very recently when I was doing this platform, and he was like, and he was the one actually championing the movement of getting visual artists. And then later on he's like, by the way, I also have some work I do. I'm like what? And then he showed me, and I'm like, this is amazing. So that opportunity, but also people not knowing how to get their products easily delivered to people. We are still in that era of people doing work, and they're, you know, you make a bed and cannot get out of the house. You know, I think we need artists, like most people in the furniture business, need to start thinking, how do I make a product that is easily transferred, movable, and also can be organized or arranged, or how do they call it, like assembled by someone. I don't need to be there. The way we go to IKEA, and then you buy a piece of art, or you buy a table, you just get it in the boxes and you take it home, and then you fix it yourself, you know. So we need to start understanding also that furniture design is not always about designing something in your studio and then you want someone to bring a truck and then carry it the way, and then no, we need to start moving forward, we need to put the work out. We also need to make it much more easier for people, but also thinking in terms of the spaces, because most of the time we don't, and I don't blame the artists, because we don't have standard spaces in Uganda. No, serious. We don't have standard spaces. You cannot say, you know, in Europe.
But the artist needs to come up with the design of the standard spaces.
No. But you know, like in Europe, there are standard spaces. A bedroom has to be this size. And the artists know, the people who do furniture know that according to the standards of construction, beds are this size. So if a bed, if I'm making a bed for a room which is standardized, I have to make a bed like this. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
But here you find this room is 10 by 10, the other one is 3 by 4, the other one is 10. So and
because the artist who designed was the cousin who just called and said he drew it on the paper and said, I want to just finish this.
This is an official thing. This is an official thing that it's guaranteed. You know, it's guaranteed bedrooms or sitting rooms. But here, all beds are 6 by 5 or 4 by 4, or you cannot get another bed of your style. You know, it's difficult. So it makes it very difficult for people who are, you know, living in small spaces to really enjoy the work of, an artist. You know, of an artist who, you know, who doesn't have, who has no idea of how these spaces are being arranged. So there's still that problem. If we could standardize spaces, and then artists can also be more flexible in terms of like, okay, how do I make things to fit into people's spaces? You know, the minimalism, but also the experimental work of making sure that works are not just for those people who have space.
Wow. Well, we are on the creative industry talk, and we're talking about the audacity to remain creative in the lockdown situation or in a pandemic situation, when there is COVID-19 pandemic situation. Of course, a lot of artists are depressed at the moment and they are not creating stuff. But those who are remaining active and creating are having a platform where they can publish their work. For example, Faiza Chiwewa here is talking about, you know, Umva Creatives that was born, last April, as a platform for artists to, you know, bring in their work, collaborate, and be able to sell their work and showcase their work online, which wasn't there before. And I think it's going to be the first one. I mean, even it was there as a platform for art, wasn't there. And then, of course, we're talking about, you know, if you're remaining active and having the audacity we're talking about is you having the resilience still to be thinking. There are many problems and multitudes of problems in the background, okay, in your backyard, but you still wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm going to have to create this product. I'm going to look at the problem that we have in our society, in our community, in our nation, in our region, and I create a product that will, fill in that gap. Those people are surviving. Those people are not running mad. Those people have clients coming in. But those who have, have a linear way of thinking, that it's only one thing, I'm a musician, and so I just go and record music, and he's not doing something that is totally out of the comfort zone, are struggling. Faizo, those are quite a number of them. And I want to just ask you a question as we wind up the show, you know. How do we get more artists to be more active or more creative people to start thinking outside the box? What should we do? Because government is not going to do for us. And who is government anyway? We are the government ourselves. Yes. And if we're not thinking for ourselves, we can't blame government, because government is we and we is government. We're just talking about, we're shifting the responsibility of the thinking to the people in the state. But the people in the State Department are dealing with political pressures and so many other things that if the artists don't come up with these things, some of them are not going to pay attention to. How do we get more people to continue being, hopeful, not being hopeless in this pandemic situation, to do much greater stuff than we used to do before?
I think for me, the sad thing is always to see how people run away so easily, because everyone wants to go out. I want to go to America. I want to go to the UK. I'm like, you want to go there and enjoy what people have worked hard for, instead of contributing. I really think there is a very little spirit of contribution here. People don't see how they can make an effort to be contributive to the growth of our country. And they always want to get things easily. They want to get quick money. They want to, that's why they all run to America. We've lost so many artists. And then you find, one time I was really saddened to see a dancer, I will not mention his name. He left here, went to Europe, and then luckily, he's a very good dancer. He ended up doing this Dancing with the Stars. And I think he went all the way to the semi-finals. And then when he was doing an interview, he said that, oh, thank you so much, people, for accepting me, for voting me to be all this way. You can't believe where I come from. My country is so bad. There is no opportunity. And I looked at this guy, and I'm like, really? 45 million people are living here. Are they dying? Yes, you're lucky, but don't put it on the country. Make your contribution as a good dancer. So I think, for me, the challenge is also that people have also exploited what they know. Because you have to forgive everyone. We are in a very bad education system that does not support creativity from the beginning to the end. So you find people are just queer from the beginning, because what they learn is not helping them. They have spent all their years in school and they come out without knowing anything to do with life or being contributive. We are always told to be given. Your teacher gives you notes, you copy and paste, or whatever. Your parents give you money, so you are always given. So there is it's very hard to find people who are really able to work hard and be able to do things without being questioned or without looking at what is in for me. But also, the other thing was a friend of mine who were doing a biking tour, and he told me, you know what? The next generation is going to be different, because some of the children have learned, going to international schools. What do they teach them? They teach them to be creative from a young age, and they give them topics or assignments that are really challenging them to think beyond what they know or what the teacher is giving them. And also, children who have grown up now, knowing that I can go, I don't know what they call it, tebachaina nnyo maalo. No, seriously, tebachaina nnyo maalo, because they can go to the mall and it's very, of course, when you go with your kid to a restaurant, let's say Cafe Javas, and you give them food and they take a picture, that one they still have a long way to go. But if you find a kid to have a pizza or whatever, they are not going to take a picture of that pizza because I have
it's not a very big deal to have a pizza. Whether I have it or not, it's okay.
And when that generation, when it grows, it's going to change a lot of things, because you realize that they don't, even if they don't have money, they are not going to think around, oh, what is exciting, They will work towards to make things different. And I think that's what I like about the new young generation of the 14 and 16 and 17 young olds. But our generation is still struggling because we've been brought up in this system of being fed, from home to school to everywhere you go, you need to be helped. And now we don't know how to deal with challenges. We don't know. That's why people are really struggling. And those who are managing, they are doing their best. Those who are not able, you cannot blame them, because of course everyone tells me you have to take responsibility, yes, but also you have to see the system and the structure that they have been raised in that does not support the minds that we need at this time.
Wow. Are you a creative mind? Are you thinking creatively? Do you still have the authority within yourself to create something? Do you have hope, or you become hopeless because of the pandemic situation? Are you struggling with thinking? Perhaps you need to, surround yourself with people who are thinking positively and look at the problems around you. Look at how you can be part of the solution of that problem. If you're not able to get out of that space to do something, most probably you are not going to be successful. So those who have the audacity of hope to keep moving out, the authority, the thinking, the creativity, the mindset to say, I need to do something for myself, are doing it. And Faisal, thank you very much for coming to the show today. We want to give your last word to that artist who is almost committing suicide. I was talking to an artist, and it's a very sad note that an artist, about 4 of them reached out to me after watching you and I on the Creative Industry Talk, and we're talking about how to get fundings and and stuff. And then this person, creative mind, reached out and say, Eddie Okela, my name is so and so. I'm reaching out to you. I don't know how to meet you, but I've watched your clips and I've watched your interviews with Faisal. I don't know how to get funding for my project. I've struggled and I've failed, and I just feel like I'm so frustrated. I just feel like I'm going to die. So I asked him one question. I said, well, sorry that you're having that feeling, and sorry that you're going through that situation, or going through that kind of feeling, but have you received a memo from God that this is going to be the end of it? He felt like I was being unkind to him. Then I also asked him, I said, you are a person who create work. You are always thinking. People come to you. This is a creative writer. He's a very good writer. But he can't write something for himself
to remind him of
something, or even to say, this is what I've created. He's used to creating things for others. So the ability for him to think creatively for himself, to come up with something, is taken away from him. And he now feels like he wants to commit suicide. So I told him, well, committing suicide won't solve the problem, but what is most probably going to happen to you is that you have abdicated the duty of thinking for what you can do and the power to others. How can artists take back that power to them and begin to do it as we wind up the show, Faisal?
Yeah, but I think, Eddie, we have to be honest. We are all going through a lot.
Yeah.
We can be here and just, people sometimes they see you walking and they think, Eddie has
everything is normal, yes.
We all have our issues to deal with. But what makes it different is that you wake up in the morning and put yourself together and say, I'm going to go and work, or I'm going to go and write, I'm going to go and create work. Because whether you like it or not, you need to survive for tomorrow. So the issues we face with suicides, thoughts, and depressions, they are real, they exist, and people are going through them. Of course, you need to, definitely, some people need to get help, talk to someone. But again, we also have to remember that we have responsibilities. We might not be so significant in these countries where we feel like, oh, I'm a prime minister, or I'm so and so. But every human has a responsibility to contribute to the future of this country, whether you are recognized or not, But I think what we need to do is to think and know that the future needs to be different. It cannot stay the same. And we, as a people, have to contribute to the difference that we seek to have. When you see good places, good cities, you sit in a plane and it's all designed, do you think that it was just it came out of the air by itself? People put their thoughts to that. So what are you working on as a creative artist? What are you contributing to the betterness, to the beauty that you want to see? And it's not only for the creatives, but also for the people who are planning for this country, for the people who are investing in this country. Whatever investment you're making, what is it adding on to the future of this country, to the creativity, to the lifestyle, to the betterness of the people?
Wow. Well, we want to leave you with a very interesting topic of discussion today. One, if you will put it up there, I will ask the team to put it up there for you to remind yourself. And the topic is, program is Creative Industry Talk. And the topic today is the audacity of hope to create things and to be creative in this pandemic situation is key for our next step of, being creative people who are successful in life. And of course, the program has come to an end. And we want to say thank you very much, everybody who has been following the show all across the world. Thank you very much to Faisal for always coming and sharing with us, a lot of wisdom coming from his experiences. And he's been traveling. He's just given you an understanding of, what happened in Germany when a South African production house and Creative Minds could not be in Germany because they were all tested positive, but they presented, the audacity of hope. That's what we're talking about, to continue being creative even in the pandemic situation is the perfect match and a perfect fit.
Taking risks,
And taking risk. If you're not taking risk, it's going to be very difficult for us to.
People really fear to take risks.
Yes.
They are always worried about, oh my God, what am I going to do? I think, we take risks every day. I mean, and I think for me, I find it boring not to risk because I think it's very important to, if you don't risk, then I think there is not really much purpose of, you can't challenge yourself. You need to challenge yourself with things that you can't reach and but look forward to or work towards to. So you think big, like everyone says that, oh, you have to have a bigger vision. Definitely you have. And that means that you're taking a risk to be relevant. We need to be relevant. We cannot just die and pass by. We are not birds.
Yes. Well, thank you very much, Faisal, and thank you very much, everybody, for being a part of the creative industry talk, growing big and better. Until next week, we are live on House of Talent. Website www.houseoftalentuganda. www.houseoftalentug.com is live right there. You can be a part of the conversation. Keep the conversation coming on Facebook, House of Talent Uganda, and on Twitter at HTV1. Until then, we want to say thank you and stay safe, stay creating, keep the hope alive. Edio Killer, Faisal Chiwewa, signing out.
For me, leadership is a privilege of moving people towards a destiny. And for me, it would be towards God's agenda. That's the best, moving people to God's agenda. God has an agenda for everybody. And I know some people will say, oh, it's too much of God. But God has a plan for this world. And so whether you're in business, you're a medical personnel, if somebody came to you, a good medical leader says, I want you not only to be healed, but to be healthy. That's the kind of mindset that I see. And it's about self. So if you ask me, am I a leader? By the grace of God, I am a leader, and I am growing as a leader. And I thank God for that privilege of being a leader. And who is a leader to me? It's very simple. Someone that has a vision, but is also someone that is there serving people. For me, that's a leader. Vision is where you want to take things. Serving is the recognition that if the things do not matter to people, drop them.
Wow.
Drop them. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do must make a difference in people's lives. Anybody who has had huge impact in history, in leadership, the impact is not measured by just the things they did, but what those things did for people's lives. Did they make a difference? So it's useless for you to make so much money and the money does not add value to people's lives.
Wow.
So for me, yes, you have to have a vision, and at the end of the day, you are serving people. It doesn't change. Leadership is leadership, whether it is at what we would call a lower level or a top level. Leadership is leadership. It's about influence. It's that influence that comes from you have a vision and you are serving people. So what changes is the level of responsibility, but the other one that people don't like is the level of accountability. You see, Jesus said, to whom much is given, much will be required. So the only differences there is the level of responsibility. When you're at the national level, you are now responsible for an entire nation. When you are a CEO, now you're no longer just looking at the department, you are looking at the entire entity. The responsibility has changed, the accountability even goes higher. Hi, this is Julius Wotlonyo, pastor at Watero Church. Thank you so much for tuning into House of Talent Television. It's a great, innovative way of doing TV, and particularly for being a part of the CEO bench, talking about leadership. You know what, friends? Leadership can be tough. Leadership can be lonely, and the dynamics of leadership keep changing. I want to encourage you, watch the CEO bench so that you can get to hear real practical tips on leadership from people who are actually practicing leadership. Once again, thank you for being a part of the CEO bench right here on House of Talent Television.
disappearing while he's here on the Family Talk Show, but today he decides to go out and do an assessment of the cows and how much milk they produce. So he's out there in Barara, the land of milk and honey, trying to do an assessment. But we are here. The Family Talk Show is here. My name is Hassan, and the pastor, the big pastor, is also here. So it's going to be the two of us talking family, 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 family. And this week, the topic is something that you have really been looking out for and asking us about it. We are going to be talking, what is the difference between leading a family and heading a family? That's the discussion here. And then by the end of the show, we expect that you could have picked something out of it and the best practice that will take you forward with your family value systems. Pastor, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Hassan. I think it's right for me to say Happy New Year.
Why? Why Happy New Year?
I'm not sure whether we've met this year.
We have met online.
We've met online, yes. You used to do chicken. I don't know whether you still do chicken.
Yes.
Because now that you said who has gone to milk cows, which I don't know whether he's going to milk, but all I know, he went to strengthen his family, because it's one thing to talk about family, and it's another thing to practice what we're talking about. Yes, husbands, you need long time with your wives. I know sometimes men get married, then they spend more time outside than with their wives. So I'm glad. Salute to you, Eddie, and your queen, Joyce. I'm sure she's making you happy and getting some good units there. But I know one of the things that Eddie keeps saying, yes, we are live on HTV, not HTV, on YouTube, live on?
Yes,
on Facebook.
Yes.
All right. If you don't find us there, you know. He went with the line.
No, we are streaming live on Facebook, House of Talent Uganda on Facebook, and on YouTube, House of Talent Uganda. You can also find us on Twitter at HTV1 on Twitter, HTV1 Uganda on Twitter. This is the Family Talk Show. Pastor, how was the week?
The week brings me to one of the points I wanted to say is we are sad that a powerful leader or head of state, and maybe that will run into our
I don't want to say head of state.
Yes, John Pombe Magufuli. He had a powerful name of Pombe, which definitely excited the Tanzanians. But we want to extend our condolences to our families, especially in Tanzania. We do extend our sorry about the loss of your dear leader, who definitely has set a challenge for all our leaders here, also a challenge for us. Because one of the questions I ask myself is, if I happen to go to heaven, will my family cry real tears or these professional tears, which they are supposed to, or they will be excited and say, it's gone, let life begin.
Celebration.
So if you ask me how my week was, it's been a week of contemplation. Yes, also following on the discussion that has been happening. Am I a family head? Am I a family leader?
So lots of things to think about. My week was, of course, sad. I just tweeted one word, Pombe. That's all I tweeted. Because for me, like you said, that was the powerful icon. Pombe, just the word Pombe. That's what I tweeted. And on Wednesday, when he was laid to rest, it was a sad moment for me. I just don't know why, but I felt very low that day. Of course, reading a lot of literature of the things he has been able to do in such a short time. Then I started to say we need to redefine leadership. For me, that's what comes to my mind. We need to redefine leadership. But also, as the week ended, the news that the Traffic and Road Safety Act is going to be revised to include an old tax. They're bringing back an old tax called road license. And I kept wondering, okay, one of the reasons why the tax was removed because they wanted more indirect taxes on fuel. That they would make more money on fuel. Now they're bringing back the same old tax. So will the fuel tax go away?
No. It won't go away, and the fuel tax will continue. While they said tax whoever is driving, of course there were other units of people that were we are going to benefit from those who are using generators and the rest. And now that electricity is running, so less fuel I think is going. So we need to go back to, and our roads are dying. And you see, you guys have been saying the roads in Tanzania are well paved, the ones in Kibuli are not paved. So why aren't they paved? We stopped paying taxes for fixing the roads. Yes, but I think we should be working on making more money.
For me, it's going to be a big debate on especially double taxation on the same unit. But,
those debates, are they debates? to me, what I really want, is the president to sign out the bill on parliament, not parliament, NSSF. Yeah, so that what we've been saving before we get to eat.
Hopefully, the president will accept to sign midterm access because NSSF is a big resource for running.
Yeah, but they're not even talking about midterm. That's late term. The people they're talking about are not in their mid.
It's late.
Yes,
okay.
It's late term access.
Maybe the journalists, the media coined the term midterm because it never existed.
Okay.
It was only at the end of retirement. That's when you'd get money.
Yeah.
So now they call it midterm. Okay. To dive into the show today, we are talking about the difference between leading a family and heading a family. And Pastor, I will start with you. How do you understand these two words, leading and heading a family?
Heading. Okay. I think we need to get this context right, because I think sometimes where we go wrong is we forget to understand that family is organic in nature, but also is, what do I call it? Not mechanic, because it's mechanic, but it's an institution. Family is an institution that must be recognized legally and also morally. And so the functions of an institution. And so when you talk about leadership and headship, I'm thinking we're talking in terms of, yes, there ought to be somebody who takes decisions or who is held accountable for the decisions made in that family. And then there also ought to be leadership. And so when we talk about leadership and headship, we may define definition, but I think there ought to be somebody who is the go-to person in every family. Traditionally, it's the father or the mother, no, not the mother, the father who is second in command is the mother, then the firstborn, and then we go on to the bottom. It's assumed that the lastborns, those ones, unless they've cleared the others. So, but leadership, again, like you said, has to do with who is giving vision and direction. That's my understanding.
Okay.
And some people talk about leadership, who has the power and who has the influence. I think leadership has to do with who influences, headship has to do with who has the power. Sounds very theoretical, very classical, but I think we need to first get back. Every family needs a leader. Yes, so again, what do we mean by family? The days we live in, there's the, what's the technical term NSSF says? There's the immediate family, and for us, immediate family was father, mother, husband, wife, and children, aunties and uncles. But then the English people defined it to mean your husband and wife and children, biological or legal. This, my brother grew up with me, that is not your immediate family. So they will not get insurance, they will not get any benefits attached to them in the whole process. So I think that's why the mix up now
the
begins.
selfish definition.
Yes.
We would say a selfish definition. Headship for me, when you get to understand head of a family, because the context now becomes religious. Okay? When religion say that the head of a family, that's where we find that word, head of a family. We also find that word from people who do the census. Because when they come to us, they say, who is the head of the household? That's what they tell us. Okay? So, in the way the word head of a family is used, comes with tasks. It's about tasks. And those tasks are about, one, financial responsibility, problem solving, and then giving advice. So somebody who is responsible for those tasks was often referred to as the head of a family. But again, what family are we talking about? Like you have been saying, there's that nuclear one that
you have the right one.
Yeah, the nuclear family, that small one.
Yes.
Okay, and then there's context of family. You often hear people say, "My family."
Yes.
My wife's family.
Yes.
My husband's family. Then what does that mean? What do they mean now?
There has been no assimilation. But there's something I think I want us to clarify, because when you say head of the family has to do with the religious bias, I think it has to do with us defining what is the source or foundation of family. Yes, because again, in the world we live in now, there are many sources these days, all right? So, and I think family has become a battleground. Who defines family? In others, who creates family? And so when we talk about a head of the family, because again, because of the trouble in the world, we have child-headed family, single mother-headed family, we have single father-headed family, then I think no headed family. Those ones are free to all. They're on the street, okay? Because there are also those families that are formed out of circumstances where you have the ringleader as the head. And so again, you raise an issue. The head, you talked about roles, but I think also has to do with authority. All right. Because even when you talk about head of state, some are saying, does he have the authority?
The power.
Or he just has the power? There's a difference between authority and power. Okay? The one with authority has been voted in, has been sworn in, and people have said, this is our person. All right? But the other side to it, that he may have gotten all the votes, all the swearing in, like I think Kibaki sworn in quickly, so that Odinga doesn't overtake him. All right? And so they've said, and people are funny, we have the president of the people, then the president of the state, confusing things.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, they've also come in family, where you have the head who is the man, and then the leader who is the woman. So
it gets confusion. Most times when people use the word head of family, it's often attached to a male head. Okay? And that's where the task responsibilities and that's how people understand it. That this head of a family has specific tasks that is expected to do. So that's what makes him head of a family. But there's been a lot of studies going on, especially around this concept, head of a family. Should it be head of a family? Should it be leader of a family? Because like you said, leadership is about guidance. Leadership is about making sure that we mobilize each other and achieve the set goals. That in this case, family value systems. What value systems do we set up? And then you need a leader to make sure that we achieve that. So it's quite depending on who is believing what. But the issue of family power and decision making also now comes in. Like you have been saying, who is the leader? Who is the head? The head, often male with family power and decision making, but again, times have changed, okay? And puts everything into rethinking again. And this is a concept that has been researched on very, very low. Head of a family. No one goes out there to do, how do people understand head of a family and leadership of a family?
But to me, I think the confusion has been brought by, I'll say researchers with all due respect, but there is a hideous agenda, because some things were definitely obvious, all right? And the systems were in place. But we've twisted them. It was obvious, if Joshua dies, somebody will take over. There's a heir. And the duties of the heir are clearly stated, all right? And the way the family functions, if the father or the husband is not there, it's automatic the wife takes over. All right? And taking over as in will lead. Like if we are flying a plane, when the pilot dies, the co-pilot takes over.
Exactly.
It's not something that is discussed. All right? It's obvious. Just like TAP in Tanzania, president dead, vice president. Whether she's a woman, whether you voted for her, whether... No, she is the president for the next 4 years. Then she can campaign, not for re-election, but for election. Because for her, they do just open for her. So, but we started confusing fine because of matters of wealth and issues of land. Yes. So you find women who have lifted up this family, brought wealth to it, added value to it. Now people begin trying to undermine them, throw them out so that they can take over what this family has raised. And then there's a question of that guy was the heir, should now the woman take over? That's why you find people say, my husband's family, my family, my son's family, because we are so divided. But I think we need to get back to, okay, what is the foundation of family? All right? If God is the foundation of family, then we ought to do business of the family and uphold the institution of family according to the design of God. But you see, I think we are trying to throw out. You had people swear in and they didn't say amen, they said are women. Because they feel now, when you say amen, you're over lifting men. When you say a women, you're more educated. And to me, I think that's total absolute nonsense.
Then we just say amina.
But they're coming for that.
Okay, this
unless
is
you say Amina.
This Amina is a name.
Yes. Unless you change Amina to Amina, you're going to have trouble. You wait. I'm not a prophet.
This is the Family Talk Show. It's myself, Hassan Sekajolo, and Pastor Joshua Mugabi. We're discussing this not so much looked at concept of heading a family and leading a family. That's what we're discussing. We want you to find out at the end of the show, are you heading your family? Are you leading your family? More of that is coming into the show. But just before we go for a break, Pastor, what is out there in Ugandan families? Are Ugandan families with heads of families, or Ugandan families have leaders of families?
Wow. Tough question. Of course, people say, what research do you have? I have no research. I just have feelings and observation.
Yes.
Because unfortunately, you find that many of us grew up without our fathers, and we grew with our mothers. Again, because of HIV, because of war, because of abduction and disappearances, things have changed. That now women must rise up to be both heads and leaders. In some families, both the eldest boy must rise up to be that. And so families are going through a challenge, all right? Because some have heads, but no leadership. And I think we talked about that here one time. So we need to get back and say, families need leadership and need a head. Yes. And a leading head, I would say.
For me, when I look at, of course, talking to so many people and the so many trainings that I do, around positive parenting work, my observation, again, it's an observation, has been that many of the Ugandan families, many of the families are broadened into Africa, actually have heads of family. However, the trends are changing. With the expansion of the middle class, trends are changing for people to start to understand the value of leadership, just leading the family. I'll not say that the change is massive. No, it's on a very small scale. Because even middle class families have real big issues around managing themselves. Real big issues.
Talk about the Birmingham Palace.
Exactly. So for me, the change is slow, but it's purposeful for people to understand, do I choose to be a head of a family, or I choose to lead the family. Because this is a decision we need to make, and later we shall discuss what are the advantages of leading and what are the advantages of heading. But also the other way around. What do you miss if you choose to be a head of a family? And what do you gain if you choose to be a leader of the family? And just on Friday, we had this annual members meeting for the Men Engaged Fraternity, over 60 organizations. We were in this meeting and we had a chance to listen in to research from the AfriChild Center. They're doing a lot of research around family, children and parenting. So they did this research on the impact of fathers as active and positive and present members of the family. What is the impact? Fathers. Well, the research showed that actually the community, the young children that were interviewed and the wives and the women were actually pointing to head. Because, for example, the children, their understanding of an active father is being able to pay school fees for us. That's how they understand it. That they must be able to pay school fees for us. They must be there to make sure that we have a mattress. So it's about tasks, it's about provision. That's how the children were understanding it. And then the wives, the women were understanding it also differently. Because they say for us, an active, positive and present father is someone who is there all the time at home so that the children see he's around. So you see? So it keeps shifting. Then for me that pointed out that many of the Ugandan families just have heads of family. They have heads of families. In that research, the women who are doing the things the children thought are supposed to be done by the father, the children called them fathers. So the research brought a concept of women fathers. Because the children saw them as the ones doing the things they think a father should do. So they were calling them, that is our father.
Picking coffee berries.
Yes, that is our father.
Fetching water.
Yes. So widely out there, Ugandan families have heads of family. Just heads of families. When we talk about whether they are present or what, that's another matter. But they just have heads of families. And today we are discussing head or lead. What works for us? What is good to make sure that we're building family value systems? Because if we don't have family value systems, we get problems at the top. This country and the whole world is suffering from dishonesty. And where do we build dishonesty from? We build honesty from home. And it's the value systems at home that build the honesty. Today, you can't employ people and you make big profit.
You can't employ your own family and be profitable.
You see?
Yes.
Because people are dishonest. They will steal from you, they will do that, they will manipulate this, manipulate that.
Let's do a break, I believe.
We just have to go into a break, and when we come back from the break, we're going to discuss which is which, what is good, leading or heading a family. We'll be right back.
I've been in Uganda for very many years, and I believe Uganda is the place anybody should aspire to live in. We have good weather, we have abundance of food, we have abundance of employment as long as you look out for the right things. But Uganda has been hit in recent times with a stigma of greed, and it shows in everything that we read in the newspapers, it shows on television, it shows even when you're sitting down with people just trying to make ends meet. Everybody wants to bite off a piece that's bigger than what they deserve. That is Uganda's major problem in my eyes. If only we could curb the greed, if only we could share out that pie equally and of course responsibly, then we will be the best country on the planet. In the next 5 years, I really wish and hope that Ugandans can look at the bigger picture, can look at Uganda as a country, can look at their neighbors, their friends, and see that everybody needs equal opportunity. Because in the next 5 years, I don't want people to be calling me up saying, please, can you find me a job? I want people to be calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work with me? That is what I'd like to see. In the next 50 years, I don't want to see my child suffering. I want to see him prosperous. I want to see him with a good wife, with children, with a family of his own, living the dream. That's what I would like to see in Uganda. That's my honest opinion. And I'm Mark Kaheru, I'm Ugandan. What do you say?
Welcome back from the break. This is the Family Talk Show. Welcome back from the break. This is the Family Talk Show on House of Talent Television. House of Talent Uganda on Facebook. You can find us there. Like the page and watch all our programming. The Family Talk Show comes to you live from our studios on Plot 45 Bukoto Street, where we are right now giving you the discussion on today's topic, the difference between leading a family and heading a family, which way to go for building family value systems. That's our discussion today. And just before the break, we were talking about what is out there, what is the common practice in Uganda. Thank you for those who are following us on our Facebook page. Jemima Okwi, you are watching in from Buwate. Eddie Okila is watching in from Holiday. Enjoy the holiday and have the best of it. And don't come back here and say you really did not have a holiday. Make sure you come back with good stories from the holiday, Eddie Okila. Pastor,
yeah.
What are the advantages for leading a family?
Yeah.
And what are the disadvantages?
Okay. Like I said in the beginning, the family is both organic but also institutional. Yes, organic organization. I think organization is better. So you can have headship because yes, it's natural, it's definite. People look up to you, and yeah, you're there, but taking people nowhere. But for every organization to win, it must have direction.
Yeah.
And I think leadership is defined by Maxwell as influence. Another guy that helped me understand leadership more, he said, leadership is a discipline of exerting special influence within a group to lead it towards goals of beneficial permanence. And so there is a degree to which you exert influence and cause people to move towards goals that benefit them together, and those benefits or the result of that benefits all of them. And so that's why I would think when there is leadership, the question of who pays school fees, where do we stay, do we have rent, do we have food, do we have clothing, are we happy together, and naturally met. Because the leader, whoever occupies that position, is thinking and driving us towards that. We raise children not like we raise puppies, because I know some puppies are trained, some puppies are not trained. But a trained dog has more benefits than a naturally growing puppy. They could be the same breed, German Shepherds. So the trained German Shepherd will bring memory. So we want our family to harness the resources to make sure we get where we want to go. Where there's leadership, there's no question of whose money are we using. All the money is ours to bring us to the point of where we need to be so that we can grow. We make sure that our land titles are in our names, our catalog books are in our names, so that nothing can go wrong. The children have the right names, they know who they are connected to. I think that is what leadership is about. But headship can simply be functional. You have no influence, things happen. Maybe only left to say, okay, these are the clan names from which you choose. This is where we bury, and this is how we recite our clan recital.
Slogan.
Yes. So, but you want your family to go beyond that. What language, what practices, what values, what kind. And I know in the past there used to be the question of mwana wani, whose child, because we're saying where there's proper headship and leadership, that family is definitely going to be humane, I would say. Yeah.
For me, the issue of leadership, I think brings in an element of teamwork.
Yeah.
When you choose to lead a family,
yeah,
it will bring in teamwork. One of the problems we are suffering, and we have said it before on the show,
yeah,
raising children who are not team members.
Yeah.
They're siblings,
yeah,
but not team members.
Yeah.
That affects the progress of the family.
Yeah.
Because everybody will think that they have to work out things on their own.
Yeah.
Then they end up doing small projects, thinking they're moving forward.
Yeah.
But their progress is too small because they're isolated.
Yes.
But when we do leadership in a family,
yeah,
we're bringing everybody together, to participate together,
yeah,
to be able to rise together.
Yeah.
And for me, that's what I see as a very strong component of choosing to lead a family.
Yeah.
Like you said, everything is for all of us.
Yeah.
Everybody gains personal responsibility of everything that is within the family.
Yeah.
But there are also disadvantages of leadership, especially when you have dominant characters. The dominant characters in leadership will usurp everything by themselves.
Yeah.
So I think care needs to be taken to identify the dominant characters and to ensure that they don't override others. Otherwise, you get problems.
Yes.
That's, for me, that's one of the side effects for leadership.
Yeah.
Is that the dominant people will assume and take over, and other people will think that if we don't hear from him, we don't have the prerogative to make a decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, you're tickling my mind. Sometimes, again, the challenges come in because, like I need to say this, that where there's leadership, the roles must be clearly defined. All right? The boundaries must also be clearly
defined,
set. Yeah. So that you are not a leader because you are the chief financial of what is happening there. Okay? You are not the leader because you have the greatest age. Okay? You're not the leader because you're most highly educated. But again, you are the leader because you are influencing in the right direction. And by the way, you can be a leader without having a position. And I think that's something we should be ready for. You're not aspiring for the position. You want to be able to say, okay, as a family, this is where we need to go. Let the head lead. So that's why, again, to resolve that, it was clear right from the beginning, let the man be the head. Okay? It doesn't necessarily mean he has all the money, he has all the power, he has all the decisions. No, but for purposes of saying, when we've decided whose word will we take to hold this family accountable, the head of the family will be held accountable. Should we count the people? Should we name the people? Should we accept? Should we expel? The head has that function, but doesn't mean he has everything. All right. So I think if we can clarify that, it will help. The head
is just a point of contact.
Yes, and plays a function that will allow leadership to flourish. Yeah, to me that's my view.
The argument has also been that when we say head of a family is a man, are we saying that all the tasks and the responsibilities that come with that position and the authority that comes with that position cannot be held by women? And indeed, women have gone ahead to disprove us.
So, and I think that's where the challenge or the problem lies. To me, I think, of course, in Uganda especially, we are fully spoiled to think that leadership is falling into things so that you can eat. Okay? You become a heir, you think that now gives you right to sell all
everything,
all the land. That's not what we are talking about. All right? We are talking about the representative voice that says this family has agreed, okay, that this and this is going to happen. All right? This is like when I sign checks, it doesn't mean I own all the money in my institution. No, it means that I have been given the permission to release that money on behalf of the institution. And so if we can understand that, it will help. So even when major decisions are made in a family, all right, how do we name the children? All right? It's not that the father has said or the grandfather has said, it's what we've agreed to, because the child needs a name for purposes of identity. So you don't just say, me, I want my son to be called Nalulunji, okay, because I have the money, I'm the one who went to the labor ward. No, that will only cause more confusion. So let there be proper headship to represent the institution, all right? It's key. But the process of how decisions are reached upon should be a process that involves everybody.
And that's what leadership is about. In like you say, in the instances of headship, people assume authority and control by themselves. Because
that's wrong.
Because they say, I am the head. I have all the power. I have all the decision making. So I decide.
No.
You see?
You have the responsibility. And again, that's why, again, in the Christian faith, it says, the greatest among you shall be the servant, not the commandant, but the one who serves the most. You listen to the needs of the people, you understand what they desire, and you make sure that what they need is addressed. That's true leadership. That's true headship. The head does not take you to a fire. All right? Although it's the feet that will draw you there. But the head takes a decision and says, you know what? That direction we're going to get destroyed. There's an escape route here. There is a need to back up. And so it issues a command to the feet and they turn round.
Just before the break, we were talking about how ownership of property, especially for heirs, twists and turns the whole notion of head of a family. Because in this instance, if it is a heir, the heir assumes head of what family now? You see? It means there are lots of people that you are responsible for. And you're more like a trustee. For me, the concept of heir is more of a trustee. And if it is more of a trustee, then that's why some families now, you find that they say, all my children are my heir. Some people are doing that. That all of them will be heirs. It's upon them to choose who will lead.
But there's also a weakness there in terms of then the more crafty of the child will take over. All right? That lack of clarity sometimes opens room for wrangles. That's why you find so and so has died, then the wife is suddenly hiding land titles and the rest and shutting down things. And so you get buried, but there's also shame in the house. That's why, again, legally, we encourage write a will so that there's clear leadership.
Pastor, I write the will and
that
say
all my children
are
that
I name them by name and say all of these.
We have okay. The institution things. If there are 7 heads, that's a beast. And the book of Revelation tells us beasts are rising with the head of a horse, the head of one. You don't want your family to become that disconfigured. It ought to be clear. Like again, when you're going to war, you don't want a spear that has 3 heads. It won't kill anything. You won't go where you, but the more pointed, the sharper. That's why they even talk about laser guided missiles, because they hit the point. And the point is, for our families, we want to continue successfully. All right? Our resources are working for the good of the family, not for an individual. So that's why we are saying that it should be clear who is the head, who casts the tiebreaker. Okay, because sometimes even the fights are not that so and so is wrong and this one is wrong. There are times when both of you are right. Which right are you taking? And that's why we're asking people, where is the better right? Because we may have our rights, but where is the right that is more beneficial to both of us? And we say, I'm the man. And I usually tell guys, by the time you are saying I am the man, it usually means that you've been undermined and many things have gone. So you need to remind people, I'm the man. No, your place as a man should be self-explanatory. You don't have to say, I'm the man. I'm the one to take the decision. That means you lost it already, because who's telling you a woman?
So there's a comment here online, and it is, if the man cannot lead us, and the woman steps in to lead, and the man that cannot accept that, then what happens?
Well, there's going to be division, there's going to be opposition and government, and you see what happens when you need tear gas in that family, you need all these other things, mobile prisons, and that's what happens. But again, we are saying, how do we get to a place of making decisions? It's not me against my husband. It's me with my husband, we are making progress. It's not me against my children. It's me and the children, we are making progress. And we must do that. Don't hurry to get there, because we have, again, different leadership styles. We have different character traits. There are some people who say, I am fast, but they will crash in Mulago before they go any further. They also seem to be slow, and definitely they are slow. But true leadership challenges us to be able to make decisions at the right time and to get the right resources towards that decision. So if your wife is more knowledgeable, it's not wrong for her to say, okay, my husband, let's make a decision in this. You've sat down, you've agreed, and it's okay.
Can you have a head and a leader in the same family unit?
Yeah, you can.
So the woman can be head and the man can be the leader?
I think it's usually the man is the head, because we said it's a function, and the wife can be the leader. Yeah.
So,
and again, the leadership and headship is not about power.
Because that's where the real problem is.
Yes. No, we're not talking about who has the power. And again, the moment you are fighting for power, there's a bigger problem than who is the head. That's when you start jumping over fences to establish your headship or your leadership. And
there are comments for you here, Pastor. Ken Jemba is saying, I love Pastor Joshua. Ntinda days.
That's in the past. Yes.
Ntinda days, and he says, this is a very good show. Many of us just start families without understanding it. So those are the comments coming. And then what happens when a man flees his home? Because the woman is lead investigator and the man is the head.
Well, what happens, of course, leadership usually does not provide for a vacuum. Either the woman will take over leadership, the government, and or the children, or whatever. So, but why should a man be fleeing? Why should a man be fleeing?
Many reasons. I work with men. There are many reasons why men flee.
We should not be fleeing. Again, it's a power thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But also, behind that fleeing, sometimes we've not dealt with the things that we need to deal with. All right?
Yeah.
The man wants to come back home anytime. Don't call me. Don't ask me where have you been, because I am the man. No. Leaders must be accountable. Give accountability. And you don't want to do things that will bring harm and bring disrepute to you and to your family. So resolve your problems. Fleeing does not resolve the problem.
Absolutely.
All right? Fighting your wife does not resolve the problem. And disowning her and divorcing her does not solve the family problem.
Even beating her up solves nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. And you raise an important point of power.
Yeah.
Men and power. One of the reasons men flee is because they're not used to be second.
Okay.
They're not raised to be second.
Yes.
Now, when they see that the woman is an active leader, because also in leaders we have differences.
Yes.
When the woman is an active leader, because the man is not used, is not trained, has not been groomed to be second.
Yes.
That is one of the reasons they flee.
Yes.
Because they want to assume and they assume they're entitled to power.
Yeah. But let me give an illustration here that I think will help us. Because we get challenges, or we get challenged power-wise every day in different places. And some we've accepted and we've not allowed them to disturb us. Just like if you're driving on the road, which many men like to drive, there are those who challenge you by virtue of the size of the car they drive.
Yeah.
All right. Sometimes you are on the highway and your car has reached its limit, but your neighbor's car
is just starting.
Is just starting. All right. There's a place where say, I will give them way to, so that they fly to where they're supposed to fly. But I must keep mine in control. So traffic jam, sometimes you say, okay, which is the best way to take? You press through.
Yeah.
You are challenged to make a decision. So if you have the awesome privilege of having a powerful wife, sharp, brain-wise, powerful, money-wise, eloquent, talks, and unfortunately, by the way, it's God who has mixed us up. Usually, silent men have loud women, and loud men have silent women. I don't know, but maybe God was trying to bring a balance in families.
Yeah.
We were different. So you want to ask yourself, how does the character of my wife challenge me to go higher? To be better and faster in making my decisions. At least to me, that's what I resolve to do, okay? If I'm finding a challenge, I'm not looking for escape, but how does that propel me?
Yeah.
That's why I even tell men.
Positive energy.
Yes. If your wife is not satisfied by quick explanations, prepare a memo, all right? Write out your defense, all right? Because when we are going to the bank to ask for money, we write proposals. So when it comes to asking for family finances, and usually it's a lot of money, why isn't there a written proposal? Because you are not quick, like your wife in explaining. No, learn, say, wife, here is my presentation, and let's talk it through. So don't allow the pressure from your wife to evict you. Let the pressure from your wife elevate you.
It is something that men need to be taught to understand, because the way they are raised, they are not taught that. So it's a continuous and conscious effort to try and educate the men to understand, how do I react where my wife, my spouse, my living partner is much better than me in some aspects? Do I resort to an inferiority complex and begin fighting back? Or I turn that, like you say, in a positive way and try to see, how do I make myself better and learn from my partner and be much better? So we are discussing now, Pastor. From the discussion, it points to the fact that leading a family has greater advantages. But now, if I am heading a family, how do I move from heading it to leading it?
Yeah, so one of the things you've said, let's learn. Let's learn. And I think the reason, like the way Sunday explained the family, he said the proper family has grandfathers, fathers, then children. All right? I should say grandfather, grandmother, grandfather, mother. We have people that we can learn to. And unfortunately, sometimes we fear to ask for counsel because we think when you're asking for counsel, you failed. But yet I think there's safety in counsel. We read books, we watch movies, all right, which are not Nigerian movies because those only enhance witchcraft, but I'm sure there's also great Nigerian movies, okay? We talk to our peers, and we do, we sit down and learn from others and say, okay. And also learning to listen. Listen, listen, listen. It's not that you should always be the one talking. Listen. Listen to your children, listen to your wife, listen to your peers, listen to your elders. All right? Listen to wholesome content. So I think that will help. Right now we have the advantage of WhatsApp and the rest. How I wish we could be intentional in what messages we get. Because unfortunately, many men unfortunately only go out for pornography. And pornography does not make your life better. It destroys you. What we have on WhatsApp unfortunately sometimes is rumor talk here and there. Did the doctor get a proper vaccine or whichever? But let's ask ourselves, what have I learned? How do I affirm my wife? How do I bless her? How do I listen? How do I avoid being thrown into exile? Okay. How do I become more accountable? How do I pick conversation with my teenager children? How do I change diapers? Of course, when men begin to do that, I don't know whether you remain with work.
I'll still have work.
Yes.
I'll still have work to continue to model a proper equal relationship. Because men will just have learned. So modeling that relationship to be mutually equal will still be my work. Yes. But right now, I have to start to say, you can do this work. Because doing domestic work, and this is something men confuse, I don't know, it's society that has confused it. Doing domestic work is not something that is a burden. Doing domestic work is actually learning a skill.
You know, sometimes I tell people, and say, I'm here in the kitchen making love, and say, what? I say, yeah, I'm making love with soap and water and a sponge, cleaning the dishes. And they say, you are foolish. No, but you see, it doesn't take away my manhood. No, but it's in fact is accelerating my involvement in the work. That's why women were saying we want men around, so that their children learn to be responsible. That after eating, you clear the plates. All right? When you are home, you don't look at the television on soaps that do not
enhance family bonding.
So do the right thing. I clean my shoes, I put them where they ought to be. We sit and talk. There's this WhatsApp that was going. This child brought a report to his father, and they were poor grades, beating, and so he ended up beating the child. How can you bring me such a report? But the story goes that the child said, you know what, I am sorry, but when mommy was clearing out things, I found this report, and it is your report when you're in P4. What a shame.
And for you have been beating up your own child for poor grades.
Yes, but after even saying, no, for me, I never did poorly in school. No, let's talk through our lives. That when I was growing up, I lived in a home which was all stars. All right, you sit in the night and you see many stars. People want to go to 5-star hotels. May grow up in a home with many stars. You see them live.
100-star home.
And never allow it to rain at night. Because if it rains at night, you must bring a basin, put over your, your head. But those stories help our children to be better. And also they remind us, because some of us now, guys, We drive four-wheel drives and the rest. We've made lots of money, all right? We are powerful. People bow down as we go past. But friends, that's not where we were. And thank God we've reached there. Yet, unfortunately also, through tax changes, we could go back to where we came from.
Exactly.
But develop that inner you that has a capacity. Whether you've lost it, you can rebuild. Let's not fight over things.
Yeah.
Let's not fight over power.
Also, in addition, to move from head of a family to leader of a family will take a lot of consultation. You said listening and working together, consultation. This notion that men are decision makers is trouble. Is trouble for men, because they tend not to consult, because they think they have the power and the authority to make the decisions.
But you see, decision making is not necessarily just making any decision.
Exactly. People don't understand, how do I make decisions? That is
the right decision.
Exactly. How do I make right decision? It's through consultation. So we need to, if you're just a head of a household and you want to understand, how do I become a head who leads, if I can use the acronym, how do I become a head who leads my family? Then you really have to factor in consultation. You have to factor in listening to people. You have to factor in making sure that everybody is comfortable with the decision that is about to be made.
You know, you also challenging me to say this. First of all, keep tuning into family whatever program that you're on right now. But also, one of the things I want us to start doing, and I know some of you guys are doing so well, and we want you to take that wellness and have the courage to go to Joshua and say, you know what, here is an area you can shine, and be their coach, be a mentor, help a young man, even an old man, say, you know what, you don't have to go into exile, but you can change the atmosphere in your home by doing A, B, C, and D. Telling your story, and this is how I changed my story, and that will help you. So every man needs to connect to another man who is flourishing. But every man, where you are, you need to take hold of another man and say, guy, you're a fellow man, let's not go down the ditch. Let's move on.
I just saw a story that came out last week. It was in the Monitor newspaper. And the title was really sad. And I did tweet that and said it's a sad day for Uganda. 200 fathers make their daughters pregnant. That story for me was real sadness. So we need to, the positive men out there, like Pastor is saying, we need to pick on another man and try to model them into acceptable men. Because some of us men do things that are unacceptable. And you just can't be called a man. Sometimes I feel ashamed to be a man because of what other people who are like me in terms of sex are doing. It becomes very ashamed that somebody is doing something and you are in the same group as that person. So we need to pick ourselves up. We need to increase the level of talking things that benefit us to become better fathers, things that make us better men, things that make us better husbands. Because also the concept of being a husband is quite misunderstood by many people. So this is out there for you. As we wind up this show today, we are saying that consult, listen, and that will make you a leader in your family. Leaders make sure that everybody is participating and everybody is comfortable with what is going on. That's how people have ownership for the decisions that are made and can defend you to the last name. Yes, Pastor. Your parting shots?
Well, we said that families need to have clear headship. The head needs to function and give great leadership, and their qualities of great leaders, their principles of leadership that need to be practiced, not just for the banking institutions and whatever places. They must be practice at home. Like I said, family is both organic and organizational. So we must pay attention to the organizational needs of our families. And my last word is to fellow men. Guys, let us learn to be vulnerable. Let us allow ourselves to say, what you don't know, you don't know. I know Kapo says, what you know, you know. All right? Yes, what you know, you need to know, but what you don't know,
you don't know.
You don't know, but aspire to learn. And sometimes the teacher, the best teacher that you have is your immediate family. Your children, your wife, and your in-laws also.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. As we end this show today, a big shout out to the women who are wonderful leaders.
Yes.
Women, I always say women have always been wonderful leaders in the family. And people say, I'm trying to bring down men.
Yeah.
But when you go through the concept of leadership, women have actually been wonderful leaders.
Yeah.
So a lot of men need to learn how to be heads who lead.
Yes.
Okay? Because we're still dealing with this issue of men are the heads of the family.
Yes.
Okay? So how do we work within that and transform this headship?
Yeah.
How do we transform the headship and then we get heads who lead? That way we're building stronger families. That way we're building strong family value systems that will turn around this world from a low-income country.
Whatever that is.
Magufuli made Tanzania middle income.
Middle income.
Yes.
We are so grateful for that. But again, even in the USA, who are first world, you still find guys who are more broke than Ugandans.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
They don't have access to jackfruit. They don't have access to pawpaws. They don't have access to sugar cane. So sometimes ask who is the poor one. Ask who have sugar cane and jackfruit, or the ones who have to buy pills that they call sugar. I don't know, but you are the man with more knowledge.
Comparative advantage. Thank you very much. It's been me, Hassan Sekajolo, and Pastor Joshua Mugabi. We have been discussing the difference between leading and heading a family. And the discussion, winding up the discussion, we are saying that we need heads who lead. We need heads who lead. It's incumbent upon you, like Pastor has said, to learn leadership values, to learn what leadership is all about, such that as the head of a family, you are a leader. And thanks to all those women who have provided leadership in the families for many, many years, but the men have not noticed that the leadership is actually coming from the women. So for us as men, we need to learn to be heads who lead. And when we do that, we're moving towards mutually beneficial family relationships and building stronger family value systems. Until next week, we'll be back here with yet another topic about family issues. Me, myself, Hassan, Pastor Joshua Mugabi, and Eddie, who is out there on a family mission.
Yep.
Sometimes you need time out.
Not sometimes. Regularly.
Eddie said
every month.
He learned from the show last week.
Okay.
Love needs to be celebrated.
Yes.
That is why he went.
Very good.
That is why he went off after last week's show that looked at love needs to be celebrated and love demands to be celebrated. So Eddie is celebrating. We'll see you next week.
For me, leadership is a privilege of moving people towards a destiny. And for me, it would be towards God's agenda. That's the best, moving people to God's agenda. God has an agenda for everybody. And I know some people will say, oh, it's too much of God. But God has a plan for this world. And so whether you're in business, you're a medical personnel, if somebody came to you, a good medical leader says, I want you not only to be healed, but to be healthy. That's the kind of mindset that I see. And it's about self. So if you ask me, am I a leader? By the grace of God, I am a leader, and I am growing as a leader. And I thank God for that privilege of being a leader. And who is a leader to me? It's very simple. Someone that has a vision, but is also someone that is there serving people. For me, that's a leader. Vision is where you want to take things. Serving is the recognition that if the things do not matter to people, drop them.
Wow.
Drop them. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do must make a difference in people's lives. Anybody who has had huge impact in history, in leadership, the impact is not measured by just the things they did, but what those things did for people's lives. Did they make a difference? So it's useless for you to make so much money and the money does not add value to people's lives.
Wow.
So for me, yes, you have to have a vision, and at the end of the day, you are serving people. It doesn't change. Leadership is leadership, whether it is at what we would call a lower level or a top level. Leadership is leadership. It's about influence. It's that influence that comes from you have a vision and you are serving people. So what changes is the level of responsibility, but the other one that people don't like is the level of accountability. You see, Jesus said, to whom much is given, much will be required. So the only differences there is the level of responsibility. When you're at the national level, you are now responsible for an entire nation. When you are a CEO, now you're no longer just looking at the department, you are looking at the entire entity. The responsibility has changed, the accountability even goes higher. Hi, this is Julius Portlonio, pastor at Watero Church. Thank you so much for tuning into House of Talent Television. It's a great, innovative way of doing TV, and particularly for being a part of the CEO bench, talking about leadership. You know what, friends? Leadership can be tough. Leadership can be lonely, and the dynamics of leadership keep changing. I want to encourage you, watch the CEO bench so that you can get to hear real practical tips on leadership from people who are actually practicing leadership. Once again, thank you for being a part of the CEO bench right here on House of Talent Television.
compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa. You shed your blood for me, you slept in jail for me, you shed your blood for me, all in the struggle for liberty. Torture day and night, just because you're black. We can't forget the past, all the souls we lost. We can't deny the fate. Africa will think again. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba.
Voice of freedom,
Kanutanu Frelimo,
the movement of the people, the root of Pan-Africans.
People must unite.
From hours in prayer,
we can't forget the past. We can't deny the fate. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba. Yes, my brothers, it's the sound of victory. Senegal, Gambia, Senghor is champion. Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, Félix our father. Soweto, 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 Mandela. Soweto, 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 the land of the brave. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba.
Kampala, Apex, Uganda.
Don't know about the music, no simple and production. Jala get tipsy off a NSC. Me see Pepsi, a lot of them I see. The movie and no apology. Many artists get an allergy. The wagulu, a lot of them me a pre-torture. For the music in a oveni. We gone so high, so a lot of them I see. We are so high. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere. Tulinze sente za feziwele. Mambo mingi a lot of kelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Them a like that fire power. Them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone, fire happy bone and soon. Monday to Sunday runa kulwange. Sula wonanze wensanze. Abachala bange bona mubampe. Nyenyeza wine pame. Me tell them that he bad mind, no time for you. No response if me think it, no wreck for you. Don't need gira, but no see good debo. I'm a time for you, mash up the place, you know. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere. Tulinze sente za feziwele. Mambo mingi a lot of kelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Them a like that fire power. Them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone, fire happy bone and soul. Bagamba, nzenja kanga malaika. Akapira nkazanya me striker. Tuvayo muvide like flighter. Never to lava, they say we out of the sight. But to all and because we art and style. Send the movie before the boy there, I know.
DJ me know your bad there, I know. Girl them off the wine pan time.
Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere. Tulinze sente za feziwele. Mambo mingi a lot of kelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Them a like that fire power. Them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone, fire happy bone and soon. Studio we turn in and we not a killer. Everybody fall in when they see the killer. Everybody fall in, feel lyrical, oh me gala. Love me when me perform it. And me pull up the bad man style, yeah, yeah me. Too much money to me think you can't help me. Now me self on the water like fairy. Some say me cool but me say I'd vary. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere. Tulinze sente za feziwele. Mambo mingi a lot of kelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Them a like that fire power. Them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone, fire happy bone and soul. Step on top like a pulpit. Flow got brain inside it. So visible them can't hide it. No man to me think can't hide it.
Ekimuli kyange mmaze okukinoga. Ekigambo kyange mmaze okikuwa. Olugendo lwange ndutuuse wano. Olusigadde kandutambule naawe. Ebisenge by'omutima gwange mbiguddewo n'ebisumuluzo bibyo nkuwadde. Essala y'obulamu bwange sigaddemu kukumagana paka enviiri nga nviiri. Naye toneefuulira nga tolaba nze nkwagadde nnyo tonjiwanga. Obulamu bwange n'obwonoona newaddeyo kukwagala mu ngeri erematiza. Newaddeyo kuba naawe buli mbeera mukwano. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, 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 yeah. Sibimanyi ebyo nti oba tekulwana. Ne mukwano gwange olyanjulira. Kale ne bwenyiga nze muli nsonyiwa. kuba tuli bantu si bamalayika. Enguudo z'obulamu bwange ntereezezza, otambulire muweegazanye. Ekyapa ky'omutima gwange mpandiseemu, erinnya lyo nkuwadde okitwale. Naye toneefuulira nga tolaba nze nkwagadde nnyo, tonjiwanga. Obulamu bwange n'obwonoona, newaddeyo kukwagala mu ngeri erematiza. Newaddeyo kuba naawe buli mbeera mukwano. Naye toneefuulira nga tolaba nze nkwagadde nnyo, tonjiwanga. Obulamu bwange n'obwonoona, newaddeyo kukwagala mu ngeri erematiza. Newaddeyo kuba naawe mbeera mukwano. Kyokka nno bambi natuvudde kwebyo, laba nsiimye nnyo kubanga boolese bangi abalala. Nze ninga wangudde akalulu, si kyenyooma onyambye nnyo. Kyokka toneefuulira, teweefuula bambi nga tolaba nze nkwagadde nnyo, tonjiwanga. Obulamu bwange n'obwonoona, newaddeyo kukwagala mu ngeri erematiza. Newaddeyo kuba naawe buli mbeera mukwano. Toneefuulira nze nga tolaba nze nkwagadde nnyo, tonjiwanga. Bambi obulamu bwange n'obwonoona, newaddeyo kukwagala mu ngeri erematiza. Newaddeyo kuba naawe buli mbeera mukwano. Tewekyanga bambi nze neswala. Tewekyanga bambi ate noswaza nga nkwagadde. Nkwagadde.
Conquering lion, liberty, for the way I walk, the giant I lead my way. See, I know you've been searching your entire life, you've been wanting. Love that's so real, love that's so true. We'll search no more, 'cause once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so pure. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so true, so true. Oh, it's deeper than the sea, goes farther than only eyes can see. And he's a mystery, but it's from his majesty. It's true. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so pure. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so true, so true. Oh, no greater love than this, than that a man will lay his life for we. It no. Your love so royal, yes. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so pure. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so true, so true. Oh, see, I know you've been searching your entire life, you've been wanting a love that's so real, love that's so true. We'll search no more, 'cause once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so pure. Once you found Christ, everything's nice, nice. Christ's love is so true, so true. Oh.
Over the moon and over the sky, gospel music to the world. Kinsky and feel like tick it up, combination. Yeah.
Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my pride. It's only you can make me shine. If you stretch your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall.
Look before the young whip on the stress, what that one? Big in the camp on the place for bounce walk on. Yes, operation on the tip on them and look the yeah, they want to take it for fun. Upper Swiss them love for your place. Them can't find no race results for your gun. Yes, yes, yes. Tell us that Jesus make them come, make them come off and they watch and the fire be fall.
It's only you can make me shine. If you stretch your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall.
Fire fall and touch me heart. Now make the devil come on, no visit me joy. Me call your mighty hand, we bless me soul. Bless me up, we keep Jesus, the only one. Me not gonna live like a sufferer, heal like a sufferer, move like a sufferer. Jesus are the emperor. Jesus, chocho wunda kama tendo kimbakuwa. Police amakuwa gangi na viyo naga.
It's only you can make me shine. If you stretch your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall. Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my cry.
So tell me, feel me brother, my sister, and the brother, man, not from the child of a man. You love and bless me, you did restore me. You hear me? Gospel music in the world.
It's only you can make me shine. If you stretch your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall.
Gospel music to the world. Dempsey and Fela, guitar. For Jesus Christ. Yeah, yeah, man. Fire piano, fire piano. Fire piano, fire piano. Fire piano, fire piano.
Simanyi, I love you. Chemanyi, I'll forever love you. Nkulira buna mumusai, wombo kumpi mpulira bomi. Oh, mukwano gwo kunyuma kunyumya. Na erino tondo mudeke bumala. Baby nze nkwagala, mukwano nze nkwagala. Mbadde nga noonya nze kyenkuwa kimbuze ekisinga nkwagala. Oh baby nze nkwagala, mukwano nze nkwagala. Mbadde nga noonya nze kyenkuwa kimbuze ekisinga nkwagala. Mpisi wa bubi bw'obanga oli wekka. Era sisobola kukumiikiriza tube ffenna. Mukwano oli malayika emisana over night time. Singobika, don't know I love you. Baby nze nkwagala, mukwano nze nkwagala. Mbadde nga noonya nze kyenkuwa kimbuze ekisinga nkwagala. Oh baby nze nkwagala, mukwano nze nkwagala. Mbadde nga noonya nze kyenkuwa kimbuze ekisinga nkwagala. Nkuwulira buna mu musaayi, wombo kumpi mpulira bomi. Oh, mukwano gwo kunyuma kunyumya. Na erino tondo mudeke bumala. Oh, mukwano oli malayika emisana over night time. Singobika, don't know I love you. Baby nze nkwagala, mukwano nze nkwagala. Mbadde nga noonya nze kyenkuwa kimbuze ekisinga nkwagala. Oh baby nze nkwagala, mukwano nze nkwagala. Mbadde nga noonya nze kyenkuwa kimbuze ekisinga nkwagala. Soka nkuwe omukwano gwo, omukwano gwo. Kyangu okine omukwano gwo, omukwano gwo.
mistaken. Being this way is heartbreaking. Why do we do it at all? Giving the money you're not making, giving and not taking. Time stole the essence from you and me. That's why I say, why do we have to pretend? When does the travesty end? Is this a parody of life? I'm not sure that I've got it within to be the one to keep on telling the same old lies, lies. Yeah, I'm lost in a city of lights, and I don't even know what happened to me. I'll never give up the fight till the lights they fade away. Fire that burns deep inside me, the blood and sweat find me now. I'm a prisoner to what it means. When will I elevate above this? Been singing the same song. It's time to be more than the eyes can see. So why do we have to pretend? When does the travesty end? Is this a parody or life? I'm not sure that I've got it within to be the one to keep on telling the same old lies. Lost in a city of lights, and I don't even know what happened to me. I'll never give up the fight till the lights they fade away. 'Cause I see your fire is blazing, and it's amazing that nothing's gonna stop you till you get to the dreams you're chasing. You're not crazy to give it all to the city of lights. You're in the city of lights. You're in the city of city of lights. Yeah. City of lights. You're in the city of lights. Hey. And I don't even know what happened to you. You'll never give up the fight till the lights they fade away. Lost in the city of lights, and I don't even know what happened to. Don't even know. Yeah, give up till the lights they fade away.
Nkwagala nnyo mwana wange, ekyo kimanyi. Buli kimu kye nkola nkeerako makya ntuyanira ggwe. Ne bw'olaba ninnyagala ole byonna nkola lwakuba ggwe. Njagala obe bulungi mwana wange mu nsi y'abalamu. Naye nina obubagabo mwana wange bakuma tugo. Mwana wange ow'okumugongo, mwana wange ow'okumugongo wuliriza. Mwana wange ow'okumugongo, mwana wange ow'okumugongo wulira. Obanga mwana mukozi atanyoma mirimu, onoowangula enseno. Katonda omusamu ekitiibwa buli kyokola. Weewalenga b'ebigambo tebalina kye bakongerako, bakumalira biseera. Yiga okusiga ensigo, Mungu bw'akugagawaza oyamba abaavu omukwano. Yiga fugola fuga ogobo wangu mwana wange mwana wange mwana wangu kumugongo uliza mwana wangu kumugongo mwana wange mwana wangu kumugongo uliza mwana wangu kumugongo yeah yeah mwana wangu kumugongo uliza mwana wange abantu mutabani kumempisa mwala wange ene nsyama zanyumanji bambikana kange kusabobe mugezi kubobulamu zabu bugute gwaka bwe balugera kwakalanyo mwana wange echo chimanyi
Entebenkerete magana bana to wakana kolagana never know. Entebenkerete magana bana to wakana tabagana never know. Kati muje kubumbuje. Kubumbuje kati muje kubumbuje. Kubumbuje. Kubumbuje.
Muje
gwakono nazze kuno wano mukwano gwannono gabana ne bannano bekaba katonotono gabana ne bannano bekaba katonotono sekera mu mutima tokoma mu kibuno mululu wano guleso lwokaano ngate byonna ngano nyanja na nsaano fenna kyekimu yagalana ne banno kolagana ne banno wuliriza banno entebekere tembagana bana towakana kolagana ne banno entebekere tembagana bana towakana kolagana ne banno kati muje kubumbuje kati muje kubumbuje kubumbuje
Raha ya dunia ni amani na upendo. Happiness on earth is peace and love. Raha ya dunia ni amani na upendo. Happiness on earth is peace and love.
Don't fight if it's for the sake of fighting. We can find a better way to resolve our misconceptions of each other. You say this, but I hear the other. We might be reading in between lines that don't exist at all. Takes her hand and says, I can take a bullet for you. But lovers tend to shoot and kill without intending. She says the words but could never take them back. She'll apologize, but her words cut too deep. So he stays silent. He stays silent. Still the man who stole your heart. You're still the girl of his dreams. Slow down. You're still the man who swept you off your feet. You're still the girl who took his breath away. That won't change. Don't fight if it's for the sake of fighting. We can find a better way to resolve our misconceptions of each other. You say this, but I hear the other. We might be reading in between lines that don't exist at all. So slow down. You're still the man who stole your heart. Still the girl of his dreams. Slow down. You're still the man who swept you off your feet. You're still the girl who took his breath away. And that won't change. sake of fighting. We can still find a better way to resolve our misconceptions of each other. You say this, but I hear the other. We might be reading in between lines that don't exist at all. Slow down. Slow down, down, down. Slow down. Slow down, down, down. Slow down. Slow down.
Oh, yes. Yantumira nechisa Yesu, yansasira yampita erinya Gracie, yansembeza yankwata kumukono, yanyumya yadesa imundi, yansasira yansasira. Oh, yansasira. Nino kwebaza Yesu Mukama Webyo byokola Njendi kuwanga inji Sibisanira Yansasira. Bihari binyiga byonna byakoma mpadde n'olwimba olw'okujaguza abaali baluga abanswaliza mulimpulira ng'omwana omuganzi gy'oli nina okwebaza Yesu Mukama olw'ebyo byokola nti kuwanga bingi sibisanira. Yansasira nebuuza njagalako mutile nali mubi bijjukira ebibye byange nerekanga. Nebuuza njagalako mutile nali mubi naye kati ndaba nkyuse. Yansasira nino kwebaza Kasira.
Oh na na na, reggae and one time, Moses. What you want? Right beats they high, what they are, bad man. Wesa besala, besala kuba yesala. Wesa besala, besala kuba yesala. Wesa besala, besala, besala. Wesa besala, besala, besala. Ono salo kumale myaka ya bulu mwana. Ono sala ya kabanyo ya bulu mwana. Na yesala bwezaba yafuno mwana. Sika myaka esale ne ku mwana. Atono kana yesabu mwana. Bwezabu mwana. Omwana mumulumi obungi. Kwita musala, musala mumwavasamu. Yesu yesala, muyezama ya muwasamwiri. Gundi sabanaye, noli ya sabenoli. Gundi sabanaye. Wesabe sala, esala kuba yesala. Wesabe sala, esala kuba yesala. Wesabe sala, esala, esala. Wesabe sala, esala, esala. Kusifu mwanda bangai. Kumbera yangi mwanda bangai. Nantobai, sina chakulya. Nansunga sina chakunywa. Ono Yesu wo mutama kutakowa. Takowa, mwena musabangeze nyimba ze nazibai. Mwona nanai, kuganja mukama gwe nokumpa. Ekitiibwa nkikuwa mukama webale. Ekitiibwa nkikuwa mukama wamponya. Pastor Mugembe ku street kwa yali atudde. Yasaba n'omuwulira, essala eyo n'ogiwulira. Yasaba n'omuwulira, essala eyo n'ogiwulira. Eno yesala, essala ewonya ne kansa. Yesu yesala, essala ewonya sirimu. Yesu yesala, essala. Yesu yesala, essala egaba olusalo. Yesu yesala, essala egaba n'esente. Wesabe sala, essala kuba yesala. Wesabe sala, essala kuba yesala. Wesabe sala, essala, essala. Wesabe sala, essala, essala.
Tukutendereza Yesu, uri mwana w'endiga. N'abagamba bajewe jinja. Lazaro nalimuka. N'abagamba nti atalina kibi. Asooka mukube jinja. Bafirisuuti besiga Goliyasi. Nebechanga, nebeyulisa. Kadaudi ne kachanga envulo. Ne kamukuba ne nkona nenga. Around siga chibasawo bawa Sitani yanjoga fuwanuwa Nae mukama toi wawa kwesiga Rise and shine For the glory of the Lord is upon you
Nsaza kavere nenyuma Sitera kukolola ngoloddeko mpakinze n'emiwula gyaffe bambyolyeko Engeregeze nazinabyeko leero Ebijanjalo okumanyo nabijjeko Nakwesunga dda nga tukyali amapeera n'entya maama Kati nze nkwetegekedde nafunye n'akagato Bambi be my lover Nachi, oh Papa Please be my lover Nasindiko omubaka nakuntwalako olw'ensonyi nnyingi nakunkwanako nasomba amapiira ng'onkuba mugongo sijja kwerabira ebyaluli nakunyonyogera nonywegera ebisigadde byalimu oluyi engolo ensambagere ne maamawo Nakwesunga dda nga tukyali amapeera n'entya maama Kati nze nkwetegekedde nafunye n'akagato Nawe nachi nawe Please be my lover Nachi Papa please be my lover
for love.
Chachi people, are you ready? Chachi people, Bobanga tunazala who cares? Butona fumbirwa who cares? Wama batali na figure who cares? Boyfriend wana chimombi who cares? Yes wali mbuchali tamanyi luzungu who cares? Okandi yetu nazimba balabe no no competition yeko kandi zoli mto Newe mbasula nasana who cares? Zemvuga byange yeli mulagenda Yesu anantasa wananga nantasa
Yesu anantasa, Yesu anantasa,
Yesu anambera nawanga nantasa
Yesu anantasa, hallelujah nantasa.
Obanga bakuchawa ukeazi Eno nafe batuchawa ukeazi Uli chalumo mutima no kuona Nabali baseka kupate nova Nabali baseka kupate Some people Saba mube bala mu some people Katonda gwendi naye miracle Katonda gwendi naye miracle Yesu anantasa wananga nantasa
Yesu anantasa, hallelujah nantasa.
Katinga mbira misitamye chango Sitani misitamye chango Kawe change luja kuchampitewo
Yesu anantasa,
Ngambira misitamye chango Sitani misitamye chango Kawe change ude wechusa
Yesu anantasa.
Satanari nyanyonyi ukeazi Miracle waka, yes, miracle waka Yesu anantasa, wananga nantasa
Yesu anantasa, Yesu anantasa,
Yesu anambera, wananga nantasa
Yesu anantasa, hallelujah nantasa. Oh my God, Bongo to make my beat.
Welcome to the Creative Industry Talk. This week, my name is Eddie Okela. How's been your week? And of course, have you been creative enough? Have you created something this week? If not, join the Creative Industry Talk. In the studio is the resident panelist, but also the brain behind the creative stuff happening at Bayimba Foundation. Faizo Chiwewa, welcome to the show. How are you? We are still bongering, no touching hands and stuff like that. Yes, absolutely. And welcome to the show. You went for leave, 1 week, 2 days leave or 3 days leave. How did it go?
It was nice because, it's been a spring break for the children.
Yeah.
And they have to get some kind of time with me, which I diligently gave to them.
Yes.
But it was also good for me because I've been really working all throughout.
Okay.
I've not had some rest, so I managed to run away for 1 or 2 days.
Yeah.
Just relax, read a book, and reading this amazing book. And I thought I could take that moment.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And go enjoying. Yeah. Welcome back, Faisal. To all of you out there, if you're joining us this week on the Creative Industry Talk, we're live on Facebook, on Twitter, and on YouTube. Please share it far and wide and make sure you're part of the conversation. This week, particularly on the show, we are talking about partnerships and collaborations. Many a times in the creative industry space, we do not think very deeply about partnerships when we're creating our work, and neither do we think very deeply about the importance of collaborations. And so to break it down on the show this week is Faisal Chiwewa. We talked about investment in the creative industry last week, why we must invest, and we left with 3 things that you need to take. And this week, Faisal is breaking down partnerships. Let's start from partnership. What is the definition of partnership, first of all?
We live in a partnership environment. Yeah. We live in a partnership world. And I think without partnerships, it's definitely difficult for humans to survive. Yeah. Because we all need each other. And it depends on what level you see yourself in a relationship. But life has to go on where there are people playing a certain part in everyone's day-to-day life. Yeah. So I think partnerships are really about how you engage in a relationship with someone, or for example, talking about the arts and talking about individuals, it's the same thing. As organizations, as artists, as creatives, there is nothing we do on our own. There is no way, even if you say, I know it all, you always need to work with someone, engage with someone, find someone, or others, more people that you have to work with. So partnerships are really about working together, working with others.
Okay. And when we talk about collaboration, Faisal, what do we exactly mean when we talk about collaboration?
It's a very interesting notion when it comes to how creatives in the arts industry, and I've seen so many that have advanced their careers because of collaborating with others. And this is one of the things that we put as a focal point for us as Bayimba when we started. We thought that for us to move the industry forward, we needed to encourage our creative artists to see what other people do around the world. And I think because why was it our focus is because we realize not all artists or creatives get an opportunity to travel around to see what others are doing, to see where the industry is, the discipline that they're practicing is. And it's always important for people to learn from others who are doing kind of the same work, see how they're doing it, and try to adapt some of the things that are possible to adapt. Correct. And those that are not possible, they can leave them out. So for collaboration, it's always about finding a partner. Okay. And you can be in a relationship or a partnership but not doing anything. Yes. But you can have a partnership, and then within that partnership you find a mutual understanding or a concept that you can work on together. And you say, okay, I have known you, Eddie, for, I don't know, since Bayimba started, I don't know, even before, when you were doing the, East African TV. But it's now in 2021, after COVID put us home, and who do I know? Faisal is there. Let me call him up. How many years? 15, Then as partners of all these 15 years, we decide to collaborate now in 2021. And how are we collaborating? We are presenting something interesting to an interesting audience. We are working together on a concept. We are trying to share our experiences both, and this is what it means to collaborate. Find a mutual understanding, a mutual area of interest, and then align your values, align your goals with that partner or individual or organization, and then do something together. And that's something, if you can learn from it, it can take you to another level of understanding, of engagement, or even revenue.
Wow. Yeah. And in fact, when you look at a deeper definition or an understanding from whether Luganda or from English or from any other language, we have 54 dialects in the country. when you look deep, I was doing research, all of them defined collaborations as the act of coming together and working with somebody to produce something. You know, in the end, we have to have a result out of it, yes.
Definitely.
So like you said, rightly said, if we collaborate, if we work together as a group, as a team, as a people, we are likely to produce something that is tangible, something that we can always look up to as a people. That's really very interesting. And if you're wondering what we're talking about partnerships, we're going to give some of the examples here about what partnership is and how they look like and why we need partnership. Faisal, now that we've defined partnership from our very contextual understanding of things in the creative industry, let's go straight to why do you think that the industry needs partnerships at the moment, or anyone in the industry should think about partnership?
I think one of the things that tends to draw folks back is the idea of insecurity, I would say, or doubts or issues of trust when people think, or if I tell Eddie what I want to do, or if I tell Eddie what I'm planning, maybe he'll do it before me. Or, you know, we've had this conversation, I think, in our first discussion. People don't trust each other. And it becomes difficult for someone to come and say, I have this idea, and I know if I work with you, we can achieve it. As a friend, as an institution, as a financer. But I can assure you that without partnerships, Bayimba wouldn't have been where it is now. You know, we have achieved what we have achieved because we have been able to partner with individuals, institutions, organizations, artists, stakeholders, audiences, and they have accepted, have helped, they have advised, sometimes, you know, just listening and not taking what they are saying. But you listen. It's good enough. It's good enough, and you know, someone feels like you're giving them the time, the ear, and stuff like that. So, in terms of where we are now, why do we need to partner with people? It's not something that we can run away from. Because, for example, if you're a filmmaker and you say, I'm not going to partner with anyone, I'm going to make my film. But you're, you know, maybe you have a camera, but you have to find someone who has a computer, an edit software, or a sound engineer, a composer, or you have to find an actor, you have to find a director, a cinematographer, you know, all these people, you are in a relationship.
And they all have to feel like
they have to add into your idea.
Something
yes.
that we're doing, it has
they
a
have
value
to come on the table. And then work with you to achieve what you want to achieve. So in terms of you know, in the context where if you don't think partnership is important, then you're going to go a very few miles ahead, because there is no way. I mean, we always get stuck. And I think significantly during this COVID period, we've seen what it means that if you don't have understanding partners with you as an individual or as an institution, you really find yourself stuck, because we all needed a push at the back.
Somebody to push us, somebody to give us the direction.
And also that person also needed a push from somewhere else. So it's like a cycle that we can help each other, we have to work together, and it's the only way we can survive.
Okay. Many times in African context here, we don't quite understand the value of partnership. We think that this is mine and me alone. In the recent times, we've seen what Jafar Amin and I keeps defining as the narcissism has become a religion in the 2020s, where it's all about me and about me. But even when I'm seemingly looking like I am in partnership with others, I want to grab more from them. Faisal has called me to partner with him, but I want to take more from Faisal because I think I need more. How do you help us, you know, just from your experience of working with many partners in 15 years building Bayimba, help us to move forward from just that sort of mindset?
I think it's important to be open. You know, most times you find people worry about holding on, holding on to their own. I'm like, I have this Baimba concept. I don't want to, even if you have staff, you don't want them to read your strategic plan. You don't want them to see the budget. You don't want them to see your forecasts and how much you revenue or losses, Why? I think when people understand the picture you are in as an institution, they will understand where you come from. They will understand you better. They will trust you more, and they can also, take away from you. Because at the end of the day, for me, and the way I run Baimba is that you don't come there to work forever. Of course, I have some people I've been working with for over 10 years, but my overall goal is for them to learn and then go on and start their own initiatives and start also building on helping others to learn from what they have learned.
Wow.
I think it is important. So whereas people think that, okay, I'm going to come here and I'll work in this institution, but I'll always wait what the boss tells me, then you're not
personal growth is drafted.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You're not helping the job that you're in. You're not helping the person that hired you, and you're not helping yourself. So I think it is important for people who think that if you partner with someone, they are going to take away from you, and that shouldn't be the point. If you have that as an idea, I've seen it many times. You employ someone and tells you, I came to the meeting and I brought this idea, so it was my idea. Really, So I think it's important that we are open to sharing, because as we talked about in the earlier episodes, that there's nothing new we are doing. We are not inventing new words. We are not becoming, we are not doing things that people have not done before. So we are contributing. We are adding on to what is there, and we want the next generation to add on to what we've built. So we have to be open.
Okay.
We have to be aware that for us to progress as humans, for us to progress at workplace, for us to be able to be relevant within the industries or the sectors or industries that we are working in, we need to be able to trust each other.
Thank you very much, Faisal, for that one. My next question would be to wind up on the partnership bit. Of course, we're going to come back on the value, cultivating the values. You keep telling us cultivate the relationship in your partnership. How do I first of all get into partnership with others? I've done this. I'm not very exposed. I don't know how to get. Are there some partnership deeds or partnership guidelines or whatever? How do I find partners that I can work with, that I can trust? Because it's not very easy for one to find somebody or people they can trust. Yes. How do you attract such people to you?
Sometimes it's really difficult to look at someone and trust them, or find there's no supermarket for partners. Maybe for humans, capital pub or whatever. But I think if you're talking about work partnerships like institutional within the arts, it's really a matter of looking out, finding added values. We talked about it at how do you prospect, find, look around and say, okay, I'm doing film. What do I need? Because you have to first convince yourself.
Yes. What do I need?
You cannot just say, yes, I need a partner who is in contemporary dance and they are dancers, and you're working on a fiction film that has nothing to do with dance. Then no, unless if you're cultivating that person for a longer term, or when you need something from them but not specific for that project. So if you're really looking out for, you really need to prospect, look around. Put first of all, underline what you need from anyone that you need. If you need money, I need the private sector foundation. What is the private sector foundation doing? Who are the members of the private sector foundation? Who can give me money? What have they given to? Who? How much? What is their net worth? Then from that you can start saying, okay, and sometimes it's not also about money only. It can also be about advice, strategic direction, strategic focus. It can be about, conceptual development, human capital development, can be personal development, can be, advice or counseling. So you really need to find those people. Sometimes it's not easy. You can't have your cards all clear. Sometimes you can fail somewhere, but at least you make an effort to find the right people, the right mind, the right aligned values and strategies and focus, then from that you can say, okay, this person is right to work with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you are on the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela, talking to Faizo Chiwewa, who is the CEO and founder of Bayimba International Festival, but also Bayimba Foundation, Bayimba Production. And there's a division of Bayimba, about 3 or 4 divisions of Bayimba, that is doing great stuff in the industry. And all of that is because Faizo has have in the long period of time cultivated the value of partnership and collaborations with many other people in the market. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Faizo and I are going to be digging deeper in or rather owned collaborations. Why do we need collaborations? The importance of collaborations, and why people in the creative space, the creative industry, needs to think very strategically about collaborations and the power of collaborations. This is the Creative Industry Talk. We'll be right back after the break.
From Borderman, so this is your boy Salvador, the only Westerner from West 9.
Susan Caronan, Donna Michelle coming all the way from Canada.
Road Freddy Sabata, Kaskazozi, and here at the Bayimba. Bayimba. Was 2011, and you're glued to double XL.
Double XL.
Double XL.
XXL.
XXL.
XXL. XXL. Season 2.
Era Wendy, atenchali wonyo. Booyah!
sikiraba. Nasima mu bangi nkwagala nga bw'oli yadde ebigambo bingi walayi ezaadiisi temuli kalungi mama nnyabo bw'otabaawo mama ndira bw'otabaawo mbango omulwadde atalina ddagala kibanga kyeyo nga sirina mpapula bw'otabaawo omwango omulaalo gwe banyaze ente bwe bw'otabaawo olunaku luba lunsase nze bwe bw'otabaawo nsirana ntunula bululu bwe bw'otabaawo mbanga gavumenti yo talina kalulu bwe bw'otabaawo omukwano nze mbeera ngenderera bwe bw'otabaawo nga n'ebyenkola byonna bituuna malayika wanange n'emirembe malayika bw'otabaawo malayika wange wanange bwenfuna emirembe kiraba ki ekiritwawula amazima sikiraba.
Welcome back to the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela, straight out of Kampala to the rest of the world. We are the Pearl of Africa is what we call ourselves. And have you visited Uganda yet? Do you know where Uganda is geographically located on the continent? If not, please make it a point to visit Uganda and we will be able to receive you. We're very creative as a people and we love to hang out with people and we like to create things.
They can also watch The Last King of Scotland.
Yes, Faisal said you can also watch The Last King of Scotland. You will get to know who we are. Yeah. But Faisal, welcome back to the show.
Yeah.
Before we went for a break, you had broken down the whole reason behind partnerships and why we need to have partnerships. So now we're going to talk about collaboration. Yeah. Now, many of you guys out there don't know that collaboration is something very key if you are in the creative industry space or if you're in the creative space. And the creative space, we're talking about people who think and create products that becomes valuable for human consumption.
Yeah.
You know, any product that doesn't have human consumption in it or doesn't have a human being in it
is not innovative.
It's not innovative, yeah. And it will never work, it will never be successful.
Yeah.
So Faisal, to answer to this question, I want to just ask you a question. Let's go to collaboration. We've understood the importance of partnership. Collaborations means that we're coming together to work to produce something, to produce work, to put out product out there. How has it been for you building Baimba in 15 years? We want to start from the bedrock of where you are, and then we'll take it up. How has it been from your experience building collaborations for Baimba?
Yeah, I think for Baimba we have partners that we work with on projects, and many of our partners, as I outlined, we have artists, we have funders, and government is a partner, local authorities, our own space and staff, and all these people. They're all partners in how we're doing our work. But then collaborators that we work with are also those that we've cultivated over time. Collaborations are not very easy, but sometimes they're easy, they're spontaneous. You find someone be like, oh Eddie, let's do this, without even, because you click, but then sometimes you can build a relationship, and then along the way you realize that, oh, maybe we can work on this together. I've told, for me, my experience, most of the time collaborations that we've had that have been successful, some have failed, but those that have been successful took us between 2 to 3 years to put together,
to build,
to understand, because we are institutions. There are strategic plans, there are work plans, there are budget allocations, budget approvals, donor funding, all these things, and also the willingness, underlining the willingness to invest. Because most people think, if I'm going to do a collaboration, I see it a lot with people who want to do collaborations, and they want to collaborate with let's say, for example, a dancer in Russia.
Yeah.
And then they want that dancer to pay for their accommodation, flight, and I'm like, what are you putting in? What are you putting in?
Yes. How is that a collaboration?
Exactly.
Because the need is derived from you to that person.
You have to work together, and I think you cannot say you're collaborating with someone when that person is giving you everything.
Yeah.
And what you're coming is your body and your voice or whatever. I think you have to be prepared to invest. And it doesn't mean that investing is money only, but there are also other things. You can contribute to the conceptualization, you can contribute to the finding other people who are going to support you in that process, but not just look there and just be there to be welcomed and then you start going in the studio or start dancing or make a film. So I think for us it has always been the preparedness to invest, to put in our time, to put my team and others together to say, okay, we are going to do this project with this organization, and this is what we don't have enough money, they don't have enough money, but maybe we can find someone between this time that can top up to what we have so that we can make it realized.
Okay.
Yeah.
That said, Faisal, some partnerships have worked, collaborations have worked, and others have failed. What are some of those
that have failed?
some of those things that fails collaborations that are otherwise supposed to be very productive collaborations and very successful ones?
Yeah, I think everything has an analysis. You make a risk analysis, and sometimes it's like COVID. I was planning to have the Blind Summit. I don't know whether you know the Blind Summit. It's a very beautiful UK production house. They do puppetry and music, and they had done this new production called Peter and the Pan. And it's a 15 minutes production. It's really beautiful. It's an old story of an animated sculpted piece of a boy. And it was launched in Los Angeles by the Los Angeles Symphony Orchestra. And it was voiced over by this I've forgotten the name of the guy, Lemon, I think. Lemon, yes. And I was so excited. I wanted to bring these guys, and we have discussed for 2 years
how to go about it.
What of course their budgets are huge, but I'm like, okay, let's talk to the British Council. We were planning, and our idea was to have it in 2021.
Wow.
So we lost 2020, and now it's not possible. So this is what it means, that some collaborations fail because not
circumstances have arisen.
There are certain natural circumstances that come up and you cannot forego them. But also others fail because of failure to understand each other. You can be enthusiastic, you start on a project together and you start working it, then at the end of as it's progressing, people change their minds, they come up with maybe something new comes up, more especially with musicians. Like we wanted to bring Michael Chiwanuka in 2020, was it 2019? 2019.
Yeah.
And we had planned, we put in a lot of effort. I think it was 2019 or 2020. I don't remember. And what failed was we could not align his tour schedule, his album recording, because he was working on a new album. So needed studio time, needed to complete his tour, and the only thing he had was 2 days.
To come to Uganda.
It wasn't even for Doadoa, actually. It was supposed to come for Doadoa. And those, he could not fix in a flight. Also, he was like, okay, when I come, I want to first go visit my family, because he has a big family here. And he could not fix in all those things. So that also makes it difficult for collaborations
to fail.
They can't be possible. So there are also other things that come around that. And sometimes it's really things that you never anticipate that will happen.
Does our personal attributes as creators, as composers or as curators contribute to some of these failures? Personally, as a visionary person, as a creative mind, can our own character contribute to some of these failures of collaboration?
Definitely, yes.
And how do they?
No, I think the thing is that sometimes if you are part of a collaboration and you're not willing, to forego certain things, sometimes they are not able to understand the need to be flexible. Collaboration is about flexibility as well. You have to be flexible because sometimes things don't work out. I've worked with so many musicians, so many creatives, so many people. They come here and they were like, Faizo, I need to change my ticket. I'm going back home. And I'm like, what happened? I didn't like the food. I didn't like the bed.
Just that?
Yeah, I'm like, and one time, I think in 2009, I was sleeping at 3 a.m. and this artist calls me and Faizo, I want you here right now. And I'm like, where are you exactly? I didn't even know which hotel. She was like, I'm in this hotel and I don't want it. I want you to change for me the hotel. And I'm like, but it's 3 a.m. I'm like, I don't care. I want you to be here. If you're not, I'm getting on the flight tomorrow and I'm not performing. And these are challenges. So
was that a Ugandan artist or another?
It wasn't. Yeah. But I think these are the things that we have to do. But there are also those who are very easy. They come and they're like, oh, we have a bus to transport you. And I'm like, no, I'll take a border. Or I'll just jump on it. I'll walk. I'll do this. I don't need, don't worry. I'll find my way. There are people who are flexible. But there are those who are like, I'm a superstar, I need to be treated like one, and I'm not budging on anything less. So I think it's also that kind of like, how do you understand? It's not their fault, by the way, because that's who they are. So if you are in a collaboration with them, you also have to understand their mannerisms and characters and know how, as if you want to achieve some certain goals, know how to go about it.
Well, if you're joining us from anywhere in the world, this is the Creative Industry Talk, where we come together every Tuesday to discuss the status of the creative industry in Uganda and of course in Africa, and what we need to do and how we need to do it, the possible ways of making it better. And today on the topic, we're talking about partnerships and collaborations and the importance of partnerships in the creative industry. For example, are you a creative mind? Are you a creative person? Are you a writer? Are you a composer? Are you a creative designer? Are you a visual artist? What are you? Are you a musician? Are you an actor? What are you? The whole industry coming together is important if we collaborate and if we partner together to do something. So collaborations is what we're talking about in this second part of the show. And of course, Faizo Chiwewa is better fitted and fits the bill because 15 years of doing partnerships at Baimba and also 15 years of collaboration with different people, and he's sharing his heart with us, and of course some of the do's and don'ts that we should pick from there. The Creative Industry Talk exists to make sure or to help us build from where we are and move forward. Every industry needs people to collaborate and to partner. If you don't have a partner in your business, chances are you're going to fail. If you don't know how to collaborate with people within the same space to produce something, you're definitely going to fail. Faizo, I want to just bring this up. A friend of mine, I'm sure you know Bedford Buyungo, launched recently a very fantastic website, and I was talking to him and we're here to bring him here. And he was saying that I'm collaborating with some guys in the US and some guys in China and some other guys in another country, I don't remember, to produce a product, Saints Africa, which sells out new fabrics and clothes and shoes, just like really proper. And I kept asking him and kept saying, no, we're trying to cultivate the importance of collaboration with these guys to produce the best product, the best quality that we can sell. We're selling it in the US. And then he's always, I'm trying to get Amazon to come on board, and it was taking longer for that to happen. And you've just said on the show here that it doesn't come easy. You need to, you said some of the collaborations you've had, it has been cultivated over 4 years and plus. If I have something new, Faizo, and my project is ready, for example, I have a movie and the movie is ready and I need to do this, and the collaboration process is taking me so long, what are some of the nuggets that we can pick from you to fast track the process of making it happen, because they are important to the next step of my project?
Yeah, I think, as you said, there are different projects that demand different processes within a collaborative environment. And of course, some people would like I have an idea, I want to achieve it tomorrow. We all want that, because you wake up with a new idea and you push it to your team. We are always kind of managed by our own budget, what we can afford and the time that we have in the team.
Yes.
But if it's really about how much time do you anticipate, of course there are timelines, and you seek partnerships and collaborators based on what you want to achieve in a certain period of time. If you find that you're cultivating a collaboration, you're in the process of a collaboration and it's not building, then you have to think what is wrong. Most of the time it's about also building trust. People, I can find you, we are new, I like what you're doing, and it comes a lot in film. Because you find there are certain films that take 3 years, 4 years, people are working on one film, which is 60 or 90 minutes, and it takes them 5 years to build. Why? Because there are so many things that come along that way. There are changes in scripts, changes in scenes, budgetary issues, and also, like now I've been helping our friends here at Crossroad Media. I don't know whether you know them.
Yeah, I've heard about them.
They are doing an amazing animation. I think it's going to be the first best animated series in Uganda. And they started this like 12 years ago. They haven't got it right. And when I saw them 4 years ago, I think, was it? When I saw the product like 4 years ago, I told them, you know what? You need more time and you need more money. So I'm gonna work to find a way of you getting the money so that you can invest in that. And good enough, as I was working on helping them to find the money, they also got another guy, Andrew, who is one of the best animators, video animators from Hollywood, who came on board to start assisting them. And now they're almost done. I think they have done 10 episodes of their series, and the quality, when you look at what they had 2 years ago
and what they have now,
was like, what? It's such a huge difference. And that's why but it's also still about time, investment, choices. You can say, okay, we're going to set the time and finish this product in 10 to 15 weeks, and then it comes out that those 10 weeks that you wanted to finish the product, you need them for pre-production. You cannot put any product out because you need to restructure. You need to rethink everything. And this is what they were facing, because we had timelines. I told them, you're getting this money, you have 10 months. And they were like, in 10 months, Faizo, you just pushed us like, this is a slide.
Just ignited to fly.
I'm telling you, 10 months came and they didn't even have one episode ready. And I'm like, dudes, what happened? But it was really interesting for them to learn. They were like, we underestimated the workload. We underestimated the process. And now they understand, they have set their timelines. Now they just plug and play, because the crucial important aspects that they had ignored, they knew but they had ignored, they have fixed them now. So this is what it means, that sometimes you have to be flexible, you have to be patient, and when you're collaborating with someone, you have to be mutually focusing on the same goal. You cannot just be like, I want it out, the other one saying, no, we need more time, and then you start crashing, then things fail.
Well, we're talking about the importance of partnerships and collaborations in the creative industry, in the creative space in Uganda, and we're going to go for a break. And when we come back from this musical break, Faiz and I are going to be going to the third part of the show where we're going to be discussing the very important part of the African creators thinking more about how we can collaborate with people from outside the African continent, people outside the African continent collaborating with people within the African continent, because our biggest problem here as Africa, as Uganda, as East Africa, we don't even collaborate. East Africans don't collaborate when we're doing the work. It's about money, and yet sometimes we may not have all the resources.
Actually, they do. There's quite a lot of collaborations, but some of them are subtle. I mean, you don't know. Mostly in theater, there's a lot of collaboration in theater. A lot of playwrights work together, because I think they have been cultivated by the Sundance Institute. So many writers have been
and really working together from Uganda. I know most of the theatre festivals that we have here are very collaborative between Uganda and Kenya.
But we need this to come up. We need to have this conversation at the forefront, and so that those who are having challenges finding the collaborators or finding partnerships, the right partnerships into that creative space can pick a leaf or one or two from there. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Faiz and I are going to be discussing that before we end the show. Stay right there. Be right back after the break. This is the Creative Industry Talk.
You've got the flavor that no one can beat.
back to the show. My name is Eddie Okela, and of course that song playing right there, Ingoni, these boys are now doing other things. I think they have a new album, and of course that's the science of, there's a sample space of really what a creative mind is from a musical point of view. I have been thinking about you. In other words, we played that song to say, Faisal and I have been thinking about you guys in the creative space. That's why we played that song. Faisal, welcome back to the show.
Thanks.
And we need to really dive into this last bit of the show really quick. Faisal, you've seen the song from Ngoni. It's a good song.
Ngoni. They produced my last album before I retired.
Wow. Which explained your love for them.
Yeah.
Yes. I think that Dumba is a great producer.
Yeah, he's amazing. Sound engineer.
Sound engineer, I think is a great sound engineer and a great producer. And they were in the creative industry space and they moved out just like they've never existed before. And I kept asking him, couldn't you find some people you can collaborate? And he says, no, we were collaborating with many people. Even we had a lot of partnership, but people don't respect the importance of collaborations within the industry, within the creative industry. And many of it was, you sign a deal with a corporate company we're trying to collaborate with, they frustrate you, they want to take a half of what you're being paid and stuff like that. Now, I want to talk about that right now. I want us to just talk about that. Are there collaborators with benefits? Where the benefits sometimes outweighs the reason for the collaboration?
I mean, we are in this industry, or we are in this country or region space, I would say, where we have different values when it comes to the kind of work we are doing, and more especially for us, because the creative arts are they are not self-sustainable. They can be, but they're not self-sustainable. And because of not being self-sustainable, they depend a lot on subsidies, handouts, funding, and most people, because they can't help themselves but to go for those subsidies and handouts and private funding. They tend to be on the begging end of the bargain. So the person, whether they understand what you're talking about, whether they're interested or they see value, they don't understand. They treat you that way, as they're doing you a favor. And I think that's where we go wrong, because most of my frustrations in this business has always been people failing to put thought to a conversation. You go to a meeting and you're presenting a concept to someone and you want to work with them because you've analyzed and found value. Of course, not all meetings are,
very productive.
But by the time someone comes to you and they want to, you find that they have been doing something for some time and they want to add your brand to their brand or work on something together, you give them some audience with some respect and listening. But some people, you find that you first of all you wait and then you meet them, they're not there, they're on their phones and stuff like that, and then at the end of the day they feel that they're doing you a favor. That's kind of disappointing, and I can imagine what the Ngonis went through, because they made really a huge investment. They made really tough decisions to leave their jobs, to live their good life in Europe and come here, put an investment, try to push the industry, and it frustrated them, and we lost that investment. We lost that knowledge, and now they are feeding it back to the British people who don't need them, but of course they are earning from them. And I think if we could find a way of really appreciating those that we have, understanding that yes, maybe I'm not very good at explaining what I want to do with you, but you could give me you could give me a space or a room for you to think along. And I really think it's very important to think along. You cannot collaborate on one end. I bring the idea, you bring the money, without understanding what are we going to do, what are we going to achieve. I think we need to sit together, and it's not only between collaborators but also partners. Funders, I always discuss with funders that don't treat me like I'm getting your money and and I have to give you a report, and if you don't like it, tell me why didn't you put that full stop. No. let us have a conversation. Let us discuss. Let us agree. How are we spending? How are we going to do this? Where do we need to change? We cannot be following one line. There are circumstances, turbulences, all these kind of things. So I understand the frustration. I understand the market where we're in, where people don't really appreciate conversations or processes. They tend to when you approach them and they think they're doing you a favor, which is quite a very wrong attitude, and it's growing and growing because many people need help within the creative industry, and those that have the money are not aware of the value of the people that need their help. So the imbalance is there, and the frustrations will continue till we start being strong and being more visible. Because how can we be more relevant? When you look at music, and most of the artists that made it to transition us from the 1999 to 2000, the Chameleons, the Bebe Cool, the Bobby Wine, the Peter Miles, how did they do this? They didn't come as solo artists. They collaborated. And those collaborations, Chameleon collaborating with these guys from Nairobi, Bebe Cool did the same. He didn't record his first album here. So Peter Miles also came collaborating with Mason. So they had collaborations, and those collaborations helped them to transition to become who they are. And of course, they have had so many other contributors along the way. But how do they break through? Through collaboration. So we can also understand that you can be a CEO of Coca-Cola or Pepsi or Airtel. Maybe collaborating with an arts institution can help your brand to find value within its customers, to add value to the community of supporters and clients that you have. But how do you penetrate that? How can you find time to think through those conversations and not only just think about profit shares and stuff like that, but how do you have, like we talked about last time, investing. If you are an Airtel, if you are a CEO and the only thing you think about is meeting that shareholder target, then
and then this whole thing, return on investment.
It's very short term.
Yes, it's very short term. But we need to increase that. Faisal, this is really very good. I have a couple of questions here coming in from people here. I think Peter Mubanda is actually watching, and he's asked a couple of questions there. But I want to ask you, yes, Peter is asking here.
Is he still playing basketball?
I think he's still playing as a retired man, but Peter is still there, and he was a great basketball player. Faisal, before I lose this train of thought, you've just touched something very important. In Africa, we don't like thinking ahead of time. I know you've said there's a lot of collaborations going on right now, but we don't know about them. We don't see them, and yet we want them to come up. How can we inspire more and more conversation among the people who have been doing this, like you, coming out now on the show, and actually, inspiring the younger generation, sharing the experience they've had, so that we can, springboard the creative industry to a bigger part, so that we can, add more value to ourselves.
I think the challenge with the visibility in collaborations depends on the industry, or the genre that you are in. Because when you look at music, most artists do collaborate, and they know I need to work with Good Life. I need a hit song. I'm not doing well. I need a hit song with Chameleon, and they do it, and it works. But that's because it's visible. Music is the most visible genre in the arts. And then, but there are also people who are collaborating in film. It's just that it takes longer. It's slower. We see it at the end. We don't read the credits. We don't know who did what. People do collaborate a lot in theater, but also still it takes longer. It takes years. I've seen Deborah Simwe. I've seen Adong Judith. I've seen working on scripts for years. And then once in a while they find a lucky partner to collaborate with, and then it takes them another year to put everything together. So those collaborations, I think, but maybe what we need to know is maybe to have an opportunity like this platform, or your channel could be a platform where people could be given an opportunity to share about their collaborative projects, the successes, the failures, the processes. Maybe that could be, we pick out each genre and they can talk about what they have worked on, what they have done. But a lot of things are there. The other thing to that is that people fear to be known.
Yeah.
That, oh, I have collaborated with so and so. You know, I don't want to share the profit.
Yeah.
No,
they will get my contact.
Exactly.
Maybe I'll lose Faizo in the process. If I share that Faizo, Eddie could just become very smart and go to Faizo. Maybe I've not been able to treat this collaboration or this partnership with a lot of respect. Faizo could see the value in it. Yes.
I've tested some people. I mean, someone tells, I asked someone, can you help me with this person's number, which I can get myself.
Yes.
But just to sit there like, no, I can't, because, and okay, fine, I'll do it myself. You know, so it doesn't make sense. Of course, you have to really, understand. But it's important to be open, to be flexible, to be willing to share and to commit yourself. If you want to grow, you cannot grow alone. You need others, and you need to work with a team.
Okay, our time is fast spent, but for those who are joining us on the show, I want you to put the topic of discussion today on the creative industry program up there so that people can see it. We're talking about partnerships and the importance of collaborations within the space of the creative people, the creative industry. Faizo, I have a lot of challenge people saying that we're not an industry yet, that we're a sector that is not even organized. Yeah. And the question that came out around when I posted this up, it says, can you guys, try to share ideas on how we can, transition from being a sector to being an industry? What are some of the things that you can do, that we can do right now to take us to becoming a more formidable industry as a creative art industry?
So who can define what is a sector? I mean, why do they say we are a sector? We are not a sector. I mean, it also depends on your mind. Why do you call yourself a sector? Why not an industry?
Because government doesn't say we're a
No, government has made its point. It's just that it's not yet able to finance its commitment. It has made it clear, and there have been progresses. They are slow, they are not focused, and they are not financed, but there are processes there. I think the creative industry is an industry, however small it is, because people are spending money, people are employing people, and that's not for charity. You know, if Mariam Dagiri makes a movie for 20 million shillings, that's an investment. And how many people have been paid on that investment? She's not giving them out. It's a transaction. So it's a business.
Yes.
And within that, there are also others. So many people. We spend a lot of money at Baimba. Yeah. It's not because it's charity. You pay someone, they give you a service. It's how it works everywhere, whether it's an industry or a sector or whatever. It's business at the end of the day. Yeah. So we have to look at ourselves at a higher stake.
Okay.
Do we want to be an industry so that we can continue making this conversation heard, or do we want to be called, to pull ourselves back to be called a sector? And that's what they will be perceiving us to be.
Yeah.
We are not a sector. We are an industry.
Yes, I see you have a lot of notes coming out from people here. Yes. Well, you've heard that from Faizo. Time fast spent, but we're going to ask some of the questions. Please share with us your kisses and disses. We are talking about the partnerships and collaborations and its importance in the creative industry. We need to start talking about this. Everything is art. Hospital art, everything we talk about in this world, even politics is art. So art is basically, and creativity is part of our living, it's part of humanity, it's part of everything we do. Faizo, second last question. I know our time is running fast. Africa. How can Africa begin to collaborate more with people outside its continent to produce more here and to get more value, as opposed to our story always being told by others in the way they want to tell the story, that we don't have very much control over? And of course, people who give us the money also usually dictate the way we are supposed to spend the money. And if you don't do it that way, you fall off. And you're saying it's a one-dimensional. Can we make it a three-dimensional? What are the best, solutions or ideas that you have, like one or two, given your experience?
It's tough to say because it's a huge topic. How Africa can benefit, but Africa has been collaborating for centuries, since Columbus found it. Africa has been collaborating. The only difference, or maybe observation, could be that it has been pretty much one way. And now what we are trying to do, and this is what I would leave it to our audiences, what we are trying to do is we are trying to level the ground. How can we compete at a mutual level? with the rest of the world? How can we collaborate at a mutual level so that when I have someone from Scotland coming to work with a musician here, they are not seeing this musician as an inferior.
As a nobody.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm helping this
yes,
guy.
Yes.
You came because you had a need, you had a wish. And this person also has to see themselves or work towards being at the same level with this person. That's one of the observations I see. Most people really work, but you look at them and see that they feel out of place. Yet they are the focal point of this whole project. So how do you make sure, and that comes with a lot of effort into personal development, confidence, feeling sure that you are aware and know what you're doing, and sometimes you really have to place yourself in a space where you feel comfortable. If you're not, don't go there, because it will continue with the cycle of being the inferiority or the inferior person. But I think the interest is there for the West to share, to have a stake in what Africa is doing. The challenge is that how do we also start to level up? We need to capacitate ourselves, we need to be aware, and we need to work towards being part of the global world, contributing equally. We are always receiving, and that's my biggest problem.
And when we receive, we stay at the receiving end.
We are always receiving, and we ask for more and more and more, but we are not giving much back. We cannot just say, I'm sharing my culture. Yeah, but what about the money? You cannot just share culture. I'm going to play in Tongoli, and that's not the only thing. The other person is putting in money, they are putting in time, opportunities, and all that stuff. So we need to balance. We need to know that if I've worked with some musicians here who have embarrassed me, where they feel you have to, the other, because people on the other side understand what collaboration is.
And they understand the value of money.
Exactly. Yes. And then they come here and this guy wants to again, pull from them. And I'm like, dude, it's not fair. So we need to understand collaborations are about a mutual working way, and not just receiving and pretending to be relevant.
Yes. All right, this has been the most truest and realest show. We're going to bring this to an end. I want to say thank you very much, Omukaya Tito Ohola, who has been watching. Peter Mobanda says, fantastic having a cup of coffee watching this program. However, but Faizo is talking about a system that he has been part of for a decade or so. So that's a good stuff. So really, that's kudos. And that's the reason why Faizo is here. Value attracts value. Without value, we cannot bring anybody here. If you don't have value, you cannot come into the creative industry talk, because we want to have people who have been it, people who have gone through it, people who have tried it, and also people who are thinking to inspire and want to share more. That space is here for us to go on. Peter Mobana says, I'm curious how his foundation strategy creates a sustainable industry or business going forward from where he is right now. Yes, so you'll answer that to Peter. You want to know how the strategy
I have a 2060 strategic plan. Confidential.
Wow,
I'm not sharing it, Peter, with you.
But it's there.
But you can have coffee after Ramadan.
Yes, so because most times even those who give us the funding are always asking and saying that, okay, we're giving you the money, but nobody wants to give you the money and then you pay their money back and then the thing dies, because there's nothing for them to carry on. That's the value they're looking
It's actually a very big conversation. I'm fighting at this moment. I'm sorry to get into this, but for me, one of the biggest frustration with this funding syndrome that all these funders are accustomed to is to think that they can always give us money to run workshops. We don't need workshops anymore. Let's leave them to the UN and UNESCO. What we need is to invest in systems and structures. That's where we are. We are 51 years old. How old are we as Uganda?
54 now.
54 years old. Europe is 200 and plus 8 years. So we are not at the same level. So I don't need a workshop. And I'm so done with those old conversations. So the fight is, how do we build the next step? And as an answer, a short answer to Peter, Baimba is thinking about the next 100 years for its investment in the creative industry. We are not going back into these whole processes of begging and waiting and starting to. We need to invest in ourselves.
Okay. Wow. Peter, I think you have your answer there. He's gone on to say, investors have the right to ask for what they want, especially if it is business.
the turbulences he refers to should be, factored into the biz or the action plan. I think his answer is agreeing with you that they have a right to ask for values. And if you're not giving value when you're receiving, where you're giving and you're not giving back, reciprocating, it's not work. I understand this from God, that God says, let there be this. So imagine if God said, let there be this, and then every time the things he said, let there be, is returning back to him and saying, give me more. No. Rain comes down, drops, okay, the vapor goes up, rain comes back, or soil receives. So that's the process. Yes. It's all reciprocation, sustenance and reciprocation. Thank you very much, guys, for that. And I will just read one more. Peter said, ask Faisal. Ask him about the vertical integration in the creative supply chain. Wow, today you have some very, and I will read this one also. If you don't think of profit shares, why are you talking about sustainability? Is basically saying people who don't think about the value and sustainability, how are you going to
I don't know where that comes from, but I think what we are talking about here, the topic is partnerships and collaborations.
Yes.
And when we talked about investments.
Yes, you mentioned that some people are just receiving and don't want to give.
Exactly. So this is about collaborations. And in collaborations, it's different. Business collaborations are also different from creative collaborations.
Yes.
So I think here we have to focus and say, within the creative arts, within the creative industry, collaborations about mutual understanding, shared goals and shared values, and then a shared vision and an outcome that what do you want to achieve out of that. So if it's a business collaboration, it's fine. There could be interests and returns, but if it's about putting a product of it can also be a business. If it's
it always goes to business.
It goes to be, but it can also be a common good, which it's not going to make money, but you decide to find money somewhere else, like we always do, and then do something and put it out there for the community.
All right,
then with Peter, we can talk about the next the vertical value chain.
Vertical points. Yes. And lastly, it says government to finance. Then it is not an industry. It's not an industry. There is no return on investment. So it cannot be an industry only if we're only waiting for government to invest. It's basically saying the private sector needs to participate.
Of course, and we talked about that last time. The investments have to be not at only government level, local authorities, but also private sector, individuals. We as people, we are putting in the time, the energy, the thought process. So it's a cycle that we all have to be participatory. It's not going to be government. Government's not going to give everyone money, but what they have to do is to play their part. Make sure that the environment is conducive, make sure that the systems are functional, and people who are in the industry are happy to invest their time and money rather than waiting. And the private sector also has to think about its future, because they are always thinking about, we are helping you, because we are the private sector. Even people buy our products whether you want them or not. And then, no, that's not the way. You have also to think, play your role. You're part of this community. What are you giving back?
Well, we've heard it from Faisal is on fire this morning. I think Ramadan has started. When you start Ramadan, you begin to clarify things in your head. Faisal, thank you very much for coming to the show today. But before you go, what is our take home today? You always leave us with the word of wisdom, the take home today. What's our take home today? In summary, partnerships, collaborations, the importance of it in the creative industry. Give us the summary.
I think it's really taking your time with partners. You have to cultivate them. You have to know what you want, and you have to keep that relationship going. And with collaborations, you have to play a mutual role. It cannot be just one party putting in and you are just at the receiving and you call that a collaboration. It's a joint thought, it's a shared vision, a shared process, a shared investment and time.
Well, you've heard it from Faisal, creative industry. We've come to the end. Thank you very much, Faisal. We say bye, but we have to toss to the creative industry talk again today. Until next week, same time, same place. Stay blessed and continue to think about partnerships and collaborations and the importance of it in the creative space, but also where you are. Until next week, keep it Creative Industry Talk.
place and have your way. All the glory and honor be unto you, Lord. It's such an honor just to worship you, Lord. Thank you for the life that you gave to me, Lord. I give you all the glory. Oh, take all the glory, Lord. Thank you, Father. How could you all? How I love to say your name in this music full of harmony. It fills my heart with happiness to say your name. What a wonder, what a joy to be. I'll sing it to the world around me. My lips rejoice to say your name, say your name. And when I die, my heart will go on singing you. It will go on singing you. I'll sing it to the world around me. My lips rejoice to say your name, say your name. Even when I die, my heart will still go on singing you. It will 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 go on singing you. My God is indescribable. His name is hallowed in the firmament. He's the path of a lamb to space and time. My God is indescribable. His name is hallowed in the firmament. He's a Passover lamb to space and time. But from the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never end. Oh, from the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never ends. To the God of our flesh is my God, and His name is Yahweh. His name is Yahweh, Yahweh. He's my God, and His name is Yahweh. His name is Yahweh, Yahweh. You are my God, and your name is Yahweh. Your name is Yahweh, Yahweh. Your majesty revealed to all. Your love is so, so overwhelming. To your government there is no end. Your majesty revealed to all. Your love is so, so overwhelming. To your government there is no end. But from the pages of my heart, Let my worship begin but never end. Oh, from the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never ends. To the God of our flesh. From the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never ends. Oh, from the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never ends. To the God of our flesh. He's my God, and His name is Yahweh. His name is Yahweh. Yahweh. He's my God, and His name is Yahweh. The God that never fails. Yahweh. 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 His name is Yahweh. His name is Yahweh. Yahweh. Oh, Yahweh. His name is Yahweh. Yeah, 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 yeah. He is my God. His name is Yahweh. Yeah, yeah, yo, yo. His name is Yahweh. Adonai. Yahweh. The Lion and the Lamb, the covenant keeping God. Your name is Yahweh. 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 'Cause I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. As long as I live, I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. Lord, I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. All I've come to say, Lord, see and Omega. See and Omega, 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 Omega, see and Omega, see and Omega. See and Omega, Omega, see and Omega, see and Omega, see and Omega, Omega, see and Omega, see and Omega, see and Omega. Omela, see and Omela, see and Omela, see and Omela, Omela. Thank you, Father. Give you all the praise, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Give you thanks, Jesus. Hello, my name is Matthew. Yeah, my name is Matthew 77. They call him Matthew 77. My name is Matthew Aiji. I am a worshiper, called and anointed by God into this office. And it's a pleasure always singing, worshiping God in my own way, in my own style. Because when I think of goodness and His faithfulness and all He's done, all I got to do is just to worship Him. I've got nothing more to do but just to lift my voice and worship to God. And today we're here to worship together. We're here to just give God glory together. I've been in this for years. I think since I grew up to know myself as a young boy, I started doing this for God, and He has never failed, I can tell you that. He never fails, He has never failed, and He will never fail. I proved Him faithful in all ways. He's always been there for me. Like the children of Israel, when they were faced with battles, God just told them, go ahead and just worship. You don't need to fight in this war. And that is exactly what happens to me. Anytime I find myself in the midst of a thing, all I do is lift up my voice and just say, God, thank you. So, we're going to go on a break. We'll come back briefly. Stay connected. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Engineer Elizabeth Rogo. I'm an oil and gas engineer based in Nairobi, Kenya. I'm also the founder and CEO of Savo Oilfield Services. We're a technical premier consulting firm dealing in the energy space, specifically in oil and gas. I'm also passionate about women in the energy sector, particularly the African woman. And this is my story.
Edio Killer, Elizabeth Rogo.
Engineer.
We are done. Wait. Edio Killer, the ordinary one, and Engineer Elizabeth Rogo.
I'm Johnson Nyeko from Lamour, particularly from Palogua sub-county. We have been helping the church with whatever we get. We never left any single coin unseparated to the church.
I'm very grateful to our elder, our friend, Johnson Nyeko, who thought it wise as a developer to donate this great gift to us, the welding machine. My appeal to all the youth to join hands, to all the parents to join hands, even the stakeholders, the government leaders, the local leaders, so that we transform the life of the youth in this area.
We have received this, and it is making a lot of work here.
I personally felt very good, very excited, because Mr. Nyeko Johnson came to the church and said that he is donating a generator which generates power and it wells.
And let the churches mold those boys, bring them away from loose life and into useful life by skilling them to match the government program of building the oil pipeline. When they get the certificate, they will get jobs there and they will have money. This is poverty alleviation, which is also part of government program.
You know, when Jesus was taken into the church, Luke chapter 2, verse 41 to 52, the parents went home and Jesus remained in the church. He remained there not for loitering, because there were some activities in the church. If we begin picking youth 2 from each sub-parishes or 5, you will find the young ones will become very interested in going to the church, and when they come, they will have that eager of getting trained in this skillful life.
And as a Christian, I want this to be implemented through my church, both the Anglican and the Catholics.
We always initiate development activities that support the parish. Right now, we are initiating this technical school to support the parish and to also give back to the community, to support the community, our youth. In northern Uganda, due to the effect of the LRA war, very many families were affected, and the effect is seen up to now.
Reopening this technical school, it will help our youth so much, and most of them are no longer in the church. By reopening this technical school, it will bring many youth in our church, and the youth will be having the zeal to work.
And the technical school, the one of Blessed Daniel Komboni, which was initially initiated to support the children who could not go further with their studies. And many children benefited. By that, we are now having many who can survive on their own.
Our business communities, our people outside there, see the example that our brother, our friend, and our father has always been doing. We are so grateful, we are so humble. As it is written in the Bible, the hands that gives receives a lot. We are welcoming you for anything that you feel is for the benefit of the people, for the local community. We are here to receive.
Metro akwan kar man me dwako foch madit bot won wa Nyiko Johnson kejekia bekele wa project me generator man me welding ma bikonyo buluwa kijo ma pol me kwogi.
We have this kind of youths in Paloga sub-county as a community, a very large area, who got married earlier and they could not continue with schooling. So now they are embracing it very well because they could not have a time of going to a formal schooling. This is a very good project for them. That is why they are responding in a larger number.
I think that's all. That's what I want to see in Lamour, changing these youth, boys and girls. And not only that, this will be an income generating project for the church. The church is very important because they educate our children with good moral standards.
So I embrace this project and I applaud Mr. Johnson, whom I call an investor in the mind of our youth. Thank you very much for what he did. It is now upon us to plan properly so that the youth get the skills that we need, which will in future enable them to stand on their own, to generate incomes through the works that they are going to do in metal fabrications. I do fabrication. Actually, I'm now retired. So I want to help my young brothers for more skill which I have. That's why I volunteer myself to give them the skill I have.
My name is Ronald Wachgio, a teacher of metal fabrication, Shanjanani Church of Uganda, Madibi Parish, Lamour District, Northern Uganda.
When I acquired more knowledge, it will also make me to expand my knowledge to others who are not having the skill through this program or project.
As I'm talking, we have received almost 35 people who have registered. They want to come and get the idea from me, and I will apply to them. Out to wells, we have to cut some angle line. I put them out to fabricate all this you are seeing here. They can do that work. Instead of going to the town to buy this thing, we can do it from here.
So by bringing this project,
to be active, we shall be doing a lot. Not only for Paloga, not only for this area, but for the whole actually and the sub-region as a whole.
Yeah, welcome back. Welcome to Sunday Rise. We're here to inspire you and to be a blessing to you right there in your homes or wherever you're watching us from. Like I said earlier, my name is Matthew Ayiji. They call me Matthew 7:7. Why Matthew 7:7? Some people ask. You know, the Bible says in Matthew chapter 7, verse 7, ask and ye shall receive. Seek and ye shall find, knock and the door shall be open. So there are ways people ask God things. And there is a way for Matthew, he asked God. Sometimes you ask in prayer, yeah. For me, I ask in worship and in praise. And I think it's the faster way for me. That is why I'm Matthew 7:7. And it's always a privilege to find myself in anybody's corner. Either in church, in the office, anywhere, doing this thing for God. I like singing, I like worshiping. It's my lifestyle. And it makes me happy, you know. Sometimes you look around and you find out that life seems so tough. But what do? There's a God that is able, is faithful, and can do all things. This is Valentine's Day, people say, 14th of February. But on this faithful and glorious day, where some hearts are broken, some people are in tears right now because their calls are not being picked, that is a God that loves you. That is someone that cares much about you. And he wants you to just fall into his arms. He's God. He's the one that created you. Your creation to this earth was not by mistake. He has you at the point of his, at the front of his mind. People say at the back of his mind. No, he has you at the front of his mind before he brought you to this earth. And I want to let you know, just put your trust in him. Love him. Because when you love God, he makes things work out for you. He makes things work out for you. We're going to do a song together. We love you, Lord. We love you, Lord. I don't know who you love right now. Is it that boyfriend? Is that girlfriend? Is that all that you love? It's when you love God first, then every other thing will fall in place. He said the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. Whether you're a Christian, you're not a Christian, that is God in everything we do. When you fear him, that's the beginning of wisdom. And he gives you wisdom to now choose right in everything you do, in your career, in your life, everything. So join me as we do this song. We know it. We love you, Lord. We adore you, Lord. We lay our lives before your throne. We love you, Lord. We adore you, Lord. We lay our lives before your throne. There is none beside you, Lord. No other God but you. We lay our lives before your throne. There is none beside you, Lord. No other God but you. We lay our lives before your throne. love you, Lord. I adore you, Lord. I lay my life before your throne. There's none beside you, Lord. No other God but you. We lay our lives before your throne. We lay our lives before your throne. If you watch God the way he created the heavens and the earth, he did it step by step. The next one is going to be one step at a time. You see, a lot of us young out there, people, youths, even the married, the people out there, they want to do things too much at the same time. The Bible says the first day God created the heavens and the earth. And like that, the second day, and he kept creating until he made you and me. Maybe why you are frustrated sometimes and you are so confused because you are not taking one step at a time. Learn to take one step at a time. Think and remember where God has brought you from and where he's taken you to at each time of your life. And you will know that you have either not failed it yet, because there is time and season attached to everything that we do here on earth. Maybe your time hasn't come. Maybe you are still just at the verge of entering into your time. But did you run away from it? Are you too in a hurry? I'm only human, 'cause I'm just a young man. Help me believe in what I should do and know that I am. Show me the stairway I have to climb, Lord, for my sake. Just teach me to take one day at a time. One day at a time, sweet Jesus. That's all I'm asking from you. Lord, teach me today to do every day what I have to do. Yesterday's gone, sweet Jesus, and tomorrow may never be mine. Lord, help me today, show me the way, one day at a time. One day at a time, sweet Jesus. That's all I'm asking from you. Lord, teach me today to do every day what I have to do. Yesterday's gone, sweet Jesus, and tomorrow may never be mine. Lord, help me today, show me the way, one day at a time. Do you remember when you walked among men? Lord Jesus, you know, if you're looking below, is what's now than then. Stealing and killing, violence and crime. But Lord, for my sake, just teach me to take one day at a time. One day at a time. Lord, teach me today to do every day what I have to do. Yesterday's gone, sweet Jesus, and tomorrow may never be mine. Please help me today. Show me the way, Lord, one day at a time. Yesterday's gone, sweet Jesus, and tomorrow may never be mine. Lord, help me today. Please show me the way, one day at a time. Always put your trust in God. He will help you. Yesterday is gone. Don't look behind. It is gone and it don't deal. Today is here. What are you making out of your life? There is a God that can help you. Put your trust in Him, because He makes a way. You know, when you look around and you see that your mates are making things and you're like, okay, this one just bought a car, this one just did this one is growing, this one has just built his house and all that. Ask for the story. Don't just conclude on the glory of sin. The car someone has today, the Range Rover he has today, the Lamborghini he might have today, might become a taxi tomorrow when your own car will come to be, you know. You might have the latest. Why kill yourself before the time? Put your trust in God, people. In the midst of the pandemic where people are crying every day, thinking life is done. Hey guys, some people just died. Did you know that? Your life breathing. So it's good news. What you need to do is just always hold on to God, because He made a way. Don't know how, but He did it. Made a way. Standing here, looking back on where we've come from, but holding on to faith we'll know best. Nothing can catch you by surprise. You got this figured out, and you're watching us now. You wrapped us in your arms and stepped in. 'Cause everything we need you supply. You got this in control, and now we know that you made our way. On the back way against the wall, and it looked to see if it was over. You made our way, and you're standing here only because you made a way. When the backs were against the wall, and it looked to see it was over, and you made our way. And we're standing here only because you made our way. Standing here, just looking back on where we've come from. Because of you and nothing we've done to deserve the love and mercy we've shown. Your grace was strong enough to pick us up, and you made our way. When the backs were against the wall, and it looked to see it was over, and you made our way. And we're standing here only because you made a way. 'Cause you move a mountain, you cause walls to fall with your power. Perform miracles. There is nothing that's impossible. And we're standing here only because you made. You move mountains, because the worlds still fall with your power. You perform miracles. There is nothing that's impossible. And we're standing here only because you made. And we're standing here only because you made. And we're standing here only because you made. Yeah, we're standing here only because you made our way. He's gonna make a way for you and you and you and you and you and you. I don't know who I'm talking to, but I know He's a way maker. He's a covenant-keeping God. He's a faithful God, you know. When He says, I'm going to do something, He does it. Maybe the problem is because you've not trusted Him enough. Put your trust in Him. The Bible says those that put their trust in God are like Mount Zion, that can never be moved. What is that thing that has been troubling you, keeping you down, you're low in the spirit? I got good news for you. God is going to make a way for you. I got good news for you. God is going to come through for you. I remember Peter, he toiled all through the night in the Bible and caught nothing. And Jesus showed forth and said, son, cast your net at the right-hand side. And that was it. The Bible says he caught a lot of net-breaking fish. God is about to show you where to cast your net. My fellow worshipers, my fellow singers, God is about to show you that song that will give you the breakthrough. You know, some of us are frustrated because we look around, we've sung in churches for years, we've been on stage for decades, yet the breakthrough has not come. He will make a way for you. Let Him be in front of you. Let Him be the Lord inside of you. Let Him be the one leading you. He will lead you aright. He will lead you aright. Put your trust in Him. I'll put you in front of my melody. You're all that matters. You're all that matters. I'll make room for two. You and I, Jesus. You're all that matters. You're all that matters. I'll put you in front of my destiny. You are all that matters. You are all that matters. I'll make room for two. You and I forever. You are all that matters. You are all that matters. Oh, way, oh, way. Oh, way, oh, way. Da 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 da. Oh way, oh way. You're all that matters. 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 Let me just tell you a little thing about myself and we continue the worship to another level. Listen, I came from a home, a family that you might look at like nothing. Sometimes I look at my parents and I'm like, okay, where is the future for us now? because you look around and you don't find future anywhere around you. My dad happened to be alone. They get back to him alone. So, when you look around, you don't even find an uncle anywhere to say, okay, he's going to be the one to, maybe I have an uncle in the US, I have an auntie there and there, that I can make a call and they send some stuff to me. No, it was not there. There was just no reason to look at the future that is very bright. But God, knowing my heart, gave me a reason. And that reason was to trust Him. To put Him in front of my destiny. I lost my parents years back and I began life struggling myself, trying to do things, put stuff together. You might have the same story with me. I don't know. I'm just sharing my story. But life didn't end from there. I always find myself before heaven, lifting up my voice to Him. And God keeps telling me, son, I'm finished with you yet. There are a lot of things I want to do with your life. Just keep trusting me. Put me in front of your destiny. And I did. And He has been seeing me through. I remember the first time I sang was on a very big stage of thousands of people. I was a very young kid when I was 10 years old. And they put me in front of that crowd. And when I finished, my life never remained the same. And I keep doing this for God. Anytime I find myself in the time as a privilege to lift up my voice, sickness itself cannot even keep me down, because it's a passion, it's born in me, and I do it for years. And today I want to charge you, my fellow worshiper out there, that feel like, let me throw away the microphone. No. That is something at the end of the tunnel for you. Don't just give up. No shadow will light up, mountain you would climb up, coming after me. That's what He did for me. No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. There's no shadow He didn't light up, mountain He didn't climb up, coming after me. No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. He's coming after you, people. No wall you won't climb up, shadow you won't light up, coming after me. If He did that for me, no wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. 'Cause all the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God, He chases me down, fights till I'm found, leaves the 99. I couldn't earn it, I don't deserve it, still you give yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Yeah. It's coming after you. No shadow you will light up, mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. No shadow you will light up, and mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. No, coming after me. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. It chases me down, fights till I'm still I'm found and leaves the 99. I couldn't earn it, I don't deserve it. Still you give yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Yeah, it chases me down, fight still I'm found, leaves at 99. I couldn't earn it, and I don't deserve it. Still you give yourself away. I couldn't earn it, and I don't deserve it. Still you give yourself away. Hey, I say I couldn't earn it, and I don't deserve it. Still you give yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending love, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down and fights till I'm found and leaves the 99. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Still you give yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He left the 99 and is coming after you. 99 he left is coming after you. He wants to make you that thing that he has created you to be. That is what he's doing. That is why he's coming after you. Get off from that bed of depression. Get up. Are you in the Western world, wherever you are, where the corona has hit so much? Why are you still alive? Because it loves you. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. You see, that is the love that passes the love. Even your boyfriend would have told you today, hi, I love you. Maybe you didn't even have one that have said anything to you. Oh, the over. There's someone that loves you. Never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, finds till I'm found, and leaves the 99. I couldn't earn it, you don't qualify, I don't deserve it, but he gave himself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. I wanted to know that all things are working together for your good today. It's intentional. It's never failing. That's the plan of God for you and you and you and you. I keep emphasizing on you because I know you out there, God has something much, much better for you than what you think your life is right now. Get up and let's do this together. Because all things are working for my good. It's intention.